the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Horace Sloan. As night fell, Feng, wearing a black cloak, held a cup, and wore a golden wildflower on his chest, and opened the portal to Hogsmeade Village. After crossing the portal, Feng, led by Creature, walked into the Pig's Head Bar, the place designated by the buyer who offered the highest price for the basilisk. At first, Feng was surprised that the other party clearly asked for a secret transaction, so why did he talk in a crowded place like a bar, until Creature told Feng that hiding your face in the Pig's Head Bar is a very fashionable thing. Most of the guests there wear hoods or veils. It can be said that, as long as you dress up, no one can recognize you. In this regard, Feng said that he could not understand some of the weird behaviors in this world. He had to hide his identity when drinking a little wine. Was he afraid that his wife would rush into the bar and pull his ears in the middle of the night? At the same time, Feng thought for a long time and didn't understand why Creature asked him to bring a cup. I haven't heard of anyone bringing a cup to a bar to drink. What's the difference between this and being asked to bring your own seasonings to a restaurant? Is there no salt at home? Walking into the narrow and dirty bar, Feng's first impression of the environment in the bar was not good. The whole bar only had one small and dirty room, and the air was filled with a strong smell of sheep. If Feng didn't like to eat mutton and was used to this smell, he would have kneeled down and vomited as soon as he entered the bar. Frowning, Feng looked at a few rough wooden tables. Although there were some candles on the table, the light was still dim. Feng guessed that sitting at such a dim table, it was estimated that the person sitting opposite him drinking with him was a man or a woman. There was also a thick layer of dust on the floor and the bar, especially the cups on the wine cabinet. Feng even saw a thick layer of dust in the cups. It is no exaggeration to say that a 400ml cup can only be filled with 300ml of wine now, because the remaining volume is occupied by dust. This is not drinking, but drinking dust. Feng touched his cup and said to Creature speechlessly, "You asked me to bring my own cup because you were afraid that I would have indigestion if I drank too much dust." Creature blinked his eyes and nodded silently. This is one of the reasons. Perhaps Feng came a little early and there was still some time before the agreed time. Creature walked into the bar and looked around and said, "Boss, Mr. Horace Sloan hasn't come yet." Feng frowned and reluctantly found a dusty corner to sit down, ordered a cup of butterbeer, and waited for the buyer to come. If Feng remembered correctly, Horace Sloan was a bald old man in the world of fat people. He was greedy for pleasure and vain in character. He liked to associate with successful and important people, but he was not a bad person in his bones. The reason why Feng had an impression of Horace Sloan was that this guy was Harry Potter's potion teacher in the 6th grade, and he was also a master of potion making, and a rich man who could independently make the elixir, and gave the elixir as a reward to students without any care. The lucky potion is a strange little magic potion. Drinking it will bring good luck to the user, so it is also called the lucky potion. In fact, the lucky potion can only greatly improve the user's abilities in all aspects within 12 hours, and finally feel that everything goes well, but it does not really bring luck. But this effect alone is enough to make Feng envious, so when Feng was squandering gold galleons in Diagon Alley, he did think about buying a bottle of lucky potion. But the production process of this thing is too complicated, resulting in the lucky potion on the market being too scarce, or being snapped up as soon as it appears. For a potion like this, that is in short supply, Feng may not be able to buy it, no matter how many gold galleons he has, unless Feng is determined to squat in front of the potion store every day. Maybe one day he can buy the lucky potion. In view of Sloan's potion making level and his potion collection, Feng still attaches great importance to this transaction. The main reason is that Feng wants to ask Sloan if there are any magic enhancing potions in his private collection of potions. If the other party has such potions, Feng does not mind exchanging with the basilisk, even if he adds some weight to get the potion, such as writing spells such as portals or mirror space on the exchange list. After all, compared with his own strength, what are these things? As long as he has the strength, Li Feng dares to rob the gods of some worlds. After taking a sip of inferior butterbeer, Li Feng said that this thing is called wine. It is obviously a sweet and hot drink. After swallowing the butterbeer in his mouth with difficulty, Li Feng ordered Creature to pour out the butterbeer and replace it with a glass of vodka or other strong liquor. At this time, Li Feng noticed that a wizard who was also wearing a black cloak and could not see his face and wearing a golden wildflower on his chest came in at the door of the bar. Li Feng lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "Creature, is that person at the door the one we are waiting for?" Creature looked up and nodded. When Li Feng noticed him, Sloan also noticed the golden wildflowers on Li Feng's chest. He walked quickly to Li Feng, glanced at Creature, and said to Li Feng in a low voice, "Hello, are you Mr. Austin?" Li Feng nodded and motioned for the other party to sit down, and whispered, "Yes, nice to meet you, Mr. Sloan." Sloan glanced at the dusty chair, looked around nervously, patted his purse to indicate that he had brought money, shook his head slightly and said, "No need, let me see the body of the basilisk. If you are satisfied, we will trade on the spot." Li Feng shrugged, stood up and said, "I can't carry such a big basilisk with me." Pointing to the door of the bar, Li Feng continued, "Shall I take you to where the basilisk is stored now?" Sloan frowned and thought about it. This was not what he thought. He originally thought that the two of them completed the transaction in the bar and then went back to their homes and mothers. He never expected that Li Feng would not be able to carry the basilisk with him. However, Sloan believed that he still had some strength, and he also brought some potions just in case, so he was not afraid of Li Feng's tricks. He nodded and said, "Is the basilisk in Hogsmeade Village?" Li Feng smiled mysteriously as he walked out of the bar and said confusedly, "Yes and no, you will understand if you follow me." After a while, Li Feng led Sloan to a corner and opened the portal to the basilisk's secret room. Through the aperture of the portal, Sloan looked at the huge and fresh basilisk in the portal with surprise, but considering the unfamiliar portal magic, Sloan still signaled Li Feng to cross the portal first. Knowing that Sloan was worried that he would harm him, he shook his head slightly and walked across the portal and said, "Mr. Sloan, you don't have to worry." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Dumbledore's voice came from the secret room. "Good evening, Mr. Austin and Sloan." Hearing Dumbledore's voice, Sloan opened his cloak first, after walking across the portal, and said with a little surprise and confusion, "Dumbledore? Are you also here to buy the basilisk corpse?" Li Feng was a little embarrassed when he saw Dumbledore. After all, he was neither a student nor a professor of Hogwarts. Strictly speaking, he was still an alien invader. If Dumbledore was cruel enough to knock him down on the spot, Li Feng would really have nowhere to complain. The most important thing was that Dumbledore didn't clearly say at the beginning that he would pretend not to see him when he saw him in Hogwarts, which made Li Feng a little confused. While maintaining the magic power of the portal so that Li Feng could escape at any time, he showed an awkward but polite smile and said, "Good evening, Professor. Why are you still out for a walk so late at night?" Dumbledore smiled at Li Feng and said, "Snape told me that you protected him and Professor McGonagall very well last night, allowing them to let go of their restraints and kill the basilisk." Dumbledore looked at the body of the basilisk and continued, "Please forgive the curiosity of an old man. I have only seen creatures like basilisks in books, but never in reality. When I learned that there was a basilisk in Hogwarts, I was even more curious and couldn't sleep. So on the first night, after assuming my position as headmaster, I couldn't help but come to see the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets." After that, Dumbledore looked at Sloan and said, "Old friend, from what you said just now, are you here to buy a basilisk?" Sloan frowned and nodded, saying, "The news I got at the beginning was that a house elf was conveying that his master wanted to sell the basilisk. Considering that those who can have house elves are nobles with status and are not liars, I thought the basilisk belonged to Mr. Austin." At this point, Sloan looked at Dumbledore and said, "But from the meaning in your words just now, this basilisk seems to belong to Hogwarts." Dumbledore tilted his head and thought for a while. It is not a wise choice to say that the basilisk belongs to Hogwarts. After all, Hogwarts is a school, and what does it want to do to keep an extremely dangerous basilisk on a campus? The Ministry of Magic has long wanted to intervene in Hogwarts affairs. Once it is publicly stated that the basilisk belongs to Hogwarts, doesn't it mean that the Ministry of Magic has an excuse to station in Hogwarts? Who knows if there are still basilisks or other dangerous creatures in Hogwarts? Thinking of this, Dumbledore blinked at Feng and said, "No, it is an intruder, but this is the spoils of Austin, Snape and McGonagall. Snape has taken his share, but McGonagall didn't take hers, so." Dumbledore pointed at Feng and said, "This Mr. Austin is only half the owner of the basilisk." Feng, damn, is old Dumbledore using McGonagall as an excuse to ask me for benefits? Seeing half of the benefits flying away, Feng, who felt frustrated, signaled Dumbledore with his eyes to go to the side and talk for a while. Dumbledore, who understood what Feng wanted to express, nodded slightly, signaled Sloan to carefully observe the goods he wanted to buy, and then walked to the portal with Feng. Without waiting for Dumbledore to speak, Feng pointed at the portal and said faintly, "I will use the portal to exchange the ownership of the basilisk with Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore looked at Feng silently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Chapter 77, Magic Amplification Potion and the Dark Mark. Feng had some guesses about what Dumbledore wanted. One was the safe and comfortable mirror space that Professor McGonagall had personally experienced, and the other was that Snape told Dumbledore about Tom's notebook and Tom's appearance and disappearance. Dumbledore, who already knew about the existence of Horcruxes, would inevitably think of the notebook as a Horcrux, especially Ginny, the victim who had been controlled by Tom for a period of time. As the headmaster, Dumbledore would definitely care about Ginny's mental health and ask about some situations. Dumbledore would most likely know that the previous owner of the notebook was Tom, Voldemort in his school days. Feng, who knew that Dumbledore was not very satisfied with the deal, thought about it, gritted his teeth, and said with his eyes twitching slightly, "Don't go too far. At most I will teach McGonagall the mirror space." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Dumbledore, who saw that this was Feng's bottom line, hesitated and said with a smile, "I have no right to make the decision for McGonagall, but I will convey your deal to McGonagall." Hearing that Dumbledore did not continue to ask for the notebook, Feng breathed a sigh of relief and could not help rolling his eyes, saying contemptuously, "Why do you say I can't make the decision for McGonagall, but you still want my spells? Aren't you satisfied with the magic I exchanged with you before? That thing has helped you a lot." Dumbledore did not deny the effect of the magic eye. He believed that he could find hidden magic items in a pile of debris, but it would be difficult for him to find out which item was a Horcrux among the pile of magic items. Therefore, not to mention other effects of the magic eye, just the ability to identify Horcruxes was enough to make Dumbledore feel at ease. This is just like in the original book. Voldemort hid the locket, one of the Horcruxes, in a cave on an isolated island, and put the locket at the bottom of a container, and then used a spell to pour some potions into the container that would make people feel worse than death after drinking them. Only after drinking the potion could they get the locket. Later, Regulus, who decided to turn over a new leaf, brought Creature to the cave. After drinking the potion, he let Creature take the locket and leave, and he put the fake locket into the container and said goodbye to the world. It's a pity that Dumbledore didn't know what Regulus did. Later, Dumbledore brought Harry to the cave and found out that it was a fake after drinking the potion. It can be seen that Dumbledore really couldn't determine which magic item was a Horcrux, but it was different with the magic eye. It is estimated that Dumbledore looked at the fake locket and turned away without raising his head. Everyone knows that this thing is fake, so who would drink any potion? Are you crazy or have nothing to do? Do you want to know whether the potion prepared by Voldemort tastes salty or light? But then again, the locket is in Dumbledore's hands. Only a fool would go into the cave to look for a Horcrux. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't mention the notebook, Feng, who had just put his heart back in his stomach, suddenly heard Dumbledore say faintly, "So about the notebook, do you have anything to say?" Feng, "Notebook, you really don't talk about it." Before Feng could think of how to answer, Dumbledore, who restrained his smile, continued, "I learned something from Ginny, so let's be clear. Who are you going to exchange the you-know-who's Horcrux with? Or what do you want?" Although Li Feng believed that he could not defeat Snape, he was confident that he could escape from the joint forces of Snape and Professor McGonagall by relying on the mirror space and the portal. But now the one standing in front of him with a stern face was Dumbledore, whose strength was much higher than Snape, especially the distance between the two of them was so close that they could be ignored. Li Feng didn't think he had a chance to escape. Li Feng, with a helpless look on his face, glanced at the portal in front of him and closed the portal helplessly to show that he had no intention of running away. He said, "To be honest, I haven't decided what to exchange the notebook for yet, but don't worry, I'm not interested in returning this thing to Voldemort. In my eyes, that guy is deeply infected with rabies and has severe mania." Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "But I don't feel safe leaving the notebook with you. After all, you may not know your strength. The Horcrux of the mysterious man has the ability to bewitch the mind, and you." Before Dumbledore finished speaking, he saw Li Feng take out a wooden box from his pocket and threw it to him and motioned him to open it. Dumbledore glanced at Li Feng and slowly opened the wooden box. In an instant, Dumbledore sensed a majestic magic emanating from the pseudo-angel feathers. What's more important is that these majestic magics give people a feeling of comfort and tranquility. Understanding what Li Feng wanted to express, Dumbledore closed the wooden box and returned it to Li Feng, saying, "Perhaps you can rely on it to resist the mysterious man's temptation in the short term, but what about the long term? You'd better tell me what you want, so that I can find what you desire in advance." Seeing that Dumbledore was determined to get Tom's notebook, Li Feng scratched his head, glanced at Sloane in the distance, and said with an uncertain tone, "Originally, Sloane and I discussed whether we could use the basilisk and my spells to exchange for some magic enhancing potions that can enhance magic power, or even some clues. But now that you insist on having a notebook, then I will exchange the notebook with you." Dumbledore was stunned and looked at Li Feng with a bit of contempt and said, "Do you know how precious the magic enhancing potion is? Even those big families that have been passed down for thousands of years may not be able to take out a bottle, even if they have one, and agree to exchange it with you. A living and obedient basilisk can't be exchanged for half a bottle, not to mention this dead basilisk, but..." After looking at Sloane, who was circling around the basilisk, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Li Feng with a "you're lucky" look and said, "Sloane does have a magic amplification potion in his hand. Considering the importance of the notebook, I will ask Sloane for a bottle for you. However, the basilisk must belong to Sloane. As for your spells, Sloane is not obsessed with spells, so you should keep the spells. I will provide the rest of the supplies. It's considered as a trade with you for the notebook." After that, Dumbledore turned and walked towards Sloane and said to Li Feng behind him, "You step aside first. I have some private matters to discuss with Sloane. I will officially start teaching you magic later." Li Feng nodded, turned around to open the portal and returned to the leaky cauldron, preparing to pack Creature and his own luggage and take them back to the Chamber of Secrets. As for what Dumbledore wanted to talk to Sloane about, Li Feng guessed that Dumbledore just wanted to know where Tom learned how to make Horcruxes. After a long while, Li Feng, who had checked out and packed his luggage, felt that Dumbledore should have finished talking to Sloane, so he reached out to open the portal to the Chamber of Secrets and prepared to settle down in the Chamber of Secrets with Creature. After entering the Chamber of Secrets, Li Feng found that the bodies of Sloane and the basilisk had disappeared, and even Dumbledore, who was supposed to be waiting for Li Feng in the Chamber of Secrets, was nowhere to be seen. To be honest, Dumbledore's tough attitude towards the notebook made many of Li Feng's plans fail, the most direct of which was the plan to learn magic from Tom. The only comfort was that the most desired fiend Phi was already in hand, and the only thing missing was who to ask for advice when encountering problems in actual casting. Seeing that Dumbledore was not in the Chamber of Secrets, Li Feng thought for a moment and said to Creature, who was busy tidying up the Chamber of Secrets, "Creature, help me find a textbook signed by the Half-Blood Prince in a certain potion classroom in Hogwarts from a bookcase or a cabinet. It is a textbook on how to make potions." After thinking for a moment, Li Feng added, "I remember that this textbook is a bit old. If you really don't know which one I'm looking for, bring back all the textbooks related to potions." After that, Li Feng opened the mirror space, ready to squeeze Tom again, while the notebook was still in his hand. As soon as he entered the mirror space, Li Feng hurriedly held the wooden box and wrote on the notebook, "Come out quickly." Tom, who had recovered some magic power, silently felt the energy radiation of the pseudo-angel feathers and helplessly showed ahead from the notebook. There was no way. Tom had only so much magic power left. It was good enough to be able to transform ahead. It was estimated that the next time Li Feng summoned him in such a hurry, he could only transform his upper lip and lower lip to communicate. Tom said with an innocent face, "What's the matter again?" Li Feng rubbed his hands, pretended to open the wooden box and threatened, "What magic are you most proud of? Give it to me." Tom was stunned, feeling that Li Feng was a little anxious this time, and narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did something happen? Why so much nonsense?" Li Feng opened most of the wooden box, letting the pseudo-angel feathers weaken Tom's willpower as much as possible, and said in a tone containing strange magical fluctuations, "Answer my question." Tom knew that Li Feng was casting a spell on him, but he didn't have much magic power, and he didn't see Li Feng holding a magic wand, and was a little relaxed. He didn't have time, and couldn't make effective resistance. When he regained consciousness from his trance, he saw Li Feng grinning and quickly recording something in the magic book. Tom, whose head was almost completely transparent, had little magic power left. He trembled and glanced at the magic book, and the pupils in his eyes shrank. Li Feng recorded his most proud magic, which was the dark mark magic he used to control and restrain the Death Eaters. In the movie, when Voldemort touched the dark mark of other Death Eaters would also feel it, and they would immediately appear beside Voldemort to obey his orders. When a Death Eater touched the dark mark branded on his left arm, Voldemort could also feel the call and apparate to the other party. Li Feng did not expect that Voldemort would know the dark mark when he was a student. And through Tom's detailed explanation, Li Feng understood that the role of the dark mark was not just a function similar to the phone in the movie. It was more like a slave contract, which allowed Voldemort to firmly control the Death Eaters when he was strong. Of course, if Voldemort was weak, the effect of the dark mark would be greatly weakened. However, Li Feng did not care about these shortcomings. He still had the devil slave contract in his hand. As long as Li Feng spent some time studying, it would not be impossible to merge the dark mark and the slave contract to create a unique control method. Chapter 78, Convulsion. Thanks to the support and reward from Ancient Navigator. In the mirror space, Tom seemed to understand his fate. Just when Li Feng was about to cast the spell of temptation on him again, he hid in the notebook and refused to show up, showing an attitude that he would rather die than be humiliated. Li Feng was helpless about this. He said that killing Tom would make him feel better, and it would be easy to do. But after killing Tom, how to make Dumbledore believe that the notebook was a Horcrux? Li Feng said he was not sure. Maybe Dumbledore would still suspect that Li Feng just took a shabby notebook to fool him. There was no other way, so Li Feng could only form a stalemate with Tom in the notebook. When Dumbledore appeared in the Chamber of Secrets again, Li Feng, who had not recorded many magics, returned to reality with a wronged look on his face. He reluctantly handed the notebook to Dumbledore and said, "I feel like I've lost a lot. Can you compensate me with some gold galleons?" Dumbledore took the notebook and handed Li Feng a glass gourd the size of a baby's fist, saying, "But I think you've made a lot of money." If Slughorn hadn't been obsessed with making potions with basilisks to improve his reputation recently, he wouldn't have easily exchanged the magic enhancing potion for me. Li Feng took the glass gourd, put it in front of his eyes by the light of the fire, and watched the dreamlike scene in the potion. It seemed as if there was a galaxy in the small gourd, and the light blue potion was shining with tiny dots of light, which slowly rotated around the brightest star in the center. Li Feng glanced at the notebook in Dumbledore's hand implicitly, and then looked at such a beautiful magic amplification potion. He felt reluctant to drink it. After admiring it for a while, he asked reluctantly, "Professor, is there an instruction manual for this thing? How should I use the potion if I am given it alone? Should I drink it directly, take a bath, or eat it with sauce and bread?" Hearing Li Feng's nonsense, Dumbledore, who was studying the notebook with his wand, almost staggered and slapped the notebook in his hand towards Li Feng. Dumbledore looked at Li Feng thoughtfully, and after recalling Li Feng's information, he suddenly understood something and said, "Nonsense is your way to divert my attention and relieve my mood?" Li Feng, who was originally smiling, froze. Seeing this, Dumbledore smiled and raised his notebook with one hand and asked in a gentle tone, "It seems that you have communicated with Tom. Tell me what deal you made with Tom. I'm very curious about what common language a wizard from the outside world and the Dark Lord of our world can have." Li Feng's expression gradually solidified on his face. He knew that, even though Dumbledore was smiling and speaking in a gentle tone, he knew that, if he didn't explain it clearly, Dumbledore would probably have a way to imprison him. Li Feng understood why Dumbledore treated him differently when he contacted Tom. If an ordinary person contacted Tom, the consequence would be nothing more than being bewitched and obeying Tom's orders. At most, there was one more Death Eater in the world. Dumbledore could still ignore an ordinary Death Eater. But Li Feng is different. First of all, Li Feng comes from another civilization. Unfortunately, in Dumbledore's eyes, he is a guy who likes to trade with magic. Who knows if Li Feng will use any special magic to trade with Tom. Originally, Dumbledore was not sure that he could kill Tom when he was familiar with him. Once Tom mastered a new and unknown spell, he didn't think he could immediately come up with a spell to break the spell. It was even a question whether there was a spell to break the spell. So for the peace of the magic world, why not bear the crime of murder? Do you really think Dumbledore will not kill people? Thinking of this, Li Feng thought silently, I hope that old Dumbledore will really be lenient to me if I confess, and severe if I resist, just like in the original book. While preparing the spell secretly, Li Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. With a bitter face, he took out the magic book from his pocket, turned to the page that recorded the fiery blaze curse, and said, I don't know if you can sense that my magic power leans towards the dark, but the magic I have learned all along leans towards white magic. It's not that I don't want to learn black magic, but there is no source to learn from. Dumbledore glanced at the fiery blaze curse, frowned and said, what magic did you use to exchange the fiery blaze curse with Tom? Li Feng shook his head and smiled. Do you remember my evaluation of Voldemort? Mad Dog and Manic Patient. Dumbledore felt that Li Feng's description was a little inappropriate, but he still found it funny to describe Voldemort like this. I still remember you said you wouldn't trade with him. Yes, Li Feng shrugged and said, so I used that feather to threaten Tom, and asked him to teach me magic, but with some regret, Li Feng said faintly, but your insistence on getting the notebook back means I don't have time to learn more magic. Dumbledore looked at Li Feng seriously, wanting to make sure whether Li Feng was telling him the truth. After a while, he took the notebook back into his arms and said, let's start our magical journey. By the way, as long as you drink the magic amplification potion, your magic power will increase rapidly in the near future. As for how much it will increase, it depends on your own qualifications. Li Feng shook the potion in his hand, pulled out the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. After drinking it, he smacked his lips and said, I drank it too fast, and couldn't taste the saltiness. Can I have some more? I feel the amount is too little, and not enough to quench my thirst. Dumbledore ignored Li Feng's nonsense and took out a book called Introduction to Magic that he compiled and said, I don't have much time to teach you. It's temporarily scheduled for every Saturday after dinner. Handing the textbook to Li Feng, Dumbledore continued, although you have not learned the magic of our world, I think magic is magic, and there are some similarities, so my teaching speed will be a little fast. I hope you can take good notes. If you encounter any questions you don't understand, you can ask me every Saturday night. Li Feng, who restrained his smile, took the introduction to magic with both hands and said respectfully, thank you. I hope I'm the fastest learner in your teaching career. Dumbledore nodded and smiled. You are also the only person who became my student after adulthood. From the origin of magic to its development in modern times, Dumbledore demonstrated magic while introducing the principles of releasing magic in detail until the early morning. Dumbledore couldn't help yawning and said, let's stop here today. After all, I'm old, and I don't have as much energy as you to stay up late. Hearing that today's magic teaching was over, Li Feng, who was still unsatisfied, bowed to Dumbledore and said, thank you. Dumbledore accepted Li Feng's salute with a clear conscience. smiled and said, "By the way, Lupin wrote to me and asked me to pass on a question. He has prepared some materials for modifying motorcycles. When will you learn the technology from him?" Li Feng thought about it and felt that it was a pity to leave Hogwarts, this Feng Shui treasure land. In addition, he had already used the magic amplification potion, which made him want to stay in an environment with high magic concentration to improve his strength. He said, "Rest tonight, and I will pick up Lupin to teach me in the Chamber of Secrets tomorrow." Dumbledore heard that Li Feng did not want to leave Hogwarts, but he did not object. He nodded and said, "Okay, when you pick up Lupin tomorrow, please help me convey a message to Sirius and ask him to pay attention to safety in the near future." Li Feng was stunned for a moment, then he thought that the matter of the basilisk had been revealed, and Hagrid, the scapegoat of Amragacaban, should be released. And those Ministry of Magic staff who went to Amragacaban with a release certificate would most likely find that Sirius had escaped from prison, and it was estimated that wanted portraits of Sirius would soon be posted all over the streets. At this time, Sirius going out would be no different from seeking death. After Li Feng nodded to indicate that he would convey the message, he yawned and pretended to be sleepy, and watched Dumbledore leave the Chamber of Secrets with his own eyes. After a while, Li Feng, who was sure that Dumbledore would not return, ordered Creature to seal the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and with his big mouth showing his back teeth, he carved Merlin's ring. When the spirit left the body to meditate, Li Feng had already analyzed the principle of the magic amplification potion. Magic power or energy is like food. How much you can eat depends on how much food your stomach can hold. You can only continue to eat after digesting the food and converting it into energy and storing it in your body. Normally, the amount of food for 3 meals a day is basically fixed, unless you are a big eater with outstanding qualifications, who can eat a lot of food at once to allow the body to absorb more energy. The magic power enhancement potion is like a digestion tablet, which can speed up digestion and convert food into energy faster, allowing you to speed up the speed of food intake from the side and have the talent of a big eater for a period of time. Li Feng, who ate energy for a night. Li Feng, who meditated for a night, had to stop practicing until he felt that meditating would not only not improve magic power, but would damage the foundation. After the spirit returned to the body, Li Feng immediately hid the Merlin magic ring. Drawing Merlin's magic ring is simple and quick for Li Feng now, but at the same time, with Dumbledore's knowledge, he will understand the principle after a few glances. Li Feng doesn't want to give Dumbledore a free ride. As for the other part, his desire to learn, it's not impossible. He can exchange resources. He is a poor man whose food expenses are almost cut off. He lacks all materials. Hiding Merlin's magic ring, Li Feng asked Creature to prepare food, while closing his eyes to carefully sense his soaring magic power. After a while, although Li Feng, who was sitting at the dining table, resisted the desire to yell, he couldn't help but smile on his face, and his mouth was twisted from time to time. Creature saw Li Feng laughing like a pig when chewing food, and had to guess. Seeing that this is the same symptom as epilepsy, it is estimated that the owner is sick, and the disease is not light. To be honest, this is the happiest day for Li Feng, since he traveled through time. Think about it, although Li Feng had obtained the time travel cheat before, he could only travel to a magical world. As a rookie with low strength, how different is the other world from the dangerous Marvel world? He could be crushed to death by any passing boss at any time. So Li Feng has always been cautious, but today, when he used the magic power enhancement potion, Li Feng personally experienced the speed of strength improvement visible to the naked eye, and the achievement of working hard for one night equaling the achievement that could only be achieved in a month in the past. Chapter 79 Wandless Duel. Li Feng, who was burping after breakfast, sat at the dining table and rubbed his cheeks that were cramped from laughing, and ordered Creature to prepare the special quill pen for translation. Fearing that Creature would go crazy again when he returned to the Black Mansion, Li Feng warned, "Creature, remember your current identity." Creature's whole body stiffened, and he lowered his head and said, "Creature understands that Creature is the boss's house elf, and it is my duty to serve the boss." Seeing that Creature understood his consciousness, Li Feng stood up and opened the portal. After crossing the portal and coming to the dining room of the Black Mansion, Feng watched Sirius and Lupin sitting face to face in silence, as if looking in the mirror. One hand picked up the water cup and drank it, and the other hand put the bread into his mouth in sync. I don't know why, watching the two sitting opposite each other like a couple, with similar expressions and synchronized eating movements, Feng suddenly had a question in his mind. One can turn into a wolf and the other can turn into a dog. They are just two brothers. If they are a man and a woman who love each other, what should their offspring be called? When Sirius saw the portal, he knew that Feng was coming. He hurriedly stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth and spit out saliva in excitement and cursed Feng, "You despicable thief, how dare you step into my house?" Feng glanced at him and subconsciously stepped back a few steps to avoid saliva sticking to his clothes. After confirming that Sirius did not have a wand in his hand, Feng scratched his head and asked Lupin, who was ready to watch the show, "What's wrong with him? Is he suffering from rabies?" Lupin's eyes twitched, and he pointed at the floor at Feng, and walked in front of Sirius, who was getting more and more excited, to prevent Sirius from being unable to bear the stimulation and suddenly jumping on Feng. Feng first looked at the floor in confusion, then suddenly realized, gold galleons in the basement? Spreading his hands, Feng looked at Sirius with innocent eyes and said, "You can't blame me for this. You said you can take as much as I can. Since I have the ability to empty it, you can't blame me." Sirius heard Feng talking to him in a supposed tone, and pointed at Feng's nose and shouted angrily, "Duel, I want to duel with you." Feng would take a wizard who doesn't even have a wand seriously? Feng immediately held a basketball-sized fireball in his right hand, hooked his finger at Sirius with his left hand, and replied arrogantly, "Come on, who's afraid of who? Since you don't even have a wand, for fairness, let's have a wandless duel." Sirius, Lupin, the two looked at each other speechlessly, and then looked at the fireball in Feng's palm. Damn, who doesn't know who's behind? Feng is not from this world. It doesn't matter to him whether he has a wand or not. And what about Sirius? Without a wand, what's the difference between him and an ordinary person? This is called a duel? This is asking for trouble. Although he knew that the two would not really duel, after all, Feng knew that Sirius had Dumbledore as his backer, and Sirius also knew that he couldn't beat Feng without a good wand, but Lupin still held his forehead and felt a headache. Fearing that the two would continue to quarrel, Lupin pressed Sirius on the chair and turned to Feng and said, "Mr. Austin, I have prepared the materials for modifying the motorcycle, but you need to solve the problem of the teaching venue yourself." Originally, Lupin had thought about teaching Feng at the Black Mansion, but now looking at the posture of Sirius and Feng, it would be good to rest quietly in the old house. As for teaching, forget it. Fortunately, Feng didn't want to stay in the Black's old house to practice the motorcycle modification skills, and said, "The venue problem is easy to solve. The place I live now is very good, spacious, and quiet enough." Looking at Sirius, Feng said slowly, "When will you let me copy the books collected by the Black family?" Hearing that Feng was still thinking about the books in the basement, Sirius said unhappily, "Don't you have free access to my basement? Why are you asking me these questions? Let Creature copy them himself." After that, Sirius turned around in a huff and stopped looking at Feng. Come to think of it, although he promised Feng that he would let him copy the books, after confirming Pettigrew's information, he hadn't confirmed it yet, and they had already sneaked into the basement to copy them. Anyone would be unhappy. This was because the information Feng gave was correct. If it was false information, Sirius said that he would not suffer any loss. It's good to be able to copy the book. As for Sirius' attitude, Feng shrugged indifferently, turned around and handed the magic book to Creature, saying, "Copy all the content as soon as possible, mark the information that cannot be copied for the time being, and come back to continue copying when I'm strong enough in the future." After giving the order, Feng took a suitcase engraved with the Traceless extension spell from Lupin. For some reason, Feng suddenly thought of a great god in this world, who had a suitcase similar to the one in front of him. The difference was that the suitcase of that guy was a zoo, and the space inside the suitcase was so large that it could park an aircraft carrier. I wonder if I can expand my car compartment to park an aerospace carrier after I learn how to modify the car. After thinking for a while, Feng patted the bulging box and said, "How many cars can I modify with these materials?" "How many cars?" Lupin said speechlessly. "Only enough for one. After all, according to your requirements, the cost of materials is not a small amount. Besides, you have emptied Sirius's gold galleons, and he doesn't have much money to buy these materials. The materials used for the traceless telescopic spell to expand the interior space of the car occupy most of the space in the box, and the rest are flying and invisibility materials. But," Lupin glanced at Sirius and smiled, "I can teach you how to modify the first few things, but I don't understand the operating principle of the engine, the most important part of the flying car. Therefore, I can't modify the engine to be driven by magic. You can only learn from Sirius." He was an expert in this field back then. As soon as Lupin finished speaking, Feng saw Sirius looking at him provocatively, his eyes full of "come and beg me." Feng tilted his head to think for a while, then smiled and said, "Dumbledore asked me to tell you that the Ministry of Magic will find out that you have escaped from Azkaban soon, so you'd better stay at home." Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal, showed a mysterious smile, and said to Sirius, "Do you think that after the Ministry of Magic knows that you have escaped, will they guess that you escaped to kill Harry? And for the safety of Harry, the savior, what extreme means do you think the Ministry of Magic will use to hunt you down? You want me to ask Sirius to teach me how to modify a car? Don't even think about it. I'm not a big shot like Dumbledore, so who is afraid of who?" After complaining in his heart, Feng ignored the silly Sirius and returned to the Chamber of Secrets with Lupin, who was squinting his eyes in thought. After crossing the portal, Lupin kept guessing what Feng meant by excessive and asked thoughtfully, "What did you mean just now? Did you see what will happen in the future?" Feng opened the suitcase, took up each piece of material, and played with it, and said, "It's nothing. You'll know when the time comes. You just need to know that Sirius will beg to teach me how to modify the car. Tell me what you are going to do after you know about Pettigrew's situation." Lupin thought about it and felt that Feng wanted to stay in Hogwarts and practice magic peacefully. If he saw that Sirius was going to get into trouble, he would definitely not hide anything. After all, Dumbledore was watching. The incident of the basilisk in school this year has made many students and parents panic. If the incident of Pettigrew happens again in the near future, many students will probably transfer schools. So Dumbledore asked us to wait until Pettigrew leaves school during the summer vacation, or until the basilisk incident is settled, before taking action against Pettigrew. Lupin glanced at Feng and said faintly, "I remember you called me professor before, so you knew that I would come to Hogwarts to be the professor of defense against the dark arts, didn't you? When I enter Hogwarts next semester, I will be able to better protect Harry, and with my understanding of Pettigrew, the success rate of capturing him will be greatly improved. After all, our goal is not to kill Pettigrew, but to capture him alive. Only by capturing Pettigrew alive and handing him over to the Ministry of Magic can Sirius clear his charges and appear on the streets openly to enjoy the sunshine." When talking about handing Pettigrew over to the Ministry of Magic, Lupin's face was obviously helpless and disgusted. Come to think of it, Sirius didn't even have an interrogation procedure back then. He was thrown directly into Azkaban for 12 years, plus the Ministry of Magic's attitude towards Dumbledore. As Dumbledore's die-hard fan, it would be strange for Lupin to have a good face towards the Ministry of Magic. Feng scratched his head. After all the fuss, it's back to the plot. Is this considered a revision of the world? Lupin took out a rusty beetle car without doors and wheels from the suitcase. Feng said with disgust, "Where did you find this scrapped car? Did you pick it up on the roadside?" Lupin spread his hands, made a helpless gesture, and said, "It's good to be able to pick up a car. I don't have the money to buy a new car for you to toss." While continuing to take out materials from the suitcase, Lupin pretended to ask unconsciously, "How do you think the Ministry of Magic will treat Pettigrew?" The premise of wanting to treat Pettigrew is that Pettigrew can't escape. I think Lupin has something to say. Feng touched his chin and asked, "What do you know about Pettigrew?" "It's not Pettigrew." Lupin's hand froze and said, "It's the Ministry of Magic. I don't know what the laws are in your world, but in our world, Pettigrew is a hero. After Lupin's explanation, Li Feng speechlessly gave a thumbs up to the Ministry of Magic. It's really fucking stupid. It was obviously Pettigrew who betrayed the Potters and pinned the blame on Sirius, and at the same time, he faked his own death under the pretense of hunting down Sirius and escaped. In the end, the Ministry of Magic thought he was a hero and awarded Pettigrew the Order of Merlin, First Class. Now, without solid evidence, the Ministry of Magic cannot use force against Pettigrew, who has the Order of Merlin, First Class, such as injecting him with the Veritaserum or something. The problem is that Pettigrew knew that he would die if he told the truth. So why did he still tell the truth? Why not just insist that it was Sirius who killed the Potters? So Lupin sometimes thinks the same thing as Sirius. Leave it to the Ministry of Magic and just kill Pettigrew. Chapter 80, Potions, Obtained. Li Feng said he was powerless about Pettigrew's matter. He was not a big shot in the political world who could make the Ministry of Magic throw Pettigrew directly into a Magaba. Could it be that Li Feng, as a wizard from another universe, had a business meeting with the Ministry of Magic and asked the Ministry of Magic to severely punish Pettigrew? Regardless of whether the Ministry of Magic believed Li Feng's words, let's talk about what the Ministry of Magic would do after Li Feng revealed his identity. Either they would lock Li Feng up in a mental hospital, or they would respond to Li Feng's question with a large bottle of truth serum. If they confirmed that Li Feng was from another world, they would probably use Oblivion afterwards, then slice Li Feng up for a search with a smile, and then announce to the wizard's new world, new journey, here we come. Lupin also knew that Li Feng was powerless to do anything about it. He just wanted to know what happened to Pettigrew with a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Li Feng refused to answer his questions, Lupin stopped asking so that he would not ask any more questions. Li Feng would talk about a deal again. He was so poor that he had not bought new clothes for several years and had to live in Sirius's house. Where would he get the gold galleons to ask questions? It would be better to be careful when arresting Pettigrew and find strong evidence. Since then, Li Feng's miserable life officially began. During the day, he learned the craft of modifying cars from Lupin, and at night he still learned the basics of magic from Lupin. On Saturday, Lupin could pat his butt and say he wanted to take a day off, while Li Feng was still studying miserably, asking Dumbledore all the questions he had accumulated in a week. It can be said that this period of time was both painful and happy for Li Feng. The pain was because Li Feng said that he was a poor student and the rules were different in different worlds. Some theories that Li Feng thought were completely nonsense were the truth in this world, which led to Li Feng's learning of skills and magic not being as fast as he imagined. Happiness is due to the rapid improvement of strength, especially with the help of the magic enhancement potion. When Li Feng, who had only the magic power of a senior student when he first came to this world, waited for the students of Hogwarts to rush to the Hogwarts Express with their luggage to enjoy the happy time of summer vacation, Li Feng's total magic power had reached the total magic power that a normal wizard should have. Of course, after such a long time, the effect of the magic enhancement potion, no matter how powerful it was, should end. So should Dumbledore's teaching. After all, he was the principal of a school, and it was already the limit for him to teach Li Feng for a period of time. In this regard, Li Feng, who had enjoyed the surge in strength, said that he was dissatisfied and very unhappy, but he had no choice. After all, the magic enhancement potion was rarer than the felicity potion. In Sirius' words, Li Feng was lucky to drink a bottle of magic enhancement potion in this life, because he jumped into the felicity potion and drowned in the last life. If he wanted to drink another bottle, he would probably have to soak in the felicity potion for hundreds of years. On the first day of the Hogwarts holiday, Li Feng ordered Creature to clean up the Chamber of Secrets and prepare a pot of good tea before Snape left the school. He then let the spirit float above the Merlin magic ring. However, compared with the past, the door of the Chamber of Secrets was open today. After a while, Snape, as always, had a stern face, wearing a large bat suit, and came to the Chamber of Secrets with an invitation letter from Li Feng. The moment Snape stepped into the Chamber of Secrets, Li Feng, in spirit form, nodded slightly to greet him, indicating that he could observe the Merlin magic ring up close, while he continued to meditate. Snape was stunned when he saw Li Feng's spirit. After taking the teacup handed over by Creature, he circled around the Merlin magic ring with interest and analyzed it, especially sensing the increase in magic power caused by Li Feng's meditation. There is no such thing as meditation for wizards in this world. The improvement of magic power depends entirely on talent and taking various potions. Therefore, compared with the Merlin magic ring, which is suspected to be a magic gathering circle in this world, Snape is more interested in Li Feng's meditation method. After a long time, Li Feng, who had ended his meditation early, controlled his spirit body back to his body, pointed at Merlin's magic ring, and said, "How is it?" Snape looked at Merlin's magic ring, shook the invitation letter in his hand, and said, "These are the 2 methods you mentioned in your letter that can quickly improve your strength?" Li Feng nodded, waved to Snape and said, "I'll talk about the meditation method later. Now you can enter Merlin's magic ring and feel its charm." Merlin's magic ring. Merlin is not a fantasy character to Snape, but a real person. Moreover, the other party has studied at Hogwarts, and the college he studied at is Slytherin College, which he currently manages. In Snape's opinion, the magic gathering circle named after Merlin is not a common product. The effect of gathering magic may be better than he thought. But he didn't understand when Li Feng, who was stingy in his impression, became generous. This level of magic can be traded at will. When did his own potion learning become so valuable? In fact, Li Feng was forced to use meditation or Merlin's magic ring to negotiate a deal. In addition to coveting the magic knowledge of this world, he also wanted the knowledge of potions. For this reason, when he killed the basilisk, Li Feng even used the temptation spell on Snape and McGonagall. As a result, the 2 professors were not easy to deal with. They nodded in front of him and agreed to exchange knowledge for Li Feng's assistance. When the basilisk was killed and turned around, the 2 professors had already woken up from the temptation spell. It would be strange if the 2 professors would agree to the deal that they agreed to after being tempted by temptation. McGonagall's refusal had made Li Feng feel distressed for a while, and Snape's refusal made Li Feng regret it even more. What a fool he was at the beginning. Wouldn't it be perfect if he used magic to make the 2 sign the contract first after temptation, and then killed the snake? Now he has to pay a greater price to learn potion knowledge from Snape. Confused, Snape walked into Merlin's ring. After a while, Snape, who understood how powerful Merlin's ring was, said with a straight face, "Why are you looking for me? If I remember correctly, you have been learning magic with that stupid wolf. And Dumbledore, his potions knowledge is not worse than mine." Li Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "Dumbledore's teaching has ended. After all, he is a very busy man. As for Lupin, it's not that he doesn't want to teach me, but how can his potions knowledge compare with yours? Since I want to learn potions, why don't I do it in one step? Wouldn't it be better to learn from a potions master like you?" After that, Li Feng snapped his fingers and said, "Creature, bring me the Half-Blood Prince's textbook." Hearing Li Feng's words, that both complimented him and looked down on Lupin's potions knowledge, Snape said he was very happy. When he heard Li Feng say Half-Blood Prince, the corners of his slightly raised mouth froze. The title of Half-Blood Prince was given to himself when he was a student and acted silly. Now he has become a mature old man, and when he suddenly heard the title of Prince, his face was somewhat embarrassed. Li Feng took the textbook from Creature and threw it to Snape, saying, "This is your textbook. Very wonderful notes. Every time I see this textbook, I'm more certain of learning potions from you." Snape looked at Merlin's ring, then looked at the textbook in his hand. After thinking for a while, he said, "Teach you to brew potions in exchange for Merlin's ring or meditation?" Snape already knew the effect of Merlin's ring. He certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to think that a course in potion learning would be exchanged for 2 ways to improve strength. Considering that Li Feng had demonstrated 2 methods in front of him, he must have other purposes. Snape, who was eager for strength, couldn't help but asked, "What else do you want to exchange for another method?" Li Feng scratched his brow and said, "Do you have a magic power enhancing potion?" Snape couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said unhappily, "Be realistic. You might as well ask me if I have the recipe." Li Feng blinked. "Although I haven't learned how to brew potions yet, what about in the future? When I learn the process of making potions and have the recipe in hand, won't I be able to configure it myself?" Then you can drink the magic enhancement potion as plain water. Snape knew what Feng was thinking when he saw his expression and said speechlessly, I clearly told you that I have the formula, but I didn't mention that the difficulty of boiling the magic enhancement potion is not something a rookie like you can learn. Where can you find those extinct materials? Feng grinned and thought silently, for you, it is an extinct material, but in other words, it may be a weed on the roadside. And from your tone, I think you don't take the magic enhancement potion as a treasure, which is just a bargain for me. Meditation or Merlin's magic ring, in exchange for your teaching, and the formula of the magic enhancement potion. Although Snape was eager to improve his strength, he knew how huge and difficult the content of potion learning was. He couldn't teach it, just because he wanted to. If Feng didn't understand the potion well, the teaching time would be longer. So as a professor at Hogwarts, he believed that he didn't have so much time to teach Feng. After all, he still had a large group of students to teach and to correct homework. With a hint of regret, Snape threw his school textbook to Feng, turned around and left the secret room and said, sorry, I don't have time to teach you. Feng seemed to understand what Snape was thinking. After thinking about it, he said, how about this, just teach me during this vacation. As for whether I can learn it or not, that's my business. How about it? Compared to Merlin's ring, Snape is more inclined to the trading meditation method. After all, it's just a magic gathering circle. He has it, but the effect is slightly worse than Merlin's ring. So when he heard that he could learn the meditation method after only one summer vacation, Snape paused, turned around, looked at Feng, and said, in view of the fact that you have used temptation spells on me before, unless you teach me the meditation method first, I will consider whether to teach you during the summer vacation. The distrust in the other party's words made Feng embarrassed and excited. There is no need to say much about the reason for the embarrassment. The excitement was because Feng heard that there was still hope of making a deal in Snape's words. Feng said, I'll give you the meditation method now. After you confirm its authenticity, come to the secret room with the formula of the magic amplification potion and teach me. How about that? It didn't take long for Snape to determine the authenticity of the meditation method. After thinking for a while, he took the magic book from Feng, looked through the meditation method and took notes, and said, prepare the crucible and materials in the evening. Chapter 81 Dementors are very well behaved. That night, Snape came to the Chamber of Secrets with a cauldron and a bunch of introductory potion materials. He looked at Creature who was busy in the Chamber of Secrets, and Lupin who was looking at Feng with an unhappy expression. Seeing Snape's arrival, Feng happily put away his magic and put down his wand. He stepped forward and saluted, saying, good evening, Professor Snape. Snape nodded slightly in response to Feng's greeting. He was here to be a private teacher and deserved Feng's salute. Snape looked at Lupin with a strong disdainful look. This guy was one of the people he disliked since his student days. It was good enough that he didn't pull out his wand and give him a fainting shot as soon as they met. He even wanted to say hello to him? How could it be possible? Frowning, Snape said in a tone that Feng felt was arrogant no matter how he listened to it. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Perhaps we need to arrange another time. Although he knew that Lupin had been teaching Feng magic in the Chamber of Secrets recently, he never expected that he would still be in the Chamber of Secrets at this time. He thought that, after agreeing on a teaching time with Feng, Lupin would leave on his own accord. On the other hand, Lupin was the same. He did not look at Snape with a good look, and he also did not salute or greet him. However, unlike Snape, he had long known that he would come to the Chamber of Secrets to teach Feng about potions at night, and he also understood that Feng was going to learn from both of them at the same time, so he directly ignored Snape's words and said to Feng, I hope you have enough energy to spend a summer vacation. After that, he walked to a corner by himself, fiddling with the puppet target used for practicing magic, and waiting for Feng to come. Feng shrugged his shoulders. Energy was too easy for him to solve. As long as he had enough magic power, he could release or recover physical strength and all problems would be solved. Not to mention taking 2 classes at the same time. Feng said he could handle 10 professors at the same time. Li Feng made a pleased gesture to Snape, motioning him to enter the tent, while Li Feng took off the time converter from his neck. When Snape saw the time converter, he understood what Li Feng was going to do, and also understood why Lupin did not leave after seeing the crucible and materials in his hand. With the time converter, Li Feng could indeed learn from two people at the same time. Snape didn't say anything nonsense. After entering the tent, he asked Li Feng to start the actual operation, while he played the role of poisonous tongue beside Li Feng. Stupid, the textbook says distilled water, but why did you pour boiled water? Do you have a troll's brain? Look carefully, stir it clockwise for 3.5 circles. 3.5 circles. Half a circle of your clock is more than 180 degrees. An hour later, Li Feng looked innocently at a lump of unknown liquid in the crucible that was bubbling and emitting a pungent smell. Snape covered his mouth and nose, standing behind Li Feng, as if he was afraid of being poisoned by an unknown liquid. In fact, Snape knew that this was Li Feng's first time brewing a potion, and it was good that there was no explosion in the middle of the process. After all, no one is born knowing how to brew potions, and it was good that Li Feng could achieve the current achievement in his first time brewing potions. Snape looked at the pile of materials in the open suitcase, took out a parchment from his pocket, and handed it to Li Feng. He prepared to leave the tent without packing up the crucible and said, "That's all for today's teaching. Since you have already taken notes, practice more by yourself. Anyway, you have too many potion materials to fit in." Before leaving, Snape did not forget to restrain his venomous tongue, and said with a regretful expression, "It's a pity to have so many medicinal materials in your hands." Ignoring the venomous tongue, Li Feng was stunned when he took the parchment, and then he thought of what was recorded on the parchment, and shouted excitedly, "Creature, help me send Professor Snape off." After shouting, Li Feng grinned and lay down in front of the desk, copying the formula of the magic amplification potion into the magic book. Considering that the same medicinal material has different names in different worlds, or the same medicinal material has changed its appearance in other worlds, Li Feng searched for information and marked the growth environment and medicinal properties of the medicinal material while checking it, so as to prevent missing substitutes when going to other worlds to find medicinal materials. Not long after Snape left, Lupin also finished his teaching for the day. After walking into the tent, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "Remember Ginny Weasley who was captured by the basilisk and taken into the Chamber of Secrets?" Li Feng felt a little puzzled by the question. "Harry's wife, of course I remember." Nodding, Li Feng motioned Lupin to continue. Lupin pointed to the letter and said, "The girl's family thanks you for saving their daughter and wants to invite you, Snape and Professor McGonagall to their home. But perhaps Merlin saw that Ginny's experience was too pitiful and gave them a big prize. The Weasley family can travel to Egypt this year to relax, so the invitation time can only be set a few days before the start of the Hogwarts school." Professor McGonagall rejected the Weasley family's invitation on the grounds of welcoming new students. After all, those little wizards whose parents are muggles need Professor McGonagall to go there in person to explain the Hogwarts admission letter, otherwise they may be regarded as a prank by those muggles. As for Snape, I don't think he will go. From what I know about him, that guy would rather stay in front of the crucible and smell the pungent smell of potions than visit the Weasleys. By the way, the Weasleys are very welcoming, you will like them. Lupin said with a bit of helplessness on his face. Petty will also travel to Egypt with the Weasleys. In order to prevent him from escaping abroad halfway, our original plan to capture Pettigrew during the summer vacation can only be readjusted. It is expected that we will take action after the basilisk incident subsides next year. Li Feng felt that this world had a strong power to correct the plot, and it could return to the plot. Li Feng nodded and said that he would definitely go there. After all, the food he ate every day was taken by Creature from the kitchen of Hogwarts. Since he could change his taste, why would he refuse? And he could also ask Weasley about the flying car and see what the difference was between his magic modification technology and Sirius's. If there was a chance, Li Feng also wanted to talk to Pettigrew alone to see if he could get the magic that blew up half the street from him. After finishing the story, Li Feng, who was about to continue copying the properties of the medicinal materials in the magic amplification potion, saw Lupin standing awkwardly in front of the desk, looking like he wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Feng asked curiously, "Just tell me what's the matter. It's not the first day we've known each other. I will definitely help you if I can." Lupin rolled his eyes. "You will help, but can you not ask for benefits? The Ministry of Magic has issued a wanted notice. They have sent out dementors to hunt down Sirius, and allowed dementors to perform the dementor's kiss when they meet Sirius." Seeing that Lupin didn't continue, Feng felt a little puzzled and asked, "Just let the dementors hunt you down. Are you afraid that the brainless dementors will catch Sirius? If you are worried about accidents, why don't you let Sirius hide in the Black Mansion? After you catch Pettigrew next year, Sirius will naturally be fine." At this point, Feng suddenly thought of something and smiled. "You don't think the dementors can find the Black Mansion, do you? Don't worry, my dementors are very well behaved. Even if they find the Black Mansion, I will let them pretend they didn't see it. How about it? The dementors are very well behaved. That's for you. For others, it's more like being hated by people and evil by ghosts." Lupin shook his head speechlessly and suddenly recalled in his mind that Feng said with certainty that Sirius would teach him how to modify the engine of the flying car. Now he knew why. He had already learned from the Ministry of Magic that the Ministry of Magic concluded that Sirius escaped in order to hunt down Harry. It can be said that wherever Harry appeared, the dementors would appear. Now it is summer vacation time, and Harry has long returned to the Muggle world. The dementors are controlled by the Ministry of Magic and will only appear in the streets and alleys where wizards gather. However, once school starts, the dementors who capture Sirius will definitely appear near the campus under the instructions of the Ministry of Magic. And Hogwarts, which is full of joy, is no different from a piece of sweet cake for dementors. Can those dementors who have almost no self-control resist the desire to absorb happiness? In this regard, Lupin said that it is more convincing to believe that dementors can restrain their instincts than to believe that dementors are holy creatures. Lupin took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, saying bitterly, "I'm not worried that the dementors will pose a threat to Sirius. I'm worried that the Ministry of Magic will order the dementors to get too close to Harry in order to hunt down Sirius, causing Harry to get hurt. So I want to talk to you about whether you can keep the dementors away from Harry." Hearing this, Feng had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. In the original book, the dementors did leave a great impression on Harry, so why was I ordered to stay away from Harry before my dementors even appeared? Touching his chin, Feng summoned the leader of the dementors to meet him outside Hogwarts and said, "What did Sirius say?" Lupin sighed that anyone who could see the future through time was just awesome, and looked at Feng with a smile and said, "Didn't you know the answer a long time ago? And this is also Sirius' request. He is willing to teach you how to modify the engine this way." Feng stood up and shrunk the magic book and put it back in his pocket. He reached out to open a portal and said, "You can see that I've been practicing brewing potions recently, so I need some gold galleons to buy materials. You see," Lupin said without thinking. "Okay." Feng never thought of asking Lupin or Sirius for small money from the beginning, but instead targeted Harry, who made Harry related to the dementors and a rich second generation. So Lupin's quick answer made Feng stunned, and he asked curiously, "Are you rich?" Lupin, who followed Feng across the portal, spread his hands and said, "I don't have money, but Sirius has money." "Still have money? Didn't I empty all the galleons?" Could it be that Sirius Black, with the face of a wanted criminal, risked his life to break into Gringotts to get the money? He wanted money over life. Lupin saw what Feng was thinking, and said with a smile, "When do you think the Black House was built? How does it compare to the existence of the Black family? Do you think those ancient families will really put all their property together? They know better than you what it means not to put all your eggs in one basket." Feng, who came to the outside of the campus, squinted his eyes and touched his chin, wondering when he was fleecing the Black family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, 1K. In the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, Li Feng was chatting with Lupin while waiting for the leader of the dementors to come. After a while, the two saw a black shadow flying quickly towards them in the air in the distance. As the black shadow suddenly stopped in front of Li Feng and bowed humbly to Li Feng, the two suddenly felt a chill sweeping over their bodies. Immediately, they each used their magical powers to protect themselves from being affected by the dementors' close proximity. Li Feng looked at the wildflowers that were quickly frost covered and withered beside the dementors, and then looked at Lupin, who was standing in front of the dementors with a calm look. Li Feng was a little curious. He was not afraid of the dementors because the other party was originally his slave. He had taught him a lesson when he subdued them. So now the other party did not dare to show his teeth to him at all and would only try his best to restrain the desire to absorb the happiness in the air. Otherwise, Li Feng would not mind letting the other party recall what painful memories were. In addition, Li Feng could originally stay beside the dementors for a short period of time, so he could ignore the dementors' innate abilities. But how did Lupin do it? Lupin saw Li Feng's curiosity, rolled up his sleeves and let Li Feng look at the strange patterns on his arm, and said, "Remember those spells that restrain Wolfsbane? Dumbledore helped me improve them and engrave them on my body, like tattoos with runes. So now." Lupin's mouth curled up slightly, and an excited smile appeared on his face. He said, "So now, in addition to being a little weak on full moon nights, I can also choose whether to turn into a werewolf. At the same time, these tattoos modified by Dumbledore can allow me to ignore the approach of some twisted creatures for a short period of time. Unfortunately, dementors are one of the twisted creatures." Li Feng scratched his head, looked at the runes on Lupin's arm, and asked puzzledly, "Since these spells can help you not be afraid of dementors' innate abilities, why did you come to me? Can't you just engrave some on Harry?" Lupin shook his head and reluctantly opened his collar, revealing the rune on his chest, and said, "Do you think just tattooing it on your arm can restrain Wolfsbane? You're wrong. I have runes tattooed almost all over my body, and there are many disadvantages to tattooing runes on your body. First of all, this is a spell to restrain Wolfsbane. It is only a byproduct that it does not have to be afraid of dementors getting close to it. Secondly, for the runes to be effective, they need to provide a source of magic power themselves, and Harry is just a child. He does not have enough magic power to make these runes work as they should. Even if the spell is engraved on a tool for Harry to use, it will only be able to defend against dementors for a short time because of Harry's magic problem. What's worse is that Harry will use up his magic power due to the use of the tools and will completely lose his ability to defend himself." Finally, Lupin said quietly, "Harry is still a child who has reached a stage of rapid development. Can you imagine that, if I carve these spells today, the runes will be deformed next month because Harry grows taller or fatter? Will the deformed runes still have magical effects? So these spells carved into runes are not worth the cost for Harry." Li Feng nodded suddenly, to show that he understood. "Just say that Harry's current strength is not enough. Even if he picks up the artifact, he can't exert the power it should have. You are right to understand it." Lupin, who was standing next to the dementors and explaining to Li Feng, buttoned his collar, rubbed his hands that were beginning to feel cold, handed Li Feng a strand of hair that he got from somewhere, and looked at the well-behaved person next to him, or the dementors who consciously positioned themselves as slaves, said, "Can we solve the dementors problem first? I can't help but give this guy Expecto Patronus. Dementors don't have eyes. They can only identify creatures through smell and emotion, so there is no need for Lupin to explain anything." Li Feng already knew that the owner of this strand of hair must be Harry. Li Feng took the hair and turned to hand it to the dementors. He looked at Lupin with contempt and said, "TSK, I thought the short time you mentioned was how long it was, but you were forced to tremble by the dementors in 3 seconds? Do you think you are a real man for 3 seconds? Lupin was stunned. Although he didn't understand what 3 seconds of real manliness meant, it was obvious that Li Feng was not praising him. Just when Lupin rolled his eyes at Li Feng, he saw Li Feng opened his mouth to the dementors without making any sound. In fact, it was Li Feng who was commanding the dementors in the language of the dead. "Order your men not to approach or harm the owner of this smell. If you have to meet him, you must restrain your talents. Get away from the owner of this smell as soon as possible." The dementors lowered their head and floated to Harry's hair and said, "Yes, my master." When the dementors sniffed Harry's hair, a bold idea suddenly popped up in Li Feng's mind. He said to Lupin half jokingly and half seriously, "You said that, when I let the dementors search Sirius door to door, they would hang signs around their necks, stating that they would not search the house, as long as they were paid. How much money do you think I could make?" Lupin stared, speechlessly looking at Li Feng, who was obsessed with money, and said, "How did you come up with such a trick? I don't know how much money you can make. I only know that once people know that the dementors are under your control, you will never be able to go out on the street in your life. The spit alone will drown you." Li Feng scratched his head. He thought this method was good. As for being discovered in the future, he didn't think about it. Li Feng didn't plan to stay in this world for the rest of his life. Going out on the streets was too far away for Li Feng, who only wanted to learn magic. He might as well think about how to improve his strength. But Dumbledore was a big trouble. How about I rob the Death Eaters? The more Li Feng thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. He touched his chin thoughtfully. This is not some evil dementors that people hate. This is a group of my private gold making group. Lupin, what do you say I let the dementors rush into the Death Eaters' homes and carry out a house search? If Li Feng wanted to rely on the unkillable dementors to plunder the wizarding world, Lupin would immediately notify Dumbledore and ask old Dumbledore to come and kill Li Feng. But if Li Feng just targeted the Death Eaters, Lupin, who had always been at odds with the Death Eaters, grinned and said, "Do you need help?" Although there are quite a lot of Death Eaters in the movie, Li Feng really remembered a few of them. Hearing Lupin speak, Li Feng sneered, "Of course, I need a list. You are responsible for collecting the hair of these people and handing it to Wang-Ke. Yes, the leader of this dementor will be called Wang-Ke from now on. Let Wang-Ke take care of the rest. Don't worry, you will be rewarded afterwards." Wang-Ke. Lupin looked at Wang-Ke, who was about to bring him wealth, with a twitch of his mouth, and said, "It's not just money, there are also various potions and magical knowledge. The members of the Death Eaters are pure blood families that have been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years. Their collections are all good things that cannot be missed." Lupin paused, as if he was planning something, and said, "The plan of hanging a sign on the neck of the Dementor should be changed. We need a more covert method to empty their family assets." When he said empty, Lupin looked at Li Feng with a smile, saying that he understood it immediately and was experienced. Lupin's idea was nothing more than to use the dementors to break into the Death Eaters' homes and rely on his own talent for absorbing happiness to force these people to leave the room so that Li Feng could open a portal to move away the good things he liked, just like Li Feng went to the basement of the Black Mansion before and emptied the gold galleons. As for the expedient guards of these people, Li Feng said that there is no problem that these dementors cannot solve. If there is, it means that the number of dementors is not enough, and they need to send a group. Li Feng does not believe that if hundreds of dementors rush into the homes of these Death Eaters, they will probably be so scared that they dare not even fart and dare to use expedient guards. They don't even need dementors to absorb the happiness around them, and they can squeeze the Death Eaters out of their homes just by numbers. At this time, Wang-Ke, who remembered Harry's scent, lowered his head and floated back a few steps, ready to pass Li Feng's orders to other dementors. Li Feng, who shook hands with Lupin to reach a deal, turned to Wang-Ke and said, "It's not right to keep calling you a dementor. From now on, your name will be Wang-Ke. I'll let Lupin contact you in a few days. Remember, this mission is very important. If you mess it up..." With a gloomy face, Li Feng said word by word, "Just let your tribe choose a leader." Wang-Ke, who was unable to resist, didn't know whether he was confused by Wang-Ke's name or afraid of Li Feng's threat. He nodded tremblingly and turned away. Lupin looked at Li Feng, as if he had turned into a big devil, and felt that the kind Wang-Ke was running away like a wronged person. He felt a lot in his heart, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Is this a dementor? Lupin shook his head, expelled the thoughts in his mind, said goodbye to Li Feng, and turned into a black mist, using apparition to leave. Looking at Lupin's leaving figure, Li Feng was a little envious, because he hadn't learned apparition yet. During the summer vacation at Hogwarts, Li Feng spent his time brewing potions and learning magic. The opening of Hogwarts also marked the end of Snape's teaching time for potions. The rest depended on Li Feng's self-study. Fortunately, the basic operation of potions had been learned with the help of Snape. All Li Feng had to do was practice again and again, or spend money again and again. Lupin's teaching time also ended. After all, he would be the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts after the opening of the school, and he didn't have much time to continue teaching Li Feng. Li Feng was very unhappy about this. Although Lupin said he had no time, he wanted to protect Harry and the school while giving him a special treatment and monitoring Pettigrew. It would be strange if Li Feng was in a good mood to teach Harry with the time he was teaching Li Feng. The day before the opening of the school, Li Feng specifically asked Creature to pick out a few gifts from the items robbed from the homes of a bunch of Death Eaters. This was prepared for going to the Weirlies' house for a meal. As night fell, Li Feng, carrying a dry shoulder bag, opened the portal to the Broken Axe Bar. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Li Feng saw a little boy wearing glasses staring at him, and the portal behind him in amazement. Chapter 83 Harry. Li Feng felt that the little boy in front of him looked familiar, so he subconsciously asked, "Harry Potter who survived a catastrophe?" The little boy looked at the portal and the secret room behind the portal curiously, and nodded to admit that he was a little expert in this world. Although he knew that he was in a magical world and could see all kinds of magical magic, Harry was still curious about this swelling orange-yellow light door. Especially since Harry saw Li Feng walk out of the portal with his own eyes, he understood that this was a space-based magic. Harry said that he also wanted to learn it. After learning it, he would not have to be locked up in a small room all day during the holidays. He could go out and stroll around whenever he wanted. How cool. Good evening, sir. What kind of magic is this? Is it in the textbook? Li Feng shrugged and said with a smile, "There is no content about portals in the textbooks. This is my unique spell." After thinking for a while, Li Feng added, "Professor McGonagall knows it, and I guess Dumbledore knows it too." Although in Li Feng's eyes, Harry is a moving galleon, but after this period of time of almost ransacking several Death Eater families, Li Feng, who only has galleons in his pocket and no change, said that he is not short of money or knowledge, so the portal spell that Harry is curious about and yearns for can only be thought about in his mind. Li Feng is not interested in teaching the little kid magic. After simply exchanging names with Harry as a greeting, Li Feng walked straight to the bar, put his shoulder bag aside, and said to the bar owner who was wiping the wine glass, "Tom, a glass of mead. By the way, I'll borrow your fireplace. I'm going to visit Mr. Weirlies' house." "Mr. Austin, long time no see," Tom said as he poured a glass of mead from the barrel. "I still remember that you came to the bar to stay in a poor situation, but looking at your current appearance, I think you've been doing well recently. Have you made new friends in London?" "I guess so. At least I've settled down now." Li Feng took the mead and shrugged and said, "How's business recently?" After that, Li Feng squinted at the slightly sweet mead in his hand. The alcohol content of the mead was not as high as Li Feng imagined, but Li Feng didn't dare to pour it into his mouth in big gulps. These sweet wines have a characteristic, that is, when you feel that the taste is good, and you don't feel drunk, and you are ready to drink one glass after another, you will get drunk unknowingly. Tom glanced at the few drinkers in the bar, pointed to the wanted portraits of Sirius on the surrounding walls, sighed and said, "What can we do? It's all the fault of the damn Sirius and the dementors. Now everyone likes to hide at home, fearing that the valuables at home will be stolen by the dementors. I just can't figure it out. What do the dementors want those things for? Do they want to bring a bunch of gold galleons to my place for a drink? I won't entertain these evil creatures." Li Feng grinned. He didn't want to make any comments on this matter. After all, he was the biggest culprit. Saying that the dementors stole things was just a big pot flying from the sky. Their real job was just to drive the residents out of the house. The rest were Li Feng and Lupin, and Sirius, who was idle at home and almost moldy. The three of them frantically searched for all the items they liked in the Death Eaters' homes. I don't know if Lupin deliberately selected those wealthy families from the list of Death Eaters, or what. Anyway, Li Feng is now rich, whether it's gold galleons, magic books, or props and potions. On the side, Harry, who was preparing to have dinner, heard that Li Feng was going to the Wheelie's house. He looked at Li Feng, who looked like a foreigner, with a little surprise, and then looked at the wine glass in Li Feng's hand, thinking, I'm free anyway, maybe I can go to Ron's house to play. When Mr. Austin finishes drinking, we can go to Ron's house together and give him a surprise. After a while, Li Feng, who was listening to Tom's nagging, finished a glass of mead, said goodbye to Tom, picked up his shoulder bag, and walked towards the fireplace. Just when Li Feng was about to grab the flu powder, he heard Harry's voice behind him. Mr. Austin. Li Feng turned around and asked in confusion, Mr. Potter? Do you have something to talk to me about? Harry looked at the flu powder. He had used this thing before and was teleported to Nocturne Alley because of unclear pronunciation. If it weren't for the good luck of meeting Hagrid, it would have been a waste by now. It was also that experience that made Harry give a bad review of the use of flu powder. But on one hand, he was bored in the room, and on the other hand, he went to Ron's house for a carnival on the last night of the holiday. What would a 13-year-old boy choose? You can guess it with your toes, and Harry is not an honest and obedient child. Harry, I just happen to be going to Wheelie's house too. Shall we go together? Li Feng raised his eyebrows. He knew that, although Harry lived in the leaky axe and could enter and exit the room freely, it was actually right to say that he was under house arrest in the bar. He didn't believe that Harry was not warned not to appear on the street so as not to be killed by Sirius. Although Sirius would not draw a knife and would only give Harry a big hug, others did not know that. After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that at this moment, the drunkard squatting in a corner might be the person sent by the Ministry of Magic to monitor Harry. As an unknown person without even an ID, Li Feng did not want to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, Sirius knew that Pettigrew was at the Wheelie's house. If Li Feng took Harry to visit the Wheelie's house at this time, it was estimated that Sirius and Lupin would dare to rush into Mr. Wheelie's house in the next second. Li Feng grabbed the flu powder beside him, with a fake apology on his face, and said, sorry, I think it would be safer for you to stay in your room. Before Li Feng finished speaking, Harry quickly grabbed the flu powder and rushed into the fireplace and scattered the flu while shouting Wheelie's address. Li Feng watched speechlessly as the green flame suddenly ignited in the fireplace, and then Harry's figure disappeared in front of him. Oh, I forgot that this is a naughty child. Li Feng turned his head to look at Tom, whose expression was frozen, and said with innocent hands, can I say that he is worthy of being a seeker in Quidditch? With such speed and agility, I can't stop him. Tom's eyes twitched slightly, and he put down the wine glass in his hand, which Li Feng thought could never be cleaned. He ran to the bar building in a panic, as if some big shot lived on the second floor, who could solve the trouble caused by Harry's going out without permission. Li Feng scratched his head, not understanding what Tom wanted to do, and walked away by himself, grabbed the flying powder, and walked into the fireplace. When Li Feng arrived at Wheelie's house with a dusty face, he had already expressed his dislike for all the teleportation methods in this world. Is there no normal means of teleportation? This dusty person is even more inhuman than he's how. What's wrong? Before Li Feng drew out his wand to give himself a clean-up, Arthur Wheelie, who had been guarding the fireplace, smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake hands with the Asian-looking Li Feng, saying, good evening, I think you must be Mr. Austin. Ginny and Dumbledore both told me that you are a nation traveling to London. Good evening, Mr. Arthur Wheelie, I'm very pleased to receive your invitation. Li Feng, who had cleaned himself up with magic, shook hands with Arthur Wheelie, and said with a smile, yes, I like Diagon Alley, the goods there make me linger. While speaking, Li Feng silently added in his heart, especially when I spend other people's money, it makes me linger. Li Feng turned his head and looked around, and asked, Mr. Wheelie, have you seen Mr. Potter? He used the flu powder faster than me. I hope he doesn't run to other places. Wheelie pointed upstairs with a nervous expression and said, he is changing clothes upstairs. To be honest, I didn't expect Harry to dare to go out when the situation is so tense. Wheelie motioned to Li Feng to go to the restaurant nearby to order an aperitif, and said, I've already informed Dumbledore that Harry is at my house. I will ensure his safety until he boards the express to Hogwarts. As soon as Weilai handed the wine glass to Feng heard Mrs. Weilai's nervous but joyful voice coming from upstairs. "Don't worry, Harry, you'll be safe in my house. Sirius can't hurt you." At this time, Harry's understanding of Sirius was limited to the fact that he was a murderer who escaped from Azkaban. He didn't understand why Mrs. Weilai mentioned that Sirius wanted to hurt him, and asked in a daze, "Mrs. Weilai, who is Sirius, and what does he have to do with me?" In the restaurant, when Weilai heard his wife telling Harry who Sirius was, and why they were hunting Harry, he explained to Feng awkwardly, "Although the Ministry of Magic opposes me revealing some things to Harry, I feel that as a person involved, I have the right to understand my own situation." Feng nodded to show his understanding and said, "This will also make Harry more vigilant in normal times, to prevent Sirius from attacking him." But in his heart, I bet you a penny that Sirius will only look at Harry lovingly. After a while, Mrs. Weilai came downstairs with a group of children. Feng stood up politely and said, "Good evening, Mrs. Weilai. It's a pleasure to taste your delicious food." "Good evening, Mr. Austin. Welcome to my home." Mrs. Weilai asked the children to sit at the dining table and said to Feng apologetically, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Dinner is ready." After that, Mrs. Weilai waved the wand in her hand, and the delicious food that had been cooked earlier floated to the dining table. Seeing that the food was already on the table, Weilai picked up the wine glass, looked at Feng and said, "Thank you for saving Ginny. This is what I should do," Feng said, opening his flat shoulder bag, taking out gifts one by one, and preparing to distribute them to the Weilai children. Except for Harry, each member of the Weilai family had a gift. There was nothing he could do about it. Feng didn't know that Harry would come, so it was normal for him not to prepare any gifts. Harry looked at the shoulder bag with some curiosity. It was obviously a flat bag, so how could it take out so many gifts like a bottomless pit? You know, there are many children in the Weilai family. Ron, who took the gift, saw Harry's curiosity and whispered in Harry's ear while holding Pettigrew, "That's a backpack with a traceless retraction spell." Ginny took the gift at the signal of her parents, said thank you, and looked at the young Feng with curiosity. In the secret room, she saw with her own eyes Feng opening and closing the portal in the mirror space with his bare hands. Born in the magical world, she understood how difficult it was for a wizard to perform magic without a wand, but this young guy in front of her could release magic effortless with a wave of his hand. Chapter 84 Plot. What the hell? Thanks to Silly Fantasy for your support and reward. The dinner was conducted in a pleasant atmosphere. During the dinner, Feng and Weilai drank wine and brought the topic to flying cars. Although Weilai worked in the Ministry of Magic's Department of the Prohibition of the Abuse of Muggle Artifacts, he liked anything related to Muggles and was very interested in Muggle technology. He would buy some technological products and disassemble them in his own shed to study them. Sometimes he would cast magic on them, including a car that could fly and become invisible after being cast. What Feng was most interested in was the magic that allowed the car to drive automatically. Weilai heard that Feng was very interested in his magic modified car. He was a little hesitant when answering Feng's questions at first, until he glanced at his wife. Mrs. Weilai, who had always opposed Weilai's magic modified car, may have been grateful to Feng for saving her baby daughter, or she felt that the flying car had been wandering in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts last summer and had nothing to do with Weilai at all, so she did not stop the excited Weilai from talking about how he magic modified the flying car. Seeing that Mrs. Weilai had no clear objection, Weilai could not help but show off his skills to Feng. Under Feng's guidance, Weilai even explained in detail his magic modification ideas and specific operations. This made Feng feel that this trip was not in vain. At least after returning to the Marvel Universe, he could sleep in the RV while letting the RV drive automatically to avoid being accidentally hit by shells or accidentally hitting an airplane when resting in the air, especially an airplane, which Feng said he could not afford to pay for. At the end of dinner, Feng and Weilai were already drunk, and the two began to call each other brothers. On the side, Ginny saw her mother busy tidying up the table and her brothers opening the gifts brought by Feng. She walked to Feng with curiosity, ready to ask about the doubts in her heart, and said, "Mr. Austin, thank you for saving my life. Li Feng felt someone calling him, opened his drunken eyes, looked at Ginny in confusion, and when he saw that it was Ginny who was calling him, he smiled and said, "Ha, it's you, little Lalita. I remember you are Harry's wife, Ginny Potter, right?" As soon as Li Feng said this, except for Wei Lai who was also drunk, no one reacted. Harry and Ginny blushed and looked down at the pattern on the floor, and the rest of the people looked at Li Feng who was grinning. From the bottom of her heart, Mrs. Wei Lai liked Harry very much. If Ginny was an adult, she would not mind Austin's drunken talk, but the problem was how old Ginny was now. She was only a 12-year-old child. Wasn't it too early to talk about marriage? If Li Feng had not been a guest she had invited, Mrs. Wei Lai would have really wanted to have a good talk with Li Feng with a broom. What kind of jokes should not be made in front of children, which would cause unnecessary troubles? Although Ron and Harry were good friends, he could not accept the thought of his sister becoming his brother's wife. He subconsciously looked at Harry and retorted, "That's impossible." Mrs. Wei Lai nodded in response to Ron's question and said, "Mr. Austin is drunk, and he is talking nonsense." Harry felt that he had suffered an unprovoked disaster. He just wanted to take advantage of the last day of the holiday to have a carnival. He had no other ideas. Marrying a wife was a bit far away for him. Alcohol will inhibit the cerebral cortex, allowing oneself to feel relaxed or naturally release one's suppressed emotions on a daily basis. Some people will be in an excited state, showing a lot of talk, like to speak the truth after drinking, love to recall the past, and be impulsive. Unfortunately, the drunk Li Feng was in an excited and talkative state. So when Li Feng, who was slumped in the chair, saw everyone's disbelief, he had only one thought in his drunken mind: how can I, a time traveler, deceive you little brats? Especially the way you look at me makes me very upset. As for the plot, what the hell is that? Don't believe it? Let me tell you, I know a lot of things, more than you can imagine, such as, Li Feng said, while snapping his fingers to cast the mirror space. When everyone heard the sound of glass breaking around them, and saw the crystal wall of the space around them, Li Feng staggered to Ron, and walked to him, pointing at the field mouse in Ron's arms and scolded, "You bold monster, show up in front of this master." Ron, damn, this guy possessed by a giant monster saved my sister? I don't believe it. There must be something wrong. Pettigrew, Mrs. Wei Lai saw Li Feng start to get drunk, and yell at her own children. She glanced at Wei Lai who was drunk on the dining table with a bad look. "If you can still fall asleep at this time, don't even think about climbing into my bed in this life." There was no other way. Since the head of the family was too drunk to get up, Mrs. Wei Lai could only stand up to protect Ron and said, "Mr. Austin, this joke is not funny at all. I ask you to apologize to Ron after you sober up. He is my son, not a monster." Li Feng scratched his head in confusion at first. Fortunately, his only ability to think made him immediately realize that Mrs. Wei Lai misunderstood what he meant. He pointed at the vole and said, "I didn't say Ron. I meant the fat vole. He was Peter Pettigrew, the hero who died 12 years ago. How is it possible?" Without waiting for Mrs. Wei Lai to refute, Li Feng held up the time stagnation spell that looked like a water ball in his right hand, and locked Pettigrew with his mental power, and said sternly, "Petty, do you want to be a roasted field mouse buried in the belly of an owl, or become a person sleeping in a grave?" If Mrs. Wei Lai hadn't protected Ron tightly behind her, Li Feng couldn't even hit Ron now, let alone hit Pettigrew. Otherwise, he really wanted to imprison Ron and Pettigrew in the time stagnation spell together. Anyway, it was just time stagnation, not a lethal spell. At most, he would apologize to Ron afterwards. As a child, as long as the gift is in place, any grudge can be resolved. Mrs. Wei Lai saw that Li Feng had no wand or spell when casting the spell, so he directly cast a ball of water. She regretted inviting Li Feng to her home. If possible, she really wanted to use the time converter to go back to the past and stop her past self from writing an invitation letter to Li Feng. If the time converter can't go back too far, it can stop Li Feng from drinking so that he won't get drunk here. Seeing that Li Feng was holding up the water ball and looked like he would shoot it when he got a chance, Mrs. Wei Lai naturally drew out her wand and pointed it at Li Feng, protecting the panicked children behind her. Before Mrs. Wei Lai could warn Li Feng to remove the magic, Pettigrew in Ron's arms realized that his identity had been exposed, especially when he saw that Feng, who was drunk, had no mercy in his eyes, only the determination to catch him and prove that he was not lying. Pettigrew felt that if he didn't run away, he would be the owl's food. Who said that drunk people really couldn't communicate? Thinking of this, Pettigrew took a bite of Ron and hurriedly jumped to the ground to escape. It would be better if Pettigrew didn't leave Ron, since the other party had run out of Mrs. Wheelie's protection circle in a panic. Feng didn't know what politeness was. He grinned and shot the time spell in his hand at Pettigrew, who was locked by mental power. Just as the water ball wrapped up Pettigrew, making him run on the floor as if frozen, a portal suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Feng turned his head to look at Dumbledore, who came out of the portal, smiled at Harry, and said, "See, I said that Comrade Dumbledore could also use portals. I didn't lie to you." Mrs. Wheelie was relieved to see that it was Dumbledore who came, and just as she was about to say something, she saw Dumbledore waved his hand and said, "I'll explain it to you later." After that, Dumbledore circled around Pettigrew, who was wrapped in the water, with interest, and looked at the surrounding space crystal wall. After a while, he smiled and said to Feng, "This is a perfect place for fighting. For those who can't open the portal, this is a sealed tomb. Even if you are killed, you can't escape from this different space. Also, I can't help but want to praise you. A very good time spell." Dumbledore blinked and asked curiously, "Are time and space your best spells?" Feng, who felt a little thirsty after drinking too much, grabbed the bottle of wine on the table and poured it into his mouth. When he heard Dumbledore praising him, he couldn't help but give Dumbledore a thumbs up, saying, "You have a good eye. Yes, time and space are one of my specialties." But before Feng put down the bottle, Feng, who had already drunk too much and had just drunk a little to quench his thirst, was drunk. The alcohol quickly occupied his brain and he collapsed to the ground without saying a word. On the side, Mrs. Wheelie was full of doubts, especially when she knew that the water ball in Feng's hand was a time spell. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She looked at Feng, who was lying on the ground snoring, as if she was looking at a monster. It's not that the wizards in the magic world don't want to understand time spells, but so far, no one has heard of anyone who can control time. How can young Feng control time? Dumbledore. Mrs. Wheelie looked at the field mouse that was about to break free from the time spell and asked, "What's going on?" Dumbledore sensed that the mirror space that had lost its mana due to Feng's drunkenness was about to break. He took out his wand to petrify Pettigrew and opened the portal while floating Wheelie and Feng in the air, saying, "This is not a safe place. I'll explain it to you after we leave the mirror space." After everyone left the mirror space, Dumbledore waved his wand at Pettigrew and restored him to human form. Seeing the field mouse become a stranger made Mrs. Wheelie a little confused. Although she couldn't recognize who the ragged guy in front of her was at a glance, everyone knew that this guy was an illegal animagus. Regardless of whether the guy in front of her was the Pettigrew mentioned by Feng, Mrs. Wheelie felt a chill running down her spine just thinking about the other party hiding in her house for 12 years. You know, when humans do something embarrassing, they will subconsciously avoid children, but I have never heard of anyone avoiding a pet. So Mrs. Wheelie, who felt her brain was about to explode, asked shyly and angrily, "Dumbledore, for Merlin's sake, tell me what's going on." Dumbledore, who was sure that Pettigrew had been controlled, was relieved and smiled. "I will explain it to you now." Chapter 85. It's worthy of being a rat spirit. In the early morning, when the hot summer sun shone through the glass window onto Feng's face, Feng tried hard to open his eyelids but failed, so he turned over decisively to avoid the sun. Unfortunately, Feng, who was drunk and sleepy, forgot that he was not lying on his own bed at this time, but was placed on the sofa in the living room by Mrs. Wheelie. So Feng's subconscious turning over caused him to fall directly to the ground, and his face was facing the ground. Feng, who fell inexplicably, finally opened his eyelids, yawned, scratched his head and looked around. When he subconsciously prepared to ask Creature to pour him some water, the unfamiliar environment made him stunned, and he swallowed the words that he wanted to call Creature back into his stomach. "What's going on? Why am I still in Wheelie's house?" Feng sat back on the sofa and rubbed his swollen head. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember what he had experienced last night. He only knew that he was now weak and thirsty if he didn't drink water. On the side, Mrs. Weirlie, who had been busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, saw Li Feng sitting on the sofa and rubbing his temples. She took out her wand and pointed at the teacup, letting the teacup float in front of Li Feng, and said with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Austin." Li Feng took the teacup, said good morning, and drank the warm water in the teacup in one gulp. He stood up staggeringly and put the teacup on the dining table. He said with a confused look on his face, "Mrs. Weirlie, did I say anything nonsense last night? I'm sorry, I either sleep or talk nonsense after drinking too much. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Mrs. West's eyebrows jumped, and she said with a smile, "Trouble? Maybe I should thank you for helping me solve the hidden dangers at home." Li Feng, who didn't understand what she meant, scratched his head and asked inexplicably, "What did I do?" "Peter Pettigrew," Mrs. Weirlie said as she handed a sandwich to Li Feng. "I can't believe that the pet vul I have raised for 12 years turned out to be a murderer. I shudder when I think about it." As she spoke, Mrs. Weirlie rubbed her arms with her hands. Apparently, one night was not enough for her to recover from the incident. Li Feng ate a sandwich while listening to Mrs. Weirlie's intermittent description. When he stuffed the sandwich into his stomach, Li Feng finally understood what he had done last night. "You mean Dumbledore took Pettigrew away? You also know that Sirius was wrongly accused, and Harry also knew that he had a godfather?" Mrs. Weirlie smiled and nodded. Now, Li Feng felt that his head hurt even more. Harry's plot this year is probably ruined. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't want to participate in it, but why did I catch Pettigrew? Isn't it better to work quietly? Now, the magic that blew up half of the street was released by myself. After breakfast, Li Feng sat on the sofa with a cup of tea and a gloomy face, reflecting on himself that he shouldn't have made mistakes after drinking. In the kitchen, Mrs. Weirlie accidentally saw Li Feng's back. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. She felt that there was an indescribable sense of desolation in Li Feng's back. Mrs. Weirlie shook her head, threw this strange feeling out of her mind, and shouted to the bedroom on the second floor, "Weirlie, children, get up and have breakfast. We have to go to the Leaky Axe to get Harry's textbooks later. If you get up too late, you will miss the train to Hogwarts." Mrs. Weirlie's loud voice also made Li Feng come back to his senses. After drinking the tea in his hand, he comforted himself helplessly. "Since Pettigrew has been taken away by Dumbledore, what else can I do? Okay, I'd better concentrate on practicing my fire curse. Anyway, Harry Potter and the Titans must take the Hogwarts Express." Thinking of this, Li Feng rubbed his face and changed his gloomy expression into a happy one. He stood up, put the teacup on the dining table and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Weirlie. I'll take my leave first." Mrs. Weirlie had an apologetic look on her face. In her opinion, it was not only Li Feng, but also Weirlie who were drunk last night. However, now Li Feng, as the guest, was about to leave, but her husband was still lying in bed and snoring. This was somewhat unreasonable. "I'll let Weirlie take you there, since you're not familiar with London yet." Li Feng thought for a moment, picked up his shoulder bag and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll just use the flu powder to get to the Broken Axe. You should let Mr. Weirlie get some more sleep. I hope he won't yawn when he goes to work today." Mrs. Weirlie thought for a moment and felt that what Li Feng said made some sense. After all, a hungover person who hasn't had a good rest won't have the energy to work. Now the family's income depends on Weirlie, who works at the Ministry of Magic. If he makes a mistake at work and is fired because of a lack of rest, their family will be out of food. Mrs. Weirlie nodded slightly and apologetically indicated to Li Feng to use the flu powder himself. Li Feng came to the Broken Axe from the fireplace and took the night bus to King's Cross Station, crossed the platform 9 3/4, and boarded the train to Hogwarts. Perhaps Li Feng came a little early. There were only a few students on the train, and Li Feng, who was feeling sleepy, walked straight to the last carriage, ready to find a compartment to take a nap and wait for the train to move, while enjoying the scenery on the road. At this time, Lupin, who was about to go to Hogwarts to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, happened to be in the last carriage. Lupin was a little surprised to see Li Feng. Before he could ask Li Feng why he chose to take the train instead of using the portal, Li Feng saw Lupin with bags under his eyes and dark eye sockets like a panda, and he laughed out loud, saying jokingly, "What's your style? It's quite unique. If you weren't wearing clothes, I would have thought you were a panda that ran away from the zoo." Looking at Lupin still wearing patched clothes, Li Feng couldn't help laughing and said, "By the way, you have made a lot of money recently. Why don't you want to buy yourself some clothes? Or do you have any special hobbies that make you like wearing patched clothes?" Lupin rolled his eyes at Li Feng, looked around, and opened an empty compartment, motioning Li Feng to go in and talk. Li Feng walked into the compartment, and Lupin closed the compartment door casually, shrugged and said, "Everyone in the magic world knows that I'm poor. Buying new clothes rashly will cause unnecessary suspicion. I will buy some things after the dementor stealing incident is settled." Lupin sat next to Li Feng and pointed to the dark circles under his eyes and said helplessly, "As for this, it's all thanks to you. You kept me up all night without rest." Toss. Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand and said, "What you said is very ambiguous. I was drinking at the Weirlies last night. Don't blame me for everything." Lupin, who understood the meaning of Li Feng's words, pinched his nose to relieve his fatigue, and said speechlessly, "What are you thinking about? I mean that you caught Pettigrew. I was busy interrogating him in the Black Mansion in the first half of the night last night. Did you find out anything?" Li Feng, who was sleepy again, rubbed his temples and said with his eyes closed, "You must keep a close eye on Pettigrew. As far as I know, that guy is very cunning and can slip away at the first opportunity." "Thank you for your reminder," but Lupin said with a bitter and depressed face. In the early morning, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts to welcome this year's freshman. "I just didn't expect Sirius to hate Pettigrew so deeply. When I was guarding Pettigrew in the second half of the night, Sirius actually found an excuse to trick me away and prepared to kill Pettigrew. In the end, I don't know how Pettigrew did it. He actually took the opportunity to run away. Considering that it is inconvenient for Sirius to appear on the street, I can only look for Pettigrew's figure all over the world by myself." But unfortunately, there was no need for Lupin to continue speaking. Li Feng had already guessed that the other party had not caught Pettigrew. Smacking his lips, Li Feng sighed, "It is worthy of being a rat spirit. This escape technique is absolutely first class." Lupin shrugged awkwardly and helplessly, not knowing how to answer Li Feng's sigh. For a moment, the two people in the car didn't know what to say. After a long time, Lupin sighed and put his coat in front of him as a quilt, leaning against the seat to make up for his sleep. As for Pettigrew, what else could he do now? Should he blame Li Feng for actually destroying their plan that could capture Pettigrew and clear Sirius of the suspicion of murder? This was too far-fetched. After all, Pettigrew escaped from their hands. Fortunately, after Lupin's interrogation, he managed to pry some evidence from Pettigrew, but before the evidence was collected, Sirius had to stay in the Black Mansion for a while. Li Feng saw that Lupin was ready to sleep, even if the sky fell, and guessed that the result of the other parties staying up all night to interrogate him was not in vain. After thinking about it, Li Feng imitated Lupin, took out a coat from his shoulder bag, covered his face to block the glaring sunlight, and leaned back on the chair to close his eyes and sleep. On the other side, Mrs. Weasley brought a group of children to the Leaky Axe, packed up Harry's textbooks and clothes left in the room, and hurried to platform 9 1/4 with Hermione, who had been waiting for everyone in the bar, and sent the children to the train almost at the start time. On the train, Harry, Ron and Hermione looked at the compartments they passed by, which were either full or had only 1 or 2 seats. They could only continue to look for a compartment that could accommodate 3 people. After a while, the 3 of them walked to the compartment where Li Feng and Lupin slept, looked at the 2 people sleeping side by side, and thought about it. They felt that they had finally found a compartment with enough seats, and they didn't want to miss it easily. At most, the 3 of them could sit in a row. After entering the compartment, Harry closed the door and said to Hermione excitedly, "You know, I have family, my godfather." I don't know if Harry was too excited or he didn't know how to tell the story. In addition, Ron was also at the scene last night and knew what happened. he interrupted from time to time with excitement, resulting in the two of them telling what happened last night, but Hermione was confused. After a long time, Hermione finally sorted out the key points from the excited and messy sentences of the two people. She understood how Sirius was wronged by Pettigrew, and why he was imprisoned in Azkaban without trial. The real murderer turned out to be Ron's pet, etc. Then Hermione said with a confused look on her face, "What's going on? Is there no judicial justice in the wizarding world?" Chapter 86 Dementors on the Train. After Harry and Ron's emotional description, Hermione had a deep understanding of the Ministry of Magic's actions. It can be said that she was extremely disappointed with the government of the magical world, especially when she thought of the judicial procedures in the magical world. What is the use of such a joke of law? If this happened in the Muggle world, once the media found that someone was imprisoned without trial, haha, what about the courts, the police and other law enforcement departments? You can wait to receive a lot of lawyers' letters, and they will not stop until you go bankrupt. Hermione digested the messy information and wanted to ask some details of the matter. Suddenly, the Hogwarts train had an accident and stopped halfway after a sudden brake. Ron, who was sitting by the window, looked out the window and seemed to have discovered something. He said, "It seems that there is something outside." As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the compartment flickered for no reason, and then the train shook. The three people felt as if someone was forcibly boarding the train. Soon, the three people noticed that the temperature in the carriage dropped suddenly. When the train shook violently again, Harry saw through the glass on the compartment door that a dark shadow was about to open the compartment. As a scabby hand opened the compartment door, Harry, who was cold and stiff, was horrified to see a black shadow with blisters all over his body appear in front of him. In fact, when this poor Dementor opened the compartment door, he was more terrified than Harry. What did he smell when he opened the compartment door? Exclamation mark. In addition to smelling Harry, who the leader had ordered not to approach, he also smelled that his master was sleeping in the compartment. Especially the latter. This was going to cost him his life. The poor Dementor recalled the scene when he was exposed to the sun by the pseudo-angel feathers and suddenly felt that his hands and feet, who were not afraid of ice, were cold. His whole body was cold and his soul was flying. Even if Feng was disturbed from sleeping and didn't have the so-called morning grumpiness, the poor Dementor had already imagined that he would be skinned by his leader as a warning. After leaving the train, he was very confused and wanted to ask his leader what he should do now. What the hell did I do to offend anyone? Why is it my turn to search this compartment? Feng originally thought that after the train started, he would eat snacks and enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. Unfortunately, he forgot that the train would shake slightly during the journey. These shakings not only failed to wake Feng up, but made him feel like he was in a cradle, which directly led to Feng's better sleep. Until now, a large number of Dementors boarded the train, causing the temperature in the compartment to drop rapidly. Feng, who was awakened by the cold, finally opened his sleepy eyes. Feng lifted the coat covering his head, glanced at the Dementors standing outside the compartment at a loss, and blinked inexplicably. Damn, how did the good summer suddenly turn into winter? Feng, whose dream was interrupted, immediately yelled at the Dementors in a bad mood, "Close the door, and get out of here." After shouting, Feng saw that the Dementors were still standing there stupidly, and scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Why don't you obey orders? Do you want me to treat you to a meal, or do you want to rebel? On the side, Lupin, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Feng's sudden voice scolding the Dementors. When he opened his eyes and saw that there was a Dementor in the compartment besides the three children, he subconsciously stood up and drew out his wand to release Expecto Patronus. Before Lupin could successfully cast the spell, Feng, who was thinking, suddenly remembered that the language of the Dementors was a bit special. How can I order them in human language? This thing doesn't understand human language. Feng pulled Lupin with an embarrassed look, indicating that if you have something to say, you should talk nicely and don't make a move. Lupin was stunned when he saw Feng stopping him from casting a spell, and then he remembered that the Dementors were Feng's servants. Lupin glanced at Harry and others who were slumped in their seats, and confirmed that the Dementor in front of him, who seemed to be frightened, did not hurt the three students. thinking that you should look at the owner before beating the dog, and he had some friendship with Li Feng, he should give him some face. Thinking of this, Lupin rolled his eyes at Li Feng, put away his wand, and sat back in his seat, signaling Li Feng with his eyes to let the dementors leave quickly. Li Feng smiled slowly and hurriedly ordered the dementors to get out again in the dead language. When the dementors heard that Li Feng did not punish them, but only ordered them to leave, they hurriedly closed the compartment door at the fastest speed in their lives, and turned around to leave, as if they were running for their lives. Soon, the dementors on the entire train knew that their boss was sleeping on the train, and they all executed Li Feng's order to get out of here at the fastest speed. When Li Feng opened his coat and ordered the dementors, Harry and Ron had already recognized Li Feng. When they thought of what they saw and heard Dumbledore praising Li Feng's time spell in front of them last night, they suddenly felt like they had found a backer. Especially when they saw that Li Feng's magic was useless and he only scolded the Black Shadow to leave the train obediently. They felt much more relaxed. "Mr. Austin, are you going to Hogwarts too?" Harry rubbed his arms to keep warm and looked at the dementors going away through the car window. He asked curiously, "What was that just now?" Lupin was leaning on the car window and watching the dementors leaving. When he heard Harry's question, he turned his head and said, "Those are dementors, guards from Azkaban. They are searching for Sirius." Harry, who had always longed for the care of his family, learned the truth of the matter from Dumbledore's narration last night. Although he had never met Sirius, his godfather, he had already regarded Sirius as a family member in his heart. When he heard Lupin say that Sirius was a wanted criminal, he retorted without thinking, "But Sirius was wronged. The real murderer is." Halfway through his words, Harry suddenly remembered that, although he knew the truth of the matter, even Dumbledore had no evidence to clear Sirius' suspicion. How could he convince a stranger in front of him to believe in himself? Harry looked at Li Feng, hoping that Li Feng could help him say something to prove that Sirius was wrongly accused. After all, Li Feng was the one who caught Pettigrew, so he must know the truth. Lupin was stunned when he heard Harry's rebuttal. In his opinion, no one would exonerate Sirius, who had been convicted by the Ministry of Magic. Seeing Harry looking at Li Feng as if for help, Lupin first looked at Harry's little face with a puzzled look, and when he saw Harry's handsome face like his father James, he understood. Well, this is Harry Potter. Why did I mention Sirius and what he said was wrong? How did Harry know that Sirius was wrongly accused? When Lupin recognized Harry and glanced at Li Feng first looked down at his clothes in confusion, then thought of what Lupin was thinking, shrugged and said, "Why are you looking at me? I drank too much last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask this red-haired Mr. Weasley. I drank at his house last night." How would I know how Harry knew about Sirius? Ron, who was a spectator at the side, heard Li Feng call him red-haired Weasley. Although he looked a little unhappy, he still nodded honestly and said, "Dumbledore told Harry about Sirius. Dumbledore arrived last night when Mr. Austin used a time spell to control Pettigrew. At that time." Ron looked at Li Feng, wanted to laugh, but felt it would be impolite to laugh out loud, and said, "When Dumbledore explained the whole story, I'm sure Mr. Austin was already drunk and snoring on the ground." Lupin nodded to show that he knew. Seeing that Harry was still trembling slightly, Lupin took out a chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Harry, saying, "Eat it, you will feel better." After that, Lupin looked at Li Feng unhappily and said, "What did you promise in the first place?" Li Feng understood that Lupin was referring to his promise not to let the Dementors get close to and hurt Harry. "It's just that I really didn't take the money and didn't do the job." Li Feng, who felt wronged, looked at Harry speechlessly. God knows that Harry's reaction to the Dementors is so big. However, in the plot, Harry fainted every time he saw the Dementors. Now that Harry is not unconscious, it means that the Dementors are strictly following his orders. But how can Li Feng explain this? Saying that Harry would have fainted originally, but now he is just frightened? I'm afraid that no matter how Li Feng explains, Lupin will probably not believe it, and will only think that Li Feng is shirking his responsibility. Li Feng spread his hands and looked at the dark and rainy sky outside the car window. Since it was already this late, why would Li Feng look at the scenery? He just went back to the secret room to practice magic. Li Feng picked up his shoulder bag and said, "I'm leaving first. Come to my place when you have time." After that, Li Feng opened the portal and returned to the secret room in the eyes of everyone. A few days later, Sirius, who was moldy in the old house, couldn't help wanting to see Harry, so he wrote a letter to Li Feng. After reading the letter, Li Feng felt that Sirius was really good at playing. He actually asked him to open the portal to move the other party's luggage into the secret room. Not only could he keep Li Feng company so that he didn't have to stay in the old house alone, but he could also let Harry go to the secret room from time to time so that the two of them could sit at the tea table to drink tea and chat and teach Harry magic by the way. As for the dementors, Sirius also mentioned in the letter that he understood and said that he had explained the reason to Lupin. After all, he had been in Azkaban for 12 years and was familiar with dementors. He knew that dementors did not harm Harry on the train. At first, Li Feng just pretended not to see the letter. After all, their relationship was so good. It was strange that they had a good relationship after all the things like emptying the gold galleons, copying all the books in the Black House, and asking for the elves that symbolize the noble heritage of the Black family. However, in the following days, Sirius not only sent 8 letters to Li Feng every day to urge Li Feng to open the portal, but also asked Lupin to come to his house to pass on the message. In the end, Sirius almost made a fuss to the point of asking Dumbledore to talk to Li Feng. After being annoyed for several days, Li Feng said that he had no choice but to comfort himself. Sirius coming to the Chamber of Secrets can not only keep him company and relieve his boredom, but also allow him to learn something while teaching Harry. What the hell is this? The portal to the Black Mansion was opened. Before Li Feng crossed the portal, he saw Sirius sitting on a pile of luggage with an expression of "I've been waiting until the flowers have withered." Seeing the portal open, Sirius got up and walked into the Chamber of Secrets with his luggage, threw the luggage to Creature, looked at Li Feng and said, "I was still wondering when you would come to pick me up. By the way, let your house elf help me put up the tent. We will be neighbors in the future." Chapter 87 Distributing Gifts. At first, Li Feng was just annoyed by Sirius and had no choice but to let him become his neighbor. But when Li Feng calmed down and thought about the whole thing, he found that something was wrong. Sirius's move to the Chamber of Secrets might be related to Harry, but more likely he was monitoring Li Feng. If he wanted to see Harry often, he could just ask Harry to come to the Chamber of Secrets, and then Li Feng could help open the door. Why would he need to move? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Through some clues, Li Feng found that behind being a neighbor to Sirius, he could vaguely see the shadow of Dumbledore. Li Feng guessed that Dumbledore was worried about him, but this was not Li Feng's guess. There were many reasons. First of all, Dumbledore probably knew about his own magic attribute, and his own portal could not even deal with the restrictions of Hogwarts. Finally, there was a lot of magic looted from the Death Eaters' homes. I don't know what these Death Eaters think. Anyway, most of the knowledge Li Feng looted was related to dark magic. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, could Dumbledore agree that a guy who obviously leans towards dark wizards could wander around the school after learning a lot of dark magic? Obviously, it's impossible. As for kicking Li Feng out of Hogwarts, haha, Dumbledore has learned the portal, and he knows what kind of ability Li Feng has. It is estimated that Li Feng was just kicked out of the school this morning, and in the blink of an eye, Li Feng will quietly return to the school at night and hide in a corner to continue to enjoy this Feng Shui treasure land with high concentration of magic. Compared with Li Feng hiding in the dark, it is better to let Li Feng be in the open, at least with Sirius's surveillance. Once Li Feng gets into trouble, Dumbledore will know it in the first time. Li Feng understood it, but he didn't say anything. He was monitored, and he didn't do anything bad. Besides, if Li Feng really wanted to do something, could Sirius stop him? Li Feng is not bragging. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him, not even Dumbledore. On the first weekend of becoming Li Feng's neighbor, Sirius got up just after the sun rose for the first time and borrowed Creature from Li Feng to tidy up the slightly worn tent. Afterwards, he wore a decent suit, looked at the time, and felt bored standing next to Li Feng, watching Li Feng practice brewing potions in front of the crucible. At first, Li Feng asked Sirius curiously, "What day is it today? Why are you wearing such a showy outfit?" Sirius did not answer Li Feng's question, but just grinned. Li Feng saw that Sirius did not answer and was too lazy to pay attention to him, especially when he saw Sirius' face showing nervousness and silly smile from time to time. Li Feng just thought that Sirius was having a seizure or endocrine disorder. It was not until near noon, when Lupin brought Harry, Ron, and Hermione into the secret room, that Li Feng understood why Sirius wore a formal suit. He was going to meet Harry. Why did he have to make it so grand? Just short of firing a salute to welcome Harry, Harry was a little nervous and hesitant when he entered the Chamber of Secrets. He didn't know how the attitude of this godfather, who had never met him, would compare to that of his uncle and aunt, who were muggles. He had never received care from his uncle and aunt. If Sirius hated Harry as much, Harry thought he should jump into the chocolate pool and eat a big meal to relieve his lost mood with sweets. Sirius seemed to see that Harry was as nervous as he was and showed what he thought was the most charming smile. He opened his arms and half knelt in front of Harry, wanting to give Harry a hug. Obviously, Sirius's behavior made Harry very happy, and he understood that this handsome godfather was completely different from his uncle and aunt. Li Feng saw the two of them hugging each other with full of gay love, curled his lips, and lowered his head to stir the potion in front of him. On the side, Hermione saw that Harry had a lot to say to Sirius after seeing his godfather, so she pulled Ron, who wanted to greet Sirius and join in the fun, and consciously followed Lupin to Li Feng's side, looking at the potion in the crucible curiously. As the know-it-all lady in Snape's mouth, Hermione only took a few glances at the medicinal residues on the experimental table and found that Li Feng's way of processing medicinal materials was very different from the description in the textbook, which puzzled Hermione. Isn't potion a delicate subject? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Feng's operation is not in accordance with the teaching in the textbook, but how can he make potions of surprisingly high quality? From Ron, Hermione already knew that Li Feng was excellent in some magic. In her little head, she couldn't help but guess, could it be that this person is also a hidden potion master? But why does the other party live in the basement of Hogwarts? Li Feng glanced at Hermione's puzzled expression and felt that this little girl was very cute, but Li Feng looked at Ron, who was full of freckles next to Hermione. When he thought that such a cute little girl was finally pushed by this red-haired pig, he felt unhappy. How did Hermione like Ron in the first place? There is absolutely no reason. Li Feng, who had a crush on Hermione when he first watched the movie, couldn't help but fantasize. Calculating the time, the brat at home should have taken off his diapers a long time ago. Why not tie Hermione back to the Marvel world, and when he returns home, take Hermione home with him, and let her be his daughter-in-law? It's quite exciting to think that the daughter-in-law is a wizard. On the side, Lupin saw Li Feng, whose thoughts were scattered, staring at Hermione straight and shamefully showing a pig face. He always felt that Li Feng was thinking about something bad, so he interrupted Li Feng's fantasy and said, "Austin, Sirius explained to me about Harry being frightened by the dementors on the train. I misunderstood you. I now solemnly apologize to you." Li Feng retracted his scattered thoughts, glanced at Lupin with empty hands, curled his lips, and said disdainfully, "I don't see your sincerity." Lupin, who knew Li Feng well enough, would guess what Li Feng wanted. He said with a slight twitch in the corner of his eyes, "What do you want? Let me tell you in advance, I don't have much belongings." Li Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. "I don't want your things, just help me borrow some books from the Hogwarts library. You are a professor at Hogwarts now. Borrowing books is as easy for you as eating and drinking." Lupin was stunned. When he was teaching Li Feng before, he knew that Li Feng would sneak into the library in the middle of the night to copy books. Why was he not satisfied with copying in the library now? Was he going to take the books back to the secret room and copy them thoroughly? Li Feng saw Lupin's confusion and explained helplessly, "Filch and his cat recently noticed something unusual in the library at midnight, so he has to patrol the library almost every half an hour. Now I have to keep the mirror space open to copy books." Lupin, who had played hide and seek with Filch during his school days, understood Li Feng's mood at the moment. He showed an expression of deep relief and couldn't help laughing and said, "Okay, I'll help you borrow a few books every day, and then let your owl come to my dormitory to pick up the books in the middle of the night. Or open the portal and go there in person." Li Feng thought for a while and said, go there in person and get some midnight snacks in your dormitory by the way. Lupin, your problem of taking advantage of others is incurable. After listening to the conversation between the two, Hermione felt that the amount of information was a bit too much, and she couldn't accept it for a while. She couldn't help asking, Mr. Austin, does Professor Dumbledore know that you are hiding in Hogwarts? Li Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I know. He got a lot of benefits from me before he agreed not to report me. Pointing to Sirius in the distance, Li Feng continued, did you see that Dumbledore asked that guy to monitor me? Lupin rolled his eyes and sneered, don't listen to his nonsense. Compared with the benefits Dumbledore got, he got more benefits. Lupin seemed to think of something, and his eyes turned, and he said, now there are 3 children who know you are hiding here. Do you want to send some gifts to shut them up? Hearing Lupin's naked blackmail, Hermione and Ron looked at each other. Although they knew that this was Lupin's good intention, they both felt that they were not familiar with Li Feng, and they were somewhat embarrassed to receive this unexpected benefit. When the two were about to refuse, Lupin smiled and said to them, I'm joking with Austin, but he does have some bad things. Are you sure you don't want to see the gift before you refuse? Li Feng knew that Lupin was joking, and even if Hermione and Ron reported him, what would happen? Li Feng just patted his butt and changed his hiding place, but Dumbledore was different. He would probably be busy turning Hogwarts upside down to find Li Feng. So in a sense, Dumbledore would still protect Li Feng and let Li Feng be monitored by Sirius in the Chamber of Secrets with peace of mind. Li Feng scratched his head and thought about what gift to give to the 2 children. He turned his head and shouted to the tent, Creature, bring the textbook of the Half-Blood Prince. As soon as the voice fell, Creature handed a worn textbook to Li Feng with both hands and turned back to the tent without saying a word. Lupin frowned and looked at Creature. He felt that Creature was a little different from before. Li Feng handed the textbook to Hermione and smiled. This is your hush money. This is a textbook about potions. There is also a powerful magic on it. Since you like books, I will give it to you. In fact, Hermione wanted to refuse Li Feng's benefits at first, but when she heard that Li Feng gave her a textbook, she hesitated a little. Who made her a good child who loves knowledge? Especially when she heard that this was a potions textbook and there was a magic trick that even Li Feng said was good. Hermione immediately put aside her hesitation, took the textbook and said, thank you. Then, Li Feng looked at Ron who was expecting, touched his chin and thought while saying, I only know that you like wizard chess and Quidditch. I really can't think of it for a while. Halfway through his words, Li Feng suddenly saw his own owl. Li Feng bought the owl for delivering messages, but after Li Feng moved to the Chamber of Secrets, he found that his owl was either eating or sleeping, and had never delivered letters. He always opened the portal to go there in person when there was something to do. This thing was bought in vain. After thinking about it, Li Feng pointed to the owl with the bloodline of the big-eared bat and said, do you like that thing? I'll give it to you. Ron glanced at Hermione who was already flipping through the textbook, and then looked at the owl in the distance. To be honest, Ron liked this owl very much, and it was his own owl. He said shyly, thank you, Mr. Austin. I like it very much. After Li Feng distributed the gifts, Lupin asked curiously, Creature seems to have changed a lot. Chapter 88 The Final Madness. Creature's love of talking to himself and scolding others may have something to do with his birth environment or age, but the Horcrux locket that can only tempt people is definitely responsible. Who made Creature hang around the locket when he had nothing to do, thinking about how to destroy it? It would be strange if Voldemort in the locket didn't drive Creature crazy. But after Creature followed Li Feng, not only could he not touch the locket, but he was also treated by Li Feng from time to time with healing magic and purification magic to purify his slightly twisted mind. Even though Li Feng's magic was only half as effective as that of an orthodox white wizard, he couldn't resist Li Feng casting a spell on him when he had nothing to do. So Li Feng spent a lot of effort on Creature. If Creature's age was not an irreversible problem, Creature would probably have returned to normal by now, and he wouldn't be like this now. Seeing that Lupin was curious about Creature's transformation, Li Feng roughly described the process of his treatment of Creature and smiled. It's fine now, isn't it? It doesn't buzz in my ears all day like before. Lupin nodded to show that he understood. He knew where Li Feng came from and understood that the treatment methods in his hands came from other worlds, some of which he couldn't even understand, just like the Key of Solomon. As long as a person who believed in God held it and recited the spell, he could control his werewolf. This made him never understand how ordinary people without magic power could do it. On the side, Ron was confused, while Hermione heard something. In Hermione's cognition, whether it was magic or potions, they were just simple treatments for physical injuries. She said she had never heard of spells that could heal the mind. Otherwise, those who were tortured to madness by Death Eaters and sent to St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries would have been discharged long ago. The more Hermione looked at Li Feng, the more mysterious he felt. She asked curiously, "Mr. Austin, do you know any spells for healing the mind?" "It's purification." Li Feng shook his head and said, "I'm only purifying creatures' slightly twisted mind. Of course, if you think that under oblivion, erasing the other person's bad memories can also be considered healing the mind, then I dare to nod and say yes." Lupin curled his lips in silence and said disdainfully, "According to what you said, I can also heal mental trauma, and my skills are much better than yours." Hermione was very interested in purification. She blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Can I learn it?" Of course, Li Feng didn't care. If the little girl wanted to learn it, she could learn it. It was just a purification spell, not a big spell. With the natural bonus of favorability, Li Feng readily took out the magic book and handed it to Hermione, saying, "You can copy the spell and take it back to understand it yourself. You can also come to the Chamber of Secrets to find me when you have questions. I'm always practicing magic in the Chamber of Secrets." Li Feng not only said this, but also did it. So when the students of Hogwarts packed their bags and happily welcomed the summer vacation, Li Feng, who was immersed in the sea of magic, realized that he had actually stayed in the Dark Chamber for more than a year. In the past year in the chamber, Li Feng has gained a lot of benefits. Not to mention the improvement of strength. Li Feng feels that he can beat himself when he first came to this world. And this white skin. Britain is a rainy country, and Li Feng is a guy who likes to hide in the chamber to practice magic. The days of sunbathing are few and far between. If it weren't for Creature using various magical herbs to nourish Li Feng when cooking, Li Feng's pale skin color would be the same as that of a vampire. In addition to these, the biggest gain is the magic book the size of a matchbox in his pocket. Now the spells in the magic book are no longer a few, but after Creature copied the books of Hogwarts day and night, Li Feng himself doesn't know how much magic is in this seemingly small magic book. Now Li Feng dares to pat his chest and admit that I have most of the books in Hogwarts. As for the original plot, except for the dementors floating around the periphery of Hogwarts, the rest had been dealt with by Li Feng. Didn't you see that Harry had replaced his tea time with that of Hagrid with a chat with Sirius in the Chamber of Secrets? Where was the plot? As the students left, Sirius was also packing his luggage. In fact, during the 6 months, when Sirius was half monitoring and half teaching Li Feng, he was very sure that Li Feng was just practicing magic. Now he was packing his luggage, just to take advantage of the summer vacation at Hogwarts to leave the Chamber of Secrets. After all, in order to monitor Li Feng, Sirius had less time to bask in the sun than Li Feng. He felt that, if he stayed in the Chamber of Secrets, he didn't know if Li Feng was causing trouble, but he would definitely go crazy. Not long after Sirius left, Li Feng looked at the mail in magic ring reluctantly. It was time for him to leave, because Li Feng had sensed that the quantum energy in his body was weakening. This thing was linked to the portal. God knows how the quantum energy is replenished. If he didn't return to the Marvel world before the quantum energy dissipated, he would really have to stay in Harry's world. It was even unclear whether he could still use the portal after returning to the Marvel world. After all, the way he obtained the portal was inexplicable. For the sake of the Infinity Stones, Li Feng had to give up the Feng Shui treasure land of Hogwarts with great reluctance. After a long time, Li Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, saying to Creature, "Creature, leave the 2 suitcases with the largest space, pack the rest of the luggage, and immediately go to Azkaban to wait for me. I will pick you up after I finish my work." Creature nodded blankly, cast a spell to put away the tent and other luggage, and bowed his head and said, "Yes, boss." After a while, Creature teleported all the way to Azkaban with large and small bags of luggage. As for Li Feng, he kept thinking about the loopholes in his plan with a gloomy face. He was ready to do a big job before leaving this world. As for how big the ticket is, haha, some people describe a man's achievements like this: rich at 30, still have a girlfriend at 40 to 50, can drive himself at 70 to 80, can pee standing at 100, and his photo is still hanging on the wall at 300. As for the achievements that Li Feng can achieve by what he wants to do, I'm afraid his photo will still be hanging on the wall of the Ministry of Magic 500 years later. For several days in a row, Li Feng kept changing into other people's appearances, posing as if he was wandering around everywhere in various corners of the UK, silently looking at the nearby terrain. Until this evening, not far from the home of Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Li Feng changed into a homeless man begging on the street, and squatted on the side of the road, scanning the pedestrians on the street with his eyes, looking for Fudge, who was coming back from get off work. There are many reasons why Li Feng targeted Fudge as his first target. First of all, Li Feng knew that Fudge liked money after a simple investigation. So Li Feng thought that this guy should have a lot of collections at home, and these collections, whether knowledge or magic props, were all on Li Feng's robbery list. Secondly, it was his status. He was the Minister of Magic after all. If his house was robbed, it would cause a lot of noise. It would not be difficult to attract Dumbledore's attention. As long as Dumbledore was lured away from Hogwarts and Hogwarts was left unguarded, Li Feng's plan would be mostly successful. But when Li Feng came to Fudge's house, he realized that he had been wrong. He didn't know what was wrong with wizards' brains. They all liked to hide their homes. Li Feng's plan to break into Fudge's house and rob him before Fudge got off work failed before it was implemented. How could you rob someone if you didn't even know where their house was? Li Feng had no choice but to squat on the side of the road and wait for Fudge to come back and reveal the hidden house before starting the robbery. About half an hour later, Li Feng finally found Fudge in the crowd, humming a little song and wandering home with his wife. Li Feng pretended not to notice Fudge and followed him. When Fudge showed his house, Li Feng shot a magic attack with his left hand at Fudge's wife, knocking her away. He shot a temptation spell at Fudge with his right hand. Before the amulet on Fudge could take effect, Li Feng drew out his wand and petrified her. As for how the nearby muggles would react to such a fantastic scene, Li Feng didn't care. He had long been annoyed with these fake and noble pureblood wizards, especially the pathological and hopeless pureblood theory. Li Feng knew that although Fudge was not a Death Eater, he was still a supporter of the bloodline theory, so now, he didn't mind letting Fudge see how he, a wizard born in a poor peasant family, beat up their group of pureblood wizards and trampled the so-called pureblood theory under his feet. It was unknown whether Fudge originally had little fighting power or was greedy for power and corrupted his original strength. Anyway, Fudge was subdued by Li Feng before Li Feng used his subsequent means. Li Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully, "How fucking weak." After that, Li Feng dragged Fudge into his home quickly. While entering Fudge's home, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal, summoning the dementors who had been waiting for orders to Fudge's home. Just as the dementors searched every corner of the room, Li Feng freed Fudge, who was petrified, and cast another temptation spell, and asked, "Dear Minister, take me to appreciate your collection." Fudge was a wizard after all, and Li Feng was afraid that the other party had a high resistance to temptation spells. When Fudge took Li Feng to the collection room, Li Feng did not forget to add temptation spells at any time. When Fudge woke up and saw that the secret room that was originally filled with collections was empty, his tears flowed so miserably that they could be compared with the annual rainfall in the UK. After looting Fudge's home, Li Feng did not go far away, but hid in the distance and watched auras constantly coming in and out of Fudge's home. Li Feng, who had not seen Dumbledore, frowned. Dumbledore didn't come? Didn't Dumbledore come to comfort Fudge? Or did Dumbledore already sleep? This didn't make sense at all. It wasn't dark enough to sleep yet. Half an hour later, Li Feng, who was sure that Dumbledore would not come, dared to go to the next target, Draco Malfoy's house. In addition to the fact that Li Feng had entered his house when the dementors searched Sirius before and was not afraid that Malfoy would hide his house well, there was another reason that this family, from top to bottom, were all staunch supporters of the pure blood theory that Li Feng disliked. Li Feng would feel guilty if he didn't rob them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Hogwarts Day of Disaster. After robbing several families who supported the pure blood theory, Li Feng, who had not seen Dumbledore, had to return to Azkaban in advance to hand over the 2 bulging suitcases to Creature, and then replaced them with 2 seamless retractable suitcases before appearing in Nocturne Alley. Compared with Diagon Alley, there are many more dark magic items here. As for the danger, let's take a look at the dementors that cover the sky and the moon. Facing this group of disgusting things that can't be killed, Li Feng doesn't believe that except for a few people like Dumbledore, anyone dares to face his Dementor army. As for the wizards' resistance, it's not that Li Feng underestimates them, but these wizards have been at peace for who knows how many years, and they don't know how to work in a team. In addition, the other party is in Nocturne Alley, so they are obviously not good people. They are basically selfish guys. It's good enough if they don't pull each other's legs. Besides, Li Feng is not a freeloader. He is very familiar with the use of the fire curse. If someone really fights against him, Li Feng doesn't mind using a few fire curses. He is also not afraid of those with super strong defense ability. The mirror space can lock people up without any negotiation. But Li Feng is also very puzzled. He never hid the dementors during the robbery. Others don't know that Li Feng can control dementors, but Dumbledore doesn't know. How come he has almost looted most of the magical world, but there is no sign of Dumbledore? Could it be that Dumbledore knows that his ultimate goal is Hogwarts? Li Feng, who was standing on the rooftop and looking at Nocturne Alley, licked his lips. Since old Dumbledore won't come to stop me, I won't be polite. Wonky, let all the dementors rush into the store and drive out all the people inside. If there are any resistance, just attack them together. If you still dare to resist, I allow you to use the Dementor's Kiss. Just when Li Feng was about to finish looting Nocturne Alley and was hesitating whether to turn his attention to Diagon Alley, Dumbledore, who was staying in the Hogwarts library, could no longer sit still. Those letters asking for help fell on his head like snowflakes, and the owls delivering letters were almost filling up the library. Dumbledore knew that it was Li Feng who did it when he knew that the dementors were involved in the robbery, and he guessed Li Feng's goal from the beginning, because Li Feng's favorite thing to do when he was in Hogwarts was to copy books and ask for various books. Before properly arranging the library, Dumbledore did not dare to leave Hogwarts easily. It was not until Snape, McGonagall and other 4 branch school principals received Dumbledore's call for help and rushed to the library that Dumbledore hurriedly ordered 4 professors to guard the library and open the portal to Nocturne Alley. In Nocturne Alley, Li Feng, who was busy in the pharmacy and paying attention to his surroundings, suddenly saw a portal appear on the street. He grinned silently, but Li Feng was not in a hurry to leave for the time being. He still had to confirm whether the person in front of him was Dumbledore. What if he was a weirdo and Li Feng fell into the trap of Hogwarts? After a while, when the dementors came and they confirmed that they smelled the scent of Dumbledore, Dumbledore had already attacked the dementors in the sky. While opening the portal, Li Feng watched Dumbledore release the Expecto Patronus, which made a silver-white phoenix chase the dementors around. However, it only made the dementors run around, and it was a bit difficult to kill them with the Expecto Patronus. Li Feng was not sure whether Dumbledore could kill the dementors. In order to reduce unnecessary losses, Li Feng ordered Wan Ke to lead the dementors and Dumbledore to entangle Dumbledore in a non-stop fighting through the slave contract. If Dumbledore showed signs of leaving, the dementors were allowed to attack the residents staying in Nocturne Alley at will. After crossing the portal, Li Feng turned around and closed the portal. He glanced at Dumbledore, who was showing off his skills and calling his name loudly. He prayed in his heart, I hope Dumbledore's temper is the same as in the movie. He doesn't want to see innocent people sacrificed, even if this person is a dark wizard in Nocturne Alley. If Dumbledore appeared in front of Li Feng from the beginning of the robbery, Li Feng would open the portal to the library without thinking, and rob the books that have not been copied but have magic. As for those books without magic, Li Feng said that he couldn't take them through the portal, so it would be useless for him to rob them. But now, even a fool knows that Dumbledore has guessed his plan, so Li Feng will not rush into the library stupidly. Li Feng, who was hiding outside the school, opened the portal to the size of a marble, quietly observed the library, and saw that there were 4 professors guarding it, and then opened the portal directly to Pomona Sprout's greenhouse. This is also the result of Li Feng's careful consideration. First of all, some magic materials are unique to Harry's world. Even if Li Feng has superb skills in brewing potions, it will be useless without the materials after returning to the Marvel world. Secondly, if Li Feng wants to successfully get the books he wants, some small tricks are still necessary, such as leading the 4 professors out of the library separately. In addition to the traps, there is also a communication magic in Sprout's medicine garden. As for the function, I won't say much. It is nothing more than allowing Sprout to notice the changes in the medicine garden at the first time. What Li Feng wants is to use the communication magic to lead Sprout out of the library. As for the traps in the medicine garden, these things are only to prevent birds and beasts from ruining the medicine garden. In addition, this is a school, which is not suitable for powerful traps. What if the naughty students are injured? So Li Feng has enough strength to ignore the traps. When Li Feng deliberately triggered the communication magic and broke into the medicine garden to happily harvest various medicinal seeds or seedlings, Sprout, who was guarding the library, immediately sensed that someone was making trouble in her greenhouse. She covered her mouth and said nervously and helplessly, "Melon socks, an animal broke into my medicine garden at this time." Snape had taught Li Feng potion and knew that Li Feng was actually very interested in medicinal herbs. When he heard Sprout mention the greenhouse inexplicably, Snape suddenly realized something and said nervously, "Not good. Li Feng's target is medicinal herbs." McGonagall was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the sky above the medicine garden so as to check the specific situation in the medicine garden. Li Feng, who sensed the fluctuation of the portal, looked up at the portal and immediately lowered his head to speed up the harvesting action in his hands, wanting to harvest as many herbal seeds as possible before the professor arrived at the greenhouse. When the portal in the sky closed and appeared in front of the greenhouse again, Li Feng opened the portal without thinking, dropped a scroll, and entered the portal with the medicinal herbs. Snape and Sprout, who were a step slower, didn't wait to point their wands at Li Feng, and could only helplessly watch Li Feng close the portal. Sprout saw that the various medicinal herbs he had carefully cultivated were blown up by Li Feng, and his face turned pale with anger, and his whole face was twitching. Snape didn't rush to comfort Sprout, but hurriedly picked up the scroll on the ground. Snape, who just opened the scroll and took a look, also turned pale. He hurriedly threw the scroll to Sprout and said, while running to his own storage room, "The scroll is Austin's compensation to you, and you stay here to prevent Austin from returning to the medicine garden." On the scroll, Li Feng not only compensated Sprout, but also notified Snape of his next target. Unfortunately, Li Feng chose Snape's collection. Snape, who was running wildly, first secretly cursed "Why Hogwarts banned apparition," and then cursed the guy who invented the portal. The same road from the medicine garden to the storage room. On one side Li Feng directly opened the portal to his storage room, on the other side Snape ran forward, who was faster, and who was slower. When Snape ran into his own storage room, he could only watch Li Feng close the portal and the shelves that lost most of the rare herbs and potions. Looking at the scroll that Li Feng deliberately left on the ground as compensation, Snape picked it up with a sullen face and opened it. After reading the contents of the scroll and understanding that Li Feng used Merlin's magic ring and some magic to compensate, Snape looked at the rare herbs and potions left on the shelf with twitching eyes. He knew that Li Feng didn't want to take all of them, but deliberately left the potions, just like Sprout's medicine garden. As long as Sprout dared to leave the medicine garden, Li Feng would immediately return to the medicine garden and harvest all the herbs. In the same way, if Snape ignored these herbs and potions and went straight back to the library, then Li Feng would open the portal again and take all these things into his pocket. Of course, Li Feng also knew that as long as Snape hid the herbs and potions, he could return to the library to protect the books, but it would take time to pack up the potions, and it would take time to pack up the rare herbs. What if the herbs were damaged and the efficacy was greatly reduced? And that was all Li Feng needed. As long as Dumbledore was led out of the campus and the professors were led away, Li Feng, who was wandering around freely through the portal, didn't believe that he couldn't get the magic books. The only trouble was McGonagall. After all, the other party could also open the portal. Of course, Li Feng's proficiency in the portal was far better than McGonagall's, and he was not afraid that the other party could catch up with him. Moreover, as long as McGonagall left the library, he had plenty of ways to make McGonagall run back to the library on his legs. According to the plan, after Li Feng opened the portal and dropped a scroll as compensation, he frantically looted the private collection of Mr. Phileas Flitwick, the dean and spell teacher of Ravenclaw College. Flitwick, who was guarding the library, had already sensed that the various spells he had researched were being looted by Li Feng. Flitwick hesitated. He thought that Mag knew how to cast portals, and with her own strong strength, she could at least stop Li Feng for a moment. As long as there was a moment of buffer time, Mag would open the portal to take them back to the library, and Li Feng would not be able to rob the library. Mag seemed to see Flitwick's thoughts and immediately opened the portal to send Flitwick to his private collection room. Li Feng did not wait for Mag's portal to open and immediately opened the door to Mag's collection room. Mag, who sensed Li Feng in her collection room, was speechless and helpless. She had no choice but to open the portal to return to her collection room. Just in case, Mag did not close the portal but connected the library and the collection room together. Although Li Feng, who escaped to the outside of the school, did not snatch anything from Mag, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he opened the marble-sized portal to the library and secretly observed everything in the library. Seeing that Mag was in the collection room and was only maintaining the portal, Li Feng quietly opened the portal and got into the blind spot of the library and immediately opened his portal in front of Mag's portal so that the two portals were close together. If Mag crossed the portal at this time, she would find that she actually passed through two portals, and the place she was teleported to was naturally not in the library, but outside the campus. When Mag understood what was going on and slowly reopened the portal, Li Feng did the same thing and put his portal close to Mag's portal again. Mag had no choice but to hide her private collection in a hurry. When she returned to the library, Li Feng had already taken away most of the magical books. Only Snape, who had hidden the potion and returned to the library first, stood in the library with a sullen face and tightly grasped the scroll in his hand. Chapter 90 Sister Time. Back in Azkaban, Li Feng grinned and gently stroked the suitcases in front of him. The so-called gold belt for murder and arson. Don't underestimate just a few suitcases. These are all seamless retractable suitcases, storing Li Feng's crazy loot from most of the magic world, and all of them are magical items. If they are all taken out for exhibition, it is estimated that a large truck cannot fit them. With the help of these materials, I believe that, as long as Li Feng is willing to work hard and practice hard to transform them into strength, he can gain a firm foothold in the Marvel world. Even if there is no army of dementors, he will no longer be an unknown person who acts according to other people's faces. In order to prevent Dumbledore from guessing where he is hiding, Li Feng uses the slave contract to let the dementors who have been restraining Dumbledore scatter and flee first, and then wait for him to open the portal at the designated location, to take them back to Azkaban, and move them all to the Marvel world. After a while, Wan Ke told Li Feng through the slave contract that they had gotten rid of Dumbledore. Immediately, Li Feng opened the portal and let the dementors get into a seamlessly retractable suitcase, and carried the suitcase to the place where the portal was opened. Back in the Marvel world, Li Feng ordered Creature, who was curious about the new world, to drag the RV out of the cave, while he sat cross-legged on the sand, sensing the changes in the quantum energy in his body. If the quantum energy continued to dissipate, Li Feng said that he would never be able to open the portal again. Once he lost the way to become stronger quickly, it would make him very distressed. After a while, Li Feng happily sensed that the quantum energy not only did not dissipate, but was slowly recovering. Although Li Feng was confused by the quantum energy that dissipated and recovered, at least he knew that he could still use the portal in the future, which was also a happy thing. Li Feng let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to exit meditation, he seemed to hear someone shouting help in his ear. Li Feng opened his eyes and looked around. He asked in confusion, "Creature, did you hear someone calling for help?" Creature shook his head blankly and said, "Boss, did you hear it wrong? It was actually the sound of the wind." Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows and shrugged, saying, "Maybe I was too busy at Hogwarts before and mistook the sound of the wind for a cry for help." Suspecting that he had heard it wrong, Li Feng put the cry for help behind his mind and pulled out his wand to drag the RV out of the cave. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Feng was very puzzled. He touched the back of his head and thought for a long time before he realized that the car had been eating sand in the cave for a year and a half. The little gasoline that was originally left had long evaporated. Where did the power come from to start it? There was no choice. Li Feng could only order Creature to set up a tent in the cave as a temporary camp and modify the RV. Modifying a caravan is a big project, and it cannot be completed in a short time. In addition, Li Feng still lacks some necessary ordinary materials. Although Li Feng brought back a lot of magic materials from Harry's world, the materials of the flying car are not all magic materials. Otherwise, with Mr. Weirlai's family background, where would he get the spare money to modify the car? It would be better to improve his family life with this money. It's just that buying these ordinary materials makes Li Feng a little embarrassed. Although he has been in the Marvel world for so many years, there are only a few places in the city that he is familiar with. The first is Chinatown in New York. Although he hasn't been there for many years, Li Feng said that he is still very familiar with it. The problem is that New York is a metropolis, and there are too many cameras. It is estimated that as long as Li Feng shows up on the street, SHIELD will come to his door in minutes. Although Li Feng now has both strength and a large army of dementors, and is not afraid of SHIELD, he still avoids seeing him if he can, especially Fury. Talking to that boiled egg is too wasteful and there are pits everywhere. Li Feng said that he can't afford to hurt his brain cells. The second is Kathmandu, where Kamataj is located. If Li Feng's strength had not improved too much before, he might have chosen to go to Kathmandu to buy materials. However, as his strength improved, any wizard with a little cultivation could discover his mana attribute. Let a dark wizard go to the white wizard's nest to buy materials? Li Feng is not so brave. When Li Feng is besieged by a group of wizards, will he resist or surrender? What if Li Feng's matter is reported to Gu Yi? Do you think Gu Yi will kill Li Feng or Li Feng to appease the people? The last city is Portland, which is known as the City of Roses, where Li Feng once lived for a while. The only trouble is that Li Feng is not sure whether SHIELD is still paying attention to it. In the end, Li Feng chose to change his appearance and go to Portland to buy materials. Just as Li Feng was about to open the door to Portland, Creature, who had already set up the tent, walked out of the cave and came to Li Feng, looked up and asked, "Boss, Creature is going to cook a meal for you, but I don't know what ingredients you have. Or where is a market?" Creature will go buy it now. Market? Li Feng turned his head and looked at the desolate desert around him. Does this place look like there is a vegetable market? And Li Feng touched his pocket. What can I take to buy materials in Portland? My pocket is almost cleaner than my face. Scratching his head, Li Feng turned and walked into the tent, preparing to write a letter to Ancient One to ask her to come over to discuss something, and by the way, do some small business with the boss of Ancient One. Just after picking up the pen and parchment, Li Feng slapped his forehead. Damn, I have been in Harry's world for a long time, and there are things like telephones in the world. What kind of letter am I writing? Does Ancient One have a mobile phone? And what is the phone number of Kamataj? After thinking for a long time, Li Feng finally wrote a letter. Who told him not to remember Kamataj's phone number? After writing the letter, Li Feng just opened a micro portal and was about to drop the letter directly into Gu Yi's lounge when Gu Yi's voice rang out from the other side of the portal. Li Feng. Master Gu Yi. You're at home. Although using the portal to send letters saves time and postage, it was discovered by Gu Yi. Before he finished, I quietly dropped the letter and quietly left, which made Li Feng somewhat embarrassed. Gu Yi didn't care whether Li Feng was embarrassed or not. He guessed that Li Feng didn't dare to come to Kamatage to see him in person. It was probably because his strength had greatly improved. He was afraid that he would be recognized as a dark wizard by her disciples and would be severely punished. Gu Yi opened the portal directly and walked into Li Feng's tent. He was stunned to see creature, who was obviously a magical creature. However, when Gu Yi knew that Li Feng could carry magical creatures through, he expected this day to come, so he just glanced at it and stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng not to speak, but to perceive the surrounding space energy with interest. Compared with the strange looking magical creatures, Gu Yi was obviously more interested in space magic. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, glanced at creature, and signaled creature to make tea and take Ancient One to visit his temporary residence. After a while, Ancient One walked out of the tent, curiously walked around the tent that was not large in appearance, but had more than 100 square meters inside, and said, "Very interesting props. I suddenly have a new understanding of the way of fighting in the mirror space. For example, when I fight with the enemy, I release an infinitely large space, and he can't run to me, even if he is exhausted to death. Haha, compared with using the tactic of exhausting the opponent to death, you should first find the idiot who dares to fight with you." Li Feng smiled slowly, took off the time converter from his neck, and handed it to Ancient One, saying, "Master, take a look at this first." While speaking, Li Feng took out the magic book from his pocket, turned to the page that recorded the time converter, and signaled Ancient One to look through it. Ancient One, who had a deep attainment in time spells, gradually restrained his expression. While stroking the time converter in his hand, he frowned and looked at the magic book. After a long while, Gu Yi, who could not see a trace of smile, said seriously, "Li Feng, regarding the practice of time magic, I warned you before, don't play with time, it will cause time to branch." Gu Yi raised the time converter and continued, "This little thing will allow you to go back to the past, but it also means that at a certain time in the past, there were two of you in this world, and time must have branched. You will be trapped in the time branch and loop infinitely, and you will never be able to turn over." Li Feng nodded, indicating that he knew, but Li Feng shrugged and smiled. What if there was no me in this world at a certain time in the past? Gu Yi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Li Feng was a person who could go to other worlds. Once Li Feng opened the portal to travel on a whim, where would Li Feng come from in the Marvel world? Not to mention that the elder sister Gu Yi couldn't find Li Feng. It is estimated that the sister of time in the local world is also wondering, "You are obviously a small fish in its arms, how can it disappear?" Then after a while, it popped out inexplicably, and the sister of time said that she couldn't figure it out. With a little uncertainty, Gu Yi guessed, "Do you want to use this little thing to return to the time when you left your home world, when you returned from the other world?" Li Feng nodded. This was also the method that Li Feng had been looking for in order to prevent himself from missing some plots. Just like this time, it took Li Feng a year and a half to travel to Harry's world, but it also took a year and a half to travel to Marvel world. If there was a way to return directly to the second day when he went to Harry's world when returning to Marvel world from Harry world, so that Sister Time would think that Li Feng only left Marvel world for one day, Li Feng would be sure that he would not miss the opportunity to collect Infinity Stones. After listening to Li Feng's explanation, Gu Yi expressed his understanding, especially since Li Feng carefully set the time to return to Marvel world on the second day after traveling in order to prevent time from branching, which made Gu Yi feel a lot more at ease. Knowing Li Feng's attitude towards time and what he wants, and clearly knowing the consequences, Ancient One, who was already interested in the time converter, didn't say anything more. He lowered his head and recorded the information of the time converter while joking, saying, "But in this way, even though you are less than 30 years old in the local world, the time you travel to the other world will still act on your body and will not be reduced because you return to the past. That is to say, your ID card will show that you are only 30 years old, but your face will be covered with age spots." Li Feng's mouth twitched. This joke was really not funny at all. Not to mention that Li Feng's lifespan was extended. After he had magic power, there were countless treasures in the other world that could make people live longer. If Li Feng's luck was better, he might even be immortal. He would always have a face in his 20s. Age spots? What is that? Exclamation mark. Chapter 91 Creature and the Dementors Temporary Residence Permit. After talking about the time converter, Ancient One looked at Creature. Li Feng saw this and hurriedly explained to Ancient One what a house elf is and the inner values of a house elf. After Li Feng's long-winded talk, Ancient One finally understood what Li Feng wanted to express. In short, Creature dared not leave Li Feng's side, otherwise Creature would die of self-blame due to the slavery he had cultivated for many years. This made Ancient One curious about Creature's race and sternly warned Li Feng to keep an eye on Creature. As for the reason, haha, if the capitalists in the Marvel world knew that there were such loyal elves in the world who didn't want wages and would commit suicide immediately if he was killed, wouldn't they be crazy to capture Creature, draw blood and clone him, and put hundreds of creatures to work in their own factories or various high-level jobs? Wouldn't they make a fortune? Li Feng was confused when Ancient One was explaining. To be honest, he had never thought that there was such an operation. The only thing he could think of was that forces like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would be interested in Creature who had magic and conduct experiments like dissection. He had never thought about the ideas of capitalists. Having lived for an unknown period of time, Ancient One, who had become a shrewd human, had seen all kinds of ridiculous wars launched for a little profit. He was well aware of the human's suicidal personality and said faintly, Hydra will certainly cause trouble for you if they know of Creature's existence, but they are more likely to use Creature to improve their own strength. They believe more in the warriors they have trained since childhood, rather than the so-called elf warriors. But the capitalists are different. What they want is money, and cloning a Creature means that they pay less wages and have more income. What do you think those greedy capitalists will do? Not to mention those workers who are forced to lose their jobs. Let's say that most of a city is house elves. Once these house elves feel that ordinary people are not worthy of being their masters, what do you think will happen if ordinary people go to war with house elves with magic? Don't think it's impossible. After all, in the concept of house elves, they are servants of magicians, not servants of ordinary people. Li Feng, who was frightened by Ancient One, said slowly, what about the army and the final nuclear peace? Ancient One shook his head, finding Li Feng's still slightly naive idea ridiculous, and said, then what? Except for the humans hiding in the shelters, at least half of the rest were killed or injured. I said at least, understand? Coupled with the destruction of the environment leading to food shortages and the outbreak of human evil in the disaster, how many humans hiding in the shelters can survive? And from your introduction, I feel that the survival rate of house elves in an environment of radiation and food shortage is quite high. I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, house elves will become the masters of the earth, and humans will be labeled as rare species, please do not eat, and locked up in zoos. For some reason, after listening to what Ancient One said, Li Feng had the idea of killing Creature now. Fortunately, Ancient One finally said quietly, I think I should use the Eye of Agamotto when I go back to see if there will be any changes in the future. If Guyi did not finish his words, but looked at Creature. Li Feng also looked at Creature and nodded slightly. He knew what Guyi was thinking. If Guyi saw Creature betraying him in the future, then Li Feng would have to make Creature disappear. If he did not betray him, Li Feng would naturally continue to enjoy Creature's service. After thinking for a while, Li Feng slowly opened the suitcase containing the dementors, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, this time I came back with a group of servants in addition to Creature. At the moment the suitcase was opened, Guyi frowned and waved his hand to force the biting cold air emitted by the dementors back into the suitcase. Li Feng did not need to say more. She already understood that the creatures in the suitcase were not kind creatures, but a group of half-living and half-undead evil species. When Li Feng introduced that dementors were basically unkillable creatures in the original world, Guyi raised his hand disdainfully and pointed at a dementor, killing one on the spot. In the suitcase, when the cold air of the dementors was sealed by Guyi and there was no leakage, Wan Ke looked at Guyi and Li Feng with a confused face. Seeing Gu Yi kill a tribe member easily, Wan Ke immediately looked at Li Feng pitifully, begging for mercy, hoping that Li Feng could stop the bald lady from killing his tribe. Wan Ke felt that the shadow in his heart had been expanding since he met Li Feng, but he didn't have the courage to say it. It was okay when he was in Harry's world before. Li Feng basically ignored him, and he was still the leader of the dementors. Look at what kind of life he is living now. Not to mention that Li Feng didn't care about their hungry stomachs, and not to mention that hundreds of dementors were crowded in the narrow suitcase where it was difficult to turn around. Just say, how can one person kill them now? It was agreed that dementors could not be killed and that they were born in an invincible state. What's the matter? The rules can be changed at any time. Ancient One glanced at Li Feng and said with a smile, "You call it unkillable?" Li Feng shrugged. Not to mention that Ancient One could easily kill dementors. Even the apprentices in Kamatage could easily kill a few dementors. However, it was also because there were so many people in Kamatage who could kill dementors that Ancient One recorded the information of dementors and did not ask about it after applying for a temporary residence permit for them and creature. Anyway, dementors could not do anything in the Marvel world. If Li Feng wanted to raise them, he could raise them. Just think of Li Feng raising a big dog with a bit of lethality. In addition, Li Feng also used a slave contract to bind dementors, which was equivalent to tying an iron chain around the neck of a big dog. How could dementors still turn the world upside down? Compared with dementors, who were obviously soldier-type dementors at first glance, Ancient One was more worried about creature. After all, dementors were useless to capitalists and were not even qualified to be bodyguards unless that person liked to be sucked happy by dementors and became a fool. However, Ancient One looked at Li Feng with a smile and said quietly, "How do you provide food for them?" Li Feng, damn, you forgot that these guys can't eat white rice, but they feed on people's happiness. How about letting the dementors sneak into the prison to feed on the prisoners' happiness? Li Feng, who secretly glanced at Ancient One's face, immediately threw the bad idea he had just thought of behind his mind. He didn't want to be hung in the desert to dry by Master Ancient One, the guardian of mankind. Scratching his head, Li Feng looked down at Wan Ke and asked in the language of the dead, "Wan Ke, how long can you live without food and water?" Hearing Li Feng's question, Wan Ke guessed what Li Feng wanted to say and felt that his mentality was about to collapse. He said sadly, "Master, although we won't starve to death, that kind of hunger will drive us crazy. It's okay as long as we don't starve to death. I don't care whether we go crazy or not. Even if we go crazy, we are still bound by the slave contract." Li Feng thought that at worst he could let the dementors follow him to the other world to eat, and turned to Ancient One and said, "It's okay, the dementors won't starve to death, so let them starve. I'll feed them when I think of a way." After that, Li Feng closed the suitcase and let Wan Ke stay wherever it was cool. Walking to another suitcase, Li Feng rubbed his hand slightly flatteringly and said as he opened the suitcase, "Master, do you want these materials? I want to sell them to you." Gu Yi looked down at the seamlessly retractable suitcase and saw all kinds of props and materials placed in a mess inside the suitcase. Some of them were props that she found inexplicable, such as a teapot with its mouth open, chasing a floating magical flower, as if it would not stop until it took a bite. "What's the matter? Are you going to eat this flower from the spout of the pot and make yourself a pot of flower tea?" Very interesting gadgets. Gu Yi casually took out a small object from the suitcase, looked at Li Feng and said, "Are you short of money?" Li Feng scratched his head, looked at the RV being dismantled by creature in the distance, and said slowly, "Yes, very much." Gu Yi followed Li Feng's gaze to the RV, nodded and said, "You want to transform the RV but lack funds?" "Yes." Li Feng did not hide anything about this. After all, Gu Yi would know it later, even if he didn't say it, and he wanted to ask Gu Yi for help not only to sell materials. Hiding this and that would easily lose Gu Yi's trust. As a person, you must be honest. Only when there is a foundation of honesty between each other, some things are easier to talk about. Just like now, after Gu Yi agreed to spend money to buy materials, Li Feng handed the magic wand to Gu Yi and asked, "Master, can you imitate this thing?" Although Li Feng did not elaborate, Gu Yi still heard that Li Feng wanted to learn the craft of making magic wands. In fact, Li Feng had no choice. He was destined to return to the Marvel world. What if his wand broke or was damaged in the Marvel world? This thing was not sold in the Marvel world, and he couldn't go back to Harry's world to buy it. At least he didn't have that ability now. The only two ways he could think of were to learn to make wands himself, or buy a bunch of spare ones. But when Li Feng asked Ollivander for his skills to make a living, Ollivander said that, unless he was the inheritor of his mantle, he would not pass on the skills to outsiders. If Li Feng insisted on learning the skills of making wands, it was not impossible. He just needed to sign an unbreakable contract, inherit his shop, and never break the rules of the wand selection of owners. Li Feng patted his butt and left at that time, indicating that he would not learn it. Only a sick person would sign a contract. Li Feng didn't want to stay in Harry's world, nor did he want to be a wand craftsman for life. He just wanted to improve his strength. As for buying a bunch of wands from Ollivander as spares, it would take Ollivander to sell them to Li Feng. But who is Ollivander? The old-fashioned man who used a ruler to measure the wand for a long time before buying it. Would he still sell it to Li Feng, even though he knew he already had a wand? So when he left Harry's world, Li Feng looted a lot of wands as spares. But after trying other wands, Li Feng realized that these looted wands were not easy to use, or that using these unfamiliar wands would make his strength decline a lot. With some curiosity, after Gu Yi used the wand to cast a few spells, he said that the wand was good and could effectively improve the success rate of spell casting. As for imitation, it was not impossible, but the wand needed to be disassembled. When Li Feng heard this, he immediately took out a few looted wands from a suitcase and handed them to Gu Yi, asking him to disassemble them as much as he wanted, and it didn't matter if he broke them directly, because he had a lot of wands for Gu Yi to study slowly. Chapter 92 RV Renovation. After picking out the items that he was interested in from the materials that Li Feng had looted, Gu Yi left with a traceless retractable suitcase. Of course, the suitcase itself was one of the items that Gu Yi bought. Gu Yi was interested in many magical items from other worlds, and he was also interested in the traceless retractable spell. Not long after, a portal appeared in Li Feng's tent again. Gu Yi stood in the portal and handed a paper bag full of banknotes to Li Feng, saying, "Have you been living in the desert recently?" Li Feng nodded. After taking the bag, touched the back of his head, and said a little embarrassedly, "Master, do you have a way to hide your mana attribute?" In fact, Li Feng not only knew that Gu Yi had it, but it was also a top-level hiding method. He hadn't seen her use dark energy herself. Apart from Cassilis' accidental discovery, who else knew it? Even if Modu and others later knew that Gu Yi was using dark energy, it was not something they observed themselves. Gu Yi didn't know what Li Feng was thinking, so he nodded and said, "Bring the magic book." Hearing this, Li Feng quickly took out a matchbox-sized magic book and handed it to Gu Yi. Gu Yi didn't take the magic book, but just reached out and tapped on the magic book to record the method of hiding the magic attribute on the magic book, and said, "Treat creature well in the future." Gu Yi paused, as if he was thinking about whether to tell Li Feng about the future he saw. Even if Li Feng had some attainments in time magic, maybe Li Feng could see the future freely in the future. After hesitating for a while, thinking that some things would easily cause unknown changes if told in advance, Gu Yi finally decided to hide some things and said vaguely, "He is very good." After that, Gu Yi waved his hand to close the portal. Li Feng didn't think about the future, but just smiled inexplicably, because through Gu Yi's narration, he already understood that creature would at least not betray him in the future, nor would he cause any trouble. It was just that Gu Yi's attitude towards creature made Li Feng couldn't help but guess. It seems that Gu Yi knew my arrangement for creature. After thinking for a while, Li Feng put his guess behind his head. The future will tell. Now, don't worry about it. After getting the money, Li Feng used his fingers to estimate the time difference between Afghanistan and Portland. When the shops in Portland were open for business, Li Feng, with Mordo's face, carried the money bag and opened the portal to a supermarket in Portland, ready to buy a lot of materials for the magic modified RV. Carrying a large capacity shoulder bag, Li Feng, who traveled back and forth between Afghanistan and Portland, ran to many supermarkets and secretly broke into 4S stores to dismantle several brand new cars to get some parts, and finally gathered all the parts for the magic modified RV. Back to the endless desert, Feng officially started the magic modified RV journey that lasted for half a year. During the magic modification period, there were constant troubles. Feng couldn't think of some magic modification solutions, even if he tried his best. For example, how to make the RV fly safely. It was not a question of whether the RV could fly, but how to avoid radar after the RV flew to a high altitude. Feng is just a primary school student. He doesn't understand this kind of technology. As for how to use magic to avoid satellites and people's sight, Feng said that one invisibility can solve it, but radar doesn't work. Just because you can't see the RV with your naked eyes, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Radar based on radio positioning can still find the RV. Feng knows that after coating the RV with a certain material that can absorb the band, the radar will not be able to find it, but Feng doesn't know what the material is called, where to buy it, and how much it costs per barrel. There is no way. Feng can only carve the muggle repelling spell on the RV, comforting himself that it doesn't matter if the thunder finds it, and even if the military sends a plane to look for the RV, what can it do? The pilot will only subconsciously avoid the RV and report to the headquarters that I didn't see it. At the same time, in order to avoid the military bombing the RV with missiles, Feng searched for various protective measures in his mind and carved them on the RV, turning the RV into a mobile fortress. It is no exaggeration to say that driving a motorhome with 7 to 8 defensive magics engraved on the tires, Feng dared not go to the nuclear explosion site, but he dared to drive the motorhome in the center of the battlefield with roaring gunfire, drinking tea and cakes, while watching the battle between the two armies through the car window. After talking about the defense of the motorhome, let's talk about Feng's masterpiece, which is a seamlessly retractable car compartment and a 4-door locker with a large internal space. The space of the car compartment is remodeled from a small private aircraft, less than 5 meters wide and about 15 meters long. With Feng's current materials and knowledge, it is not impossible to expand the car compartment space to the extent of parking an aircraft carrier, but there is no need for that. It is too troublesome. For example, what if Feng is driving a car while whistling and suddenly has a stomach and wants to go to the toilet? Run towards the toilet at home for half an hour, or open the portal to the toilet, or use apparition to go to the toilet? This is a bit exaggerated. And Feng didn't want to settle down in the Marvel world. He still wanted to go home and hug his wife and children, so the question of finding a girlfriend in the future, or whether dating would cost money never occurred to him. So there were only him and Creature living in the RV. Why did they need such a large space? This little space was enough for now. As for the dementors, they could just squeeze into the crowded suitcase. Feng didn't want to let them out to wreak havoc in the Marvel world, or they would be wiped out by the Ancient One. As for the 4-door locker, one of the doors was a medicine garden that Creature took good care of. The area was more than 2 football fields. It can be said that most of the extraordinary medicinal materials in Harry's world can be found in this medicine garden. Once the medicinal materials are mature, Feng will have enough medicinal materials to brush up his proficiency in potions. Next to the medicinal garden was just an ordinary vegetable garden and utility room at first. In addition to storing some sundries, it only planted some tomatoes and green vegetables that Feng liked to eat, and also raised a few hens that could lay eggs. But I don't know if Creature had a brain seizure or something, saying that drinking fresh milk every day is good for health, and forced Feng to get a few cows. With the beginning of cows, Creature was completely crazy, saying that Feng's future food source must not be sprayed with pesticides and must meet high standards. Then I don't know where to get some cattle and sheep to raise them personally. This is not the end. One time, Creature accidentally heard Feng, who bought duck necks from Chinatown, chewing them and saying that this thing is delicious, but the quantity is too small, and it is very expensive. After that, Creature secretly stole a few ostriches from a zoo, saying that the eggs laid by this kind of chicken are not only big and filling, but also have long necks. Making them into duck necks will definitely satisfy Feng. At that time, Feng was confused. Ostrich is a bird, chicken is also a bird, but they are not the same species. Besides, he was eating duck neck, not chicken neck. If he wasn't afraid, that creature would go crazy and harm another animal. Li Feng really wanted to tell him that there is an animal called giraffe in this world, and that thing has a very long neck, and after being made into a duck neck, one neck is enough to eat for several days. Just like this, while Li Feng was confused and in a fog, creature forcibly transformed the good vegetable garden into a breeding farm, and the good RV was also transformed into a self-sufficient small base by creature. In addition to these two spaces, there is also a place for Li Feng to practice magic in the 4-door storage cabinet, and a collection room for Li Feng. However, now in the collection room, in addition to various books recording magic, there are only some small pieces, including the teapot, that likes to chase and bite magic flowers. That evening, Li Feng sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, drinking beer leisurely, while watching creature sprinkle various seasonings on the roasted lamb legs by the campfire. Just as creature handed a piece of sweet and juicy mutton to Li Feng, a portal suddenly appeared next to the campfire. Seeing that the person coming was Gu Yi, Li Feng hurriedly jumped off the RV and handed the mutton in his hand to Gu Yi, saying, "Master, why are you here? You didn't tell me in advance, so that I could prepare more sumptuous food. Creature's cooking is a delicacy that cannot be missed." Gu Yi smiled and took a bite of the mutton, nodded to creature who was turning the roasted lamb leg and said, "It is indeed a delicacy that cannot be missed." Hearing the praise, creature bowed slightly to Gu Yi, expressed his gratitude for Gu Yi's praise, and then turned around to sprinkle the seasoning evenly on the lamb leg, preparing to show better skills to entertain Gu Yi. Li Feng roughly guessed why Gu Yi came and motioned Gu Yi to go into the RV to take a good look at his home first. After a while, the two walked into the collection room. Ignoring Li Feng's collection, Ancient One took out the time converter from his arms and returned it to Li Feng, saying with a smile, "I already understand the principle of this little thing, and now I can see everything that happened in the past without the eye of Agamuda." Li Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "Ancient One wouldn't know my past, right? What did you see?" Ancient One smiled and shook his head and ignored Li Feng's question, but said, "Take out your magic book, I will give you the spells I have sorted out." Li Feng was a little confused. He didn't understand whether Ancient One knew his origins or not, but since Ancient One could teach him spells to manage time, Li Feng shouldn't be polite and immediately handed the magic book to Ancient One. Gu Yi reached out and pointed at the magic book with his finger, picked up the plate in his hand and said, "Do you mind if I take it away and enjoy it slowly?" Not to mention that Li Feng had not opened the magic book to check the new time spell. Even if he was immersed in the magic world, he would not care about a plate. He nodded and said, "Of course, there is a whole leg of lamb outside. Do you want to take it away?" Gu Yi stretched out his hand to open the portal and shook his head slightly, turning back to Kamatage. Seeing Gu Yi leave, Li Feng let out a long breath, threw away the speculation of whether Gu Yi knew his background, and solemnly placed the time converter on a separate collection shelf. This was Li Feng's first precious collection, and it was related to the time field, and needed to be properly kept. After casting layers of magic to wrap the time converter, Li Feng couldn't wait to open the magic book and prepare to check the time spell. When Li Feng opened the magic book, he found out that in addition to the spells related to time, Gu Yi also gave Li Feng a craft of making a wand, but Li Feng frowned and scratched his head after reading it. "This is not what I thought." Chapter 93, Resurrected Corpse. A secret base of SHIELD. In a pure white room of less than 30 square meters, Carlson, who was not handcuffed, was wearing a blindfold and sat upright in front of a metal table with 2 glasses of water and a mobile phone. Opposite Carlson, Fury, who finally shaved his head and became a boiled egg, was reading a detailed file about Carlson while leaning against the back of his chair with his legs crossed and eating a corn roll in big mouthfuls. Judging from the speed of eating, Fury had been hungry for a while. Soon, after swallowing the last bite of corn roll, Fury put down the file, picked up the water in front of him, took a sip and said, "Carlson, take off the blindfold." "Okay, sir." Carlson took off the blindfold and wondered where this was. He only knew that he suddenly received a call from Fury after completing a mission, and then he was led by 2 fully armed special agents wearing a blindfold and traveling around by plane and car to a base. Fury picked up the phone on the table, opened a document, stared at Coulson with his only eye, and said seriously, "Listen to a recording first, and tell me your first impression." After that, Fury pressed the play button, and Coulson's slightly familiar voice sounded in the phone. This was a recording of Feng handing over the corpse resurrection technology to Fury in the RV. Soon, the audio ended, and Coulson asked with half certainty and half doubt, "Sir, is this Austin?" Fury nodded, and Coulson said with a little surprise and confusion, "What about the content of this recording?" Fury did not answer Coulson's question, but said, regardless of the truth or falsehood of the content, after listening to Austin's repeated emphasis on not allowing us to resurrect the corpse, and readily handing us a broken USB flash drive with resurrection technology, what do you think? Coulson recalled briefly and said, "To be honest, my first reaction was disbelief. After all, resurrection is beyond my imagination." Fury nodded slightly and said, "What if you see a paper document, and a medical expert tells you that these resurrection methods are real?" Coulson said without thinking, "Find a way to repair the broken USB flash drive, and then conduct experiments." "It's just as I thought at the beginning," Fury said as he stood up and opened the door of the room, motioning Coulson to leave the room with him. "When I first knew that Austin had the ability to hypnotize, my first reaction, when I took the USB flash drive back to the base, was to find a psychological assessor to check whether I was hypnotized by Austin, and to determine whether my desire to do the resurrection experiment after repairing the USB flash drive was out of my own inner thoughts, or under the influence of hypnosis." Coulson, who was following closely behind Fury, looked at the corridor full of soldiers and doctors in biochemical protective clothing, and asked curiously, "What did the assessor say? And sir, can I know where this is?" Walking to the elevator, Fury pressed the elevator button and said, "The test results show that I was not hypnotized, but..." Fury shook the phone in his hand and said, "The experts told me that everyone has curiosity and rebelliousness. The more Austin prevents me from researching, the more it arouses my urge to do experiments, especially when a medical expert told me that the resurrection method is completely feasible. I can't be sure that this is not Austin hinting at something. As for where this place is," Fury shrugged and said, "I might tell you when you leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door opened, and Fury walked straight into the elevator, taking Coulson all the way underground. The elevator was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and after falling for about a minute, it finally opened slowly. This made Coulson unable to judge how deep underground he was. After walking out of the elevator, Coulson was taken to an operating room by Fury. At Fury's signal, Coulson looked through the glass at the operating room that looked like a slaughterhouse. There were 2 operating tables in the operating room, one of which was lying on a gorilla corpse with its chest cut open, and the other was a gorilla with a broken arm that was suspected to be anesthetized with its chest heaving. At Fury's signal, several doctors in the operating room began to take out the dismembered gorilla's internal organs and replace them with the internal organs soaked in formalin. When the operation was about to end, Coulson looked at the doctors in disbelief as they sewed a pair of arms that were obviously human to the broken arms of the 2 gorillas. Although Coulson guessed that everything in the operating room was related to the resurrection of the corpse, he couldn't figure out how his boss's brain was opened. The gorilla had human arms? Coulson said he didn't understand what this operation was. For a long time, Coulson watched the gorillas with human arms being carried into the resurrection instrument one by one, until the anesthetized gorilla lay motionless in the instrument, and the gorilla that was dismembered and resurrected had a bewildered look on its face and used its human hands to flexibly scratch its armpits. Then Coulson seemed to understand something and asked in a half affirming and half guessing tone, "Sir, is this an experiment to regenerate broken limbs and graft broken limbs?" Fury pointed to the motionless gorilla, shook his head and said, "This experiment can't be considered a limb grafting. Did you see the gorilla that was only anesthetized before, but is now dead? No matter how many times we experiment, only dead bodies can complete the grafting of broken limbs and resurrect. Once the originally living animals enter the final resurrection procedure, none of them can survive. Based on current technology, if one day you are missing arms and legs, and want to repair your body, I can only shoot you first, and then sew on the broken arms and legs you personally selected, and finally resurrect you. Carlson hurriedly shook his head, saying that he would rather be alive. Even if he had broken limbs he would rather not be shot. As for resurrection, Carlson, who had seen the gorilla being dismembered with his own eyes, thought it was better to forget it. It gave him the illusion that he would be put on a meat stall and sold after death, the kind that would be picked by the doctor with nitpicking. Looking at the weird gorilla that was alive and kicking after resurrection and could use human arms flexibly, Carlson looked at Fury again and asked, "Sir, are there any side effects to resurrection?" Fury nodded, motioned Carlson to continue following him, and said, "We have conducted animal experiments many times. Whether it is gorillas or mice, the success rate of resurrection is very high. Remember Austin said in the previous audio that the resurrected corpses will lose their memories? We did not find other side effects in the animal experiments. As for whether the animals have lost their memories, it is difficult for us to judge." After speaking, Fury stretched out his hand to open the door of the monitoring room while looking at Carlson and said faintly, "The human resurrection experiment was only done once a few days ago, and the experiment was successful once. After the corpse was resurrected, except for losing all memories, we did not find other side effects." Carlson was stunned. When he was about to ask something, he saw Fury pointing at a man with a naked upper body and scars all over his body, busy doing barbell squats on the monitoring screen, and asked, "Does it look familiar?" Carlson nodded in astonishment and said, "Bob Montana, a former member of the Special Forces, had his lower body blown off by a grenade while on a mission last month." Fury looked at Carlson, who had an expression of disbelief on his face, and smiled. "Since I got the USB flash drive from Austin, I asked the technical department to repair the USB flash drive while selecting the team for the experiment. It took nearly 2 years. After many animal resurrection experiments and continuous improvement of the resurrection technology, I dared to conduct human experiments some time ago." Carlson, who had been watching the surveillance, frowned at the barbell that was easily lifted by Bob and said, "Sir," the barbell in his hand, "nearly 500 kilograms. Fury shook his head and said, "It's not even the Guinness record." Carlson glanced at Fury speechlessly. "It's not the Guinness record, but I'm not blind." Bob didn't even breathe a breath. He was just playing. Seeing that Carlson was a little confused, Fury considered his own arrangements and thought it would be better to explain some things. He said, "The muscles of a living person are controlled by the brain and can only exert limited strength. But after resurrection, Bob's muscle groups are not under the control of the brain. He can exert 100% of his muscle strength, so you see Bob, who is similar to Superman." Carlson had been confused since he was blindfolded on the plane until he saw Bob, who became Superman after being resurrected. Carlson, who felt that his 3 views had been corrected, vaguely guessed something and couldn't help asking, "Sir, you ask me to come?" "Fury, I will arrange for Bob to be your subordinate, and you will be his inspector. Report everything you see to me at any time. Remember, this mission is not in the record file." As I guessed, Carlson nodded and said, "Yes, sir. Do you want me to meet with Bob now?" Fury shook his head and looked at Bob on the monitor with a stern face. I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. After a while, he said, "You have also come into contact with Feng's information. Do you see that he has the ability in place to resurrect corpses?" Carlson was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The current data shows that the only valuable thing Austin has is the RV, but I don't see that the RV can accommodate the equipment for resurrecting corpses, and his academic qualifications are not enough to support his resurrection experiments. But he can sell the resurrection technology to big companies." "Yes, selling it to capitalists. Then the question is," Fury asked with narrowed eyes, "have you heard of any laboratory completing the resurrection experiment?" Carlson shook his head. He really hadn't heard of it, not even suspected rumors. Fury sighed and said, "This is what I can't understand. If Li Feng gave us the resurrection technology in order to resurrect corpses, then why didn't he look for capitalists? Even private sponsorship would be fine. Why did he give it to us? It can't be my personal charm, right? Carlson shrugged, indicating that he couldn't guess. After a long while, Fury said in a joking tone, before knowing Austin's ultimate goal, I will not continue to revive the corpses. Instead, I will study the technology of grafting severed limbs. Once the experiment is successful, we will no longer have disabled soldiers, which can save a lot of pensions. At the same time, Fury added in his heart, if we find out Austin's purpose, we can even remove the funds for purchasing the cemetery from our expenses. Chapter 94 Bob. Regarding the understanding of time, the Ancient One is worthy of being a master among masters. He relied on the working principle of the time converter to organize it into a spell and handed it to Li Feng. It can be said that as long as Li Feng practices step by step, he will be able to return to the past without the time converter one day. However, the time spell that the Ancient One gave to Li Feng is very different from the function of the Eye of Agamotto. The Eye of Agamotto allows you to see countless futures in the outside world, like watching a blockbuster movie while lying in bed at home. Even if this happens outside the Earth, you can still enjoy the future while eating popcorn. Just like in Avengers 3, Doctor Strange is clearly in Thanos' hometown, but uses the Eye of Agamotto to see Iron Man on the future Earth snap his fingers and kill Thanos. Li Feng's spell can only see the past and the only future within the field of vision. For example, after some practice, Li Feng still cannot release the time spell on the apple that he has bitten in his hand alone. He can only release the spell on the surrounding environment so that he can see the time around him as clear as a ghost, and the time around him is constantly accelerating until Li Feng sees the apple being taken into the RV by the future creature and sliced into apple pie and eaten by himself. Among them, the part where creature made apple pie in the RV was made up by Li Feng because he could only see the future within his sight, and the scene where creature made apple pie happened in the RV, which blocked Li Feng's sight. He couldn't see whether creature peeled the apple skin with his hands or with a knife without perspective. Unless Li Feng ran into the RV, he couldn't see how the apple was made into apple pie. As for seeing the past, it also made Li Feng speechless. Let's take the apple as an example. What Li Feng saw was not the bitten apple returning to its original state inexplicably, but watching the apple being bitten by his past self. As for more of the apple's past, the apple's past was beyond Li Feng's sight, and he couldn't see it at all. Unless Li Feng was bored and had to see more of the apple's past, he could only cast a spell while following the apple, watching the apple return from his hand to the supermarket, to the dealer, and finally standing in the orchard watching the apple return to the apple tree. This made Li Feng a little bit annoyed. It was useless to only see the only future within his sight. He was not unaware of the plot development. If it wasn't related to time, Li Feng wouldn't bother to practice this useless time spell. The herbs in the medicine garden were cut by Klee one after another. Li Feng, who was hiding in a four-door locker and practicing magic except for eating and sleeping, said that he needed to go out for some fresh air, otherwise mushrooms might grow on his head at any time and he would be poisoned by mushrooms, and there was no cure for good mushroom poisoning. So lonely. After leaving the practice room, Li Feng hesitated when looking at the magic wand and a long stick, and finally picked up the long stick in the corner and put it into his shoulder bag. Speaking of this long stick, Li Feng was actually quite helpless. At the beginning, Gu Yi disassembled countless magic wands and finally understood the manufacturing process of the magic wand. But when Gu Yi put the imitation magic wand into the list of magic tools for his disciples, none of the magicians in Kamituj wanted to use the magic wand. At first, Gu Yi was still wondering, the magic wand can increase the success rate of spell casting and the power of spells. It is a good magic tool anyway. Why didn't her disciples even look at it? It was not until Gu Yi asked her disciples for their opinions that she realized that her disciples did not like batons. They preferred to hold sticks and knock enemies to death when they got close. It would be strange if they would use a baton that could not kill people. Gu Yi had no choice but to go back to her room to continue researching until she moved the function of the wand to increase the success rate of spell casting to the long and short sticks and strengthened them. Only then did her disciples give her unanimous praise and say that it was very useful. The magic wand making process that Gu Yi gave to Li Feng was naturally the magic array engraved on the long and short sticks after modification, and the effect after strengthening was better than the magic wand. This forced Li Feng to give up the baton and replace it with a long stick. After all, the long stick was more powerful and more convenient. However, there was a slight difference between the long stick made by Li Feng and the magic weapon of camouflage. This long stick was hollow, and Li Feng also took the trouble to engrave the traceless extension spell so that his army of dementors moved from the crowded suitcases to live in the long stick. This meant that Li Feng, with the long stick, could summon his army at any time. After putting the long stick into his shoulder bag, Li Feng told Creature to look after the house and then reached out to open the portal to Portland, ready to watch a movie and relax. Li Feng, who walked out of a dead end and was looking for a movie theater on the streets of Portland, felt that the atmosphere in the air was a little wrong, especially when Li Feng passed by the door of musical theater. He noticed that there were many fully armed soldiers hiding nearby, pointing their weapons at the door of the theater. Li Feng, who didn't want to join in the fun, originally wanted to pat his butt and leave. It was just a gunfight. The gunfight in the movie was much more exciting than in reality, and there was nothing to see. It wasn't until Li Feng found that the weapon in the soldier's hand didn't look like a gun at all, but rather like some kind of magnified flashlight, that Li Feng was stunned and thought, ultraviolet light. Is this a scene of soldiers fighting vampires? Li Feng was a little curious. He has been in Marvel for many years, but he has never seen a vampire in reality. He had to doubt that in the Marvel world, where new species are flying all over the sky, vampires have long been killed by camouflage. Stopping, Li Feng curiously opened his Dharma eye and looked towards the theater, wanting to see what the vampire's spirit looked like. As a result, he didn't see the vampire, but only saw a woman sitting on the stage in the theater, who seemed to be playing a cello, and a zombie with a messy spirit hiding nearby, suspected of protecting the woman playing the cello. The Dharma eye can only see spirits, so Li Feng really can't see the cello, but he has seen the spirit of this zombie. This is a spirit that only people who have been resurrected after death have. Li Feng not only knows clearly that there are forces in the Marvel world that can resurrect corpses, but he also gave them the resurrection technology himself. So who else can the zombies in the theater be except the people from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Li Feng grinned silently and quickly left the theater door. Carlson is also here. Could this lady who seems to be playing the cello be Carlson's girlfriend? Zombie, do you know how long I have been waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to resurrect you? Not far away. Li Feng walked into an empty alley and transformed his coat into a black cloak to cover his whole body. He then pulled out a long stick with the function of a wand and cast the illusion spell. He grinned and cast the apparition to fly into the theater from the back door. After flying into the theater, Li Feng glanced at Carlson, who was guarding the entrance of the theater, and smiled silently as he quietly wrapped the living corpse Bob into the mirror space. The moment Bob entered the mirror space, he pulled out his pistol without thinking, and repeatedly pulled the trigger at Li Feng. When the bullets inexplicably hovered in front of Li Feng, they fell to the ground with a clang. After losing kinetic energy, Bob quickly pulled out his dagger and asked with a confused expression, "Superpower?" Seeing that Li Feng did not answer his question, Bob glanced at the surrounding space crystal wall and looked at Li Feng, who was circling around him with a wary face. Seeing Li Feng's interested eyes, Bob suddenly had the illusion that he was a commodity hanging on the shelf, allowing Li Feng to check the quality of the goods. When Li Feng got the resurrection technology, he was confused and said he couldn't understand it. This thing belongs to the scientific side and has nothing to do with magic. For this reason, Li Feng even had the idea of sneaking into university to study hard. But later, Li Feng thought that it would be better to practice magic to improve his strength instead of studying. Moreover, he had no money and no equipment to revive corpses. In addition, he was wandering around alone. Why would he revive the corpse? He didn't lack servants. Even if he wanted to let the resurrected Superman sneak into S.H.I.E.L.D. to be a spy for him, he would have to recruit S.H.I.E.L.D. and climb up step by step to provide Li Feng with the internal information of S.H.I.E.L.D. But it would take too much time. It is estimated that when the spy climbed up to a high position, he would find that SHIELD had been disbanded and provided nothing. After thinking about it, Feng simply gave the resurrection technology to Fury and asked him to help revive the corpse. Then Feng could secretly control the resurrected corpse. Compared to the corpses resurrected by Feng, I believe Fury trusts the corpses he resurrects more, and he will feel more at ease using them. In addition, the level of the agents resurrected under Fury's nose will not be too low, and the speed of promotion within SHIELD will be faster in the future. An agent who is SHIELD in public, but belongs to Feng in secret, how great it is. If Fury resurrects corpses on a large scale, it will be even better. SHIELD can be renamed as Feng's house. Feng was circling around Bob, sighing, "It's not easy. I've been waiting for so many years. Hey, what's your name? When were you resurrected? How many zombies like you has Fury resurrected?" Bob was stunned, feeling that Feng was a psychopathic supernatural person. What did he say? Resurrection? Zombies? Why don't you say zombies will destroy the world? Bob ignored Feng's question, while observing Feng, who seemed to have no resistance, pretending to be confused, and stubbornly asked back, "Who are you?" As soon as the voice fell, Bob pounced on Feng like a tiger, ready to use the knife in his hand to make a few holes in Feng's body. Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked like he was watching a comedy. Watching Bob hit his face against an invisible barrier when he was 1 meter away from him. "It really hurts, and it hurts my face," Feng teased Bob, while pointing the long stick in his hand at Bob. After petrifying him, Feng said faintly, "Little guy, do you really think I don't know anything? If you don't tell me, you are so naive." After that, Feng carved a magic circle on the ground to restrain the devil, and cut his finger, and carved a summoning magic circle on the petrified Bob's forehead with blood. After Feng finished drawing, he carefully checked the magic circle again. After confirming that there was no mistake in the magic circle, he opened a portal connecting to the secret place of the theater. After all, the mirror space can isolate the existence of hell. Before the portal is opened, no matter how Feng summons, he can't summon the devil. As soon as Feng finished summoning, a soul fireball representing the devil rushed into Bob's body from the portal. Seeing this, Feng immediately closed the portal and watched the devil slowly occupy Bob's body. After a while, the devil opened his eyes, first looked at the space crystal wall around him, then looked down at the magic circle on the ground, squinted at Feng hiding in the black cloak, and asked, "The mirror space of Kamatage? I didn't know that the people of Kamatage would actively summon the devil. Tell me what your purpose is?" Chapter 95 Feng's internal support. Feng frowned. He could tell from the tone of the devil that the other party seemed to be quite familiar with Kamatage. This was not a good sign. Kamatage's attitude towards devils has always been to kill them without burying them. Therefore, the devils that are familiar with Kamatage are either high-ranking devils or elite devils that can escape from the pursuit of wizards. Whether it is a high-ranking devil or an elite devil, I don't want it. I just want to summon a little devil to be my spine shield. In fact, Feng is quite depressed now. Compared with those elite devils that are scarce in number, Feng has set his target on the countless weak devils from the beginning. After all, his slave contract was taught by the devil, and he just used Voldemort's dark magic mark to refurbish it. God knows whether those elite devils will find loopholes in the contract and bite back. If there is no way to summon weaker ghosts, Feng will not summon devils. Ghosts are so good. They are neither as cunning as devils nor as strong as devils. Unfortunately, Feng has never learned the spell of summoning ghosts, and he doesn't know where to learn. Since hell could not support Feng to change a devil and there was no return function, Feng could only think, since the summon has been summoned, I have to try it anyway. It doesn't matter if it fails. It's just an attempt anyway. Besides, I don't believe you can detect my identity through the cloak. Feng took out the wooden box of pseudo-angel feathers from his shoulder bag and prepared a spell in secret and asked, "Who are you?" "Me." The devil seemed to be reading Bob's memory, thinking about something, and said with a smile, "Mephisto Madden." Feng's eyes twitched, and he opened the wooden box without thinking and threw it at the devil. He opened the portal and was about to use apparition to escape. Suddenly, the devil's heart-wrenching scream came from behind Li Feng, which made Li Feng a little confused. Mephisto is the boss of hell after all. Even if his strength is greatly reduced in the human world, he can't be subdued by a pseudo-angel feather. At most, he can delay Li Feng for a few seconds and let him escape. In addition, the devil is possessed by a living corpse, so his strength should not be weakened too much. Unless this guy's lying to me. Li Feng, who was about to escape, stopped and glanced at the devil who was almost dying. After hesitating for a while, Li Feng finally used the magician's hand to put the pseudo-angel feather into the wooden box, leaving only a thin gap in the wooden box. He asked in confusion, "You said you are Mephisto?" At this time, the devil seemed to be thrown into a sulfuric acid pool. His body was festering and emitting bursts of foul smell. He had no strength to answer Li Feng's question, but when the devil saw that Li Feng was about to open the wooden box, he was so scared that his mouth trembled, and he quickly said, "I'm a loyal subordinate of Mephisto." There was nothing to say. Li Feng swung the long stick and hit the devil in the face, and it was purely physical. After all, it was easy to kill the devil with mana. At that time, Li Feng would have to work hard to summon another devil, which was not cost effective. While beating him, Li Feng was cursing, "I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you to breathe heavily when talking to me. You scared me to the point of having a heart attack, and you're still a loyal subordinate of Mephisto? Let me ask you, how many devils in hell are not loyal to Mephisto?" After beating him for 5 minutes, Li Feng asked, leaning on a long stick with one hand and holding a wooden box with the other hand, "Now you answer whatever I ask, and if you dare to breathe heavily again, I will open the wooden box and let you disappear in pain. At worst, I will waste my energy to summon another devil." The devil, lying on the ground, still protecting his face tightly, rolled his eyes and nodded slowly, fearing that Li Feng would really kill him. He pretended to be submissive and said humbly and flatteringly, "Yes, respected master, feel free to ask any questions you have, I will tell you everything I know." Li Feng has dealt with devils more than once or twice, and he knows that, although the devil in front of him may appear to be submissive on the surface, he may be thinking about how to escape, or even kill himself behind his back. However, Li Feng was not in a hurry. Seeing how badly the devil in front of him was injured by the pseudo-angel feather, he expected that the opponent's strength was not that high. "Tell me the name first, and then tell me what you are doing here." "Respected master, the devil's name is long and difficult to pronounce. You can just call me Bob." "Bob?" Li Feng squinted at the devil and asked, "Is it the name of your body?" Bob nodded and said, "Yes, sir. Bob Mantona is the name of this body. He came here with his Inspector Coulson to capture Marcus Daniels today." Li Feng scratched his head, indicating that he had no impression of this name, and motioned Bob to continue. Daniels used to be an assistant in a physics laboratory. An accidental experiment gave him the ability to absorb any energy, but because of the instability of his ability, his brain was damaged, and he became a member of the army of mental patients. Perhaps because mental patients have broad thinking, coupled with Daniels' ability, Coulson could not find the other party's hiding place for a while. Fortunately, Daniels seems to be obsessed with Ms. Audrey Nathan, who plays the cello outside the mirror space. This makes Coulson, who is in charge of the capture operation, come up with the idea of using Nathan to lure Daniels to complete the capture mission. After listening to Bob's introduction, Li Feng shrugged and said with a smile, "Okay, it seems that you do know the memory of this body, and you know it very clearly." Bob was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand that what Li Feng wanted to ask was not why Shield came here, but your purpose is to find out whether I have inherited the memory of this body? What else? Do you really think I'm interested in what's happening outside? Li Feng pointed at Bob's chest with a long stick to carve a slave contract and said with a smile, "If I hadn't seen Bob, your body appeared in the theater, I would have been eating popcorn and watching movies in the cinema. I don't care whether a mentally ill person will harm society. I'm not a policeman." Bob, who felt a little confused as a devil, but was deceived by humans, especially when he saw the familiar magic circle on his chest, he was even more panicked. "You want to enslave me?" Li Feng, who completed the magic circle, grinned and said, "Either be my slave or die. By the way, let me remind you that this is a mirror space. Once you die, it will completely dissipate. Don't think about returning to hell." Bob couldn't figure out how Feng, who was obviously a human, got the slave contract that looked like a devil's. In addition to the mirror space that couldn't be escaped, he was now at the mercy of others. He ran happily from hell to the human world at the beginning, but in the end, he became a slave. How could he seek justice? Bob, who wanted to resist, but had no strength, could only sign the contract with Feng obediently, thinking that he would find a loophole in the contract before escaping from Feng's control. Now, he might as well become Feng's secret agent and shield. At least his life would be saved. Even though Bob became his slave, Feng only breathed a sigh of relief on the surface, but he still did not relax his vigilance in his heart. Feng played with the wooden box in his hand and asked, "Tell me about your status in hell." Bob raised his rotten right hand and said, "Dear master, can you let me get in touch with hell first, so that I can recover some strength, so that Carlson won't see me like this after I leave the mirror space?" Feng looked at Bob with a smile, stretched out his hand to open the portal, and said, "Want to try to return to hell? It's okay, go ahead and try, I won't stop you." Bob seemed not to hear Feng's voice. He lowered his head while contacting hell to recover his strength and whispered, "Master, a weak devil like me has no status in hell. If I hadn't been with the Lord before, I wouldn't even know the slave contract." Bob said a lot of bits and pieces, and in summary, he was a useless devil with neither strength nor power. As for whether Feng believed it or not, it was not within Bob's consideration. Feng didn't care whether Bob was useless or not. He even hoped that Bob was useless. It was just a devil's words. If 1 out of 10 sentences was true, it would be good. In view of the distrust, Feng ordered Bob to be his shield agent as usual, and not to contact him without authorization, except to pass messages through the slave contract. Before leaving the mirror space, Feng thought for a moment and said, "Turn your head away, Kit, don't look around, or you'll get sty." After that, Feng closed the portal and reopened it, and shouted to creature outside the portal, "Come and help me." "Yes, boss." Creature blinked his eyes, walked to Feng, and said, "Boss, what do you want?" Feng pointed to Bob, who had his back to him, and said, "You and him will sign the unbreakable curse later, and I'll be a witness, understand?" Creature nodded, walked to Bob, grabbed his palm, and looked at Feng. Feng put the long stick between Bob and Creature's handshake, and made Bob, who had been closing his eyes, promise not to disclose this meeting, not to report his identity, and a series of unequal promises. Then the long stick shot out flames that wrapped around the palms of the two. Feng knew that the spell had been cast. He waved his hand to signal Creature to leave, and said to the confused Bob, "Open your eyes. Let me remind you that, if you break the promise you made before, you will not even have the chance to return to hell, and will disappear directly." Although Bob did not know what kind of magic the oath just now was, he said that he would never dare to violate it, because he cherished his life. He said humbly, "Master, should I go back to my post now? I'm afraid Carlson will get suspicious if I stay in the mirror space for too long." At this time, outside the mirror space, a man seemed to be immersed in the sound of Nathan's cello. He walked towards Nathan with his eyes closed. Without Bob's reminder, Feng knew that this man must be the target of Carlson's arrest this time, the mentally ill patient Marcus Daniels. Otherwise, how could someone run into the theater that was half blocked by SHIELD? Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal, signaling Bob to get out, and he returned to the RV. The journey that was supposed to relax the mood turned into a journey to summon the devil. Feng said that he needed Creature's food to relieve his slightly nervous mood just now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Missing Stark. Although Daniels can absorb any energy, including brain waves, electric pulses and other means of turning people into corpses, as long as he is still a human, the total amount of energy he can absorb will be capped. This also gives Carlson and others a means of capture, such as using a flashlight-like thing in their hands. to force Daniels to absorb a large amount of energy, causing him to have indigestion or overload his body so as to achieve the purpose of capturing him alive. After all, Carlson, who looks like a good guy, aims to help Daniels return to normal, not to kill him. After the mission was over, Carlson walked up to Bob and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me? I feel that you are a little tired." Bob was not tired at all. That was very tired. Which devil could be relaxed after facing the pseudo-angel feathers? He is not Mephisto. But Bob dare not say this. God knows what the consequences will be if he violates the promise that was obviously made under the witness of magic. Bob shrugged, took a long breath, and said casually, "I just feel a little emotional when I see Daniels. After all, I'm a monster like him, and I don't even have any memories. Apart from following you to fight and kill, I feel that this is my life, just a monster's life." Carlson patted Bob on the shoulder and said gently, "You are not a monster, but a teammate I trust, and you were a member of the special forces before, but..." Bob smiled bitterly and said, "Stop, I just had half of my body blown off during the mission. Fortunately, the medical team rescued me in time, but I lost my original memory because of the brain injury." Spreading his hands, Bob pointed to his heart and said with a helpless tone, "You and my previous teammates have said this 800 times, and I have also read all the information about me before the accident, but I still feel that I have become a monster after being treated by you." Carlson scratched his brow and said, "Well, maybe I have given you too many tasks recently, which has put too much pressure on you. Do you need me to give you a long vacation and let you go fishing outdoors?" "Forget it." Bob rolled his eyes and said, "The last time I went fishing, I noticed a medical team hiding in the distance. I don't want to experience it again. It makes me feel like I'm so old that I need a cane to go out." After saying that, Bob prepared to walk out of the theater, looking like he needed to lie down in the car to have a good rest. In fact, the devil didn't want to have too much conversation with Carlson before digesting Bob's memory. After all, Carlson was an agent after all, and it would be easy for him to find the flaws in his words. Just as Bob was about to leave the theater, Carlson's voice came from behind him. "Have you seen Austin?" Bob was stunned, wondering if Austin was the wizard from before. He pretended to be puzzled and turned his head to look at Carlson and asked, "Sir, who is Austin? Is he my old friend?" Carlson smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. Go and have a rest." It was not until Bob got in the car and closed the door that Carlson pressed the communication area in the cochlea and said, "Sir, did you hear it?" On the other end of the communicator, Fury sat at his desk with his mobile phone, repeatedly watching the video of Feng suddenly appearing in Portland and passing by the theater door. Feng was also helpless. Although he knew he was on Fury's list, he didn't know who was in the theater when he passed by. He didn't react until he saw Bob and Carlson, but at that time his face had been captured by the nearby agents and cameras. What could he do? The agents could still use Oblivion to make them forget themselves, but what effect would Oblivion have on the camera release? Could it be that the camera can also learn to shake its head and shyly tell Fury that "I won't let you watch other people's content"? Fury, besides being tired, is there anything else abnormal about Bob? Nothing has been found yet. Carlson thought for a moment and said, "Sir, are you sure Austin would sneak into the theater to meet Bob instead of just passing by the theater? I believe in my intuition. How about we make a bet? I bet $10 that Austin has met Bob." Fury leaned back in his chair and said with a tangled face, "When Austin gave us the resurrection technology, I knew he had other purposes. Now Austin has appeared near the theater, and then Bob showed weakness, which has indirectly proved my guess. Unless Bob was so bored that he dared to hide in the corner and vent his excess energy with his fingers during the mission. Now I want to find out how Austin talked to Bob, and whether he used force to talk during the period. Otherwise, why was Bob inexplicably weak? And what did they talk about? Is there any suspicion of cooperation?" Knowing that his boss was paranoid again, Carlson glanced at Bob in the distance, thought for a moment, and whispered, "Do you want me to take Bob back to the base for a psychological examination? After all, Austin can hypnotize." "Of course, but..." Fury paused, refreshed the computer page, opened a psychologist named Andrew Garner, and said, "This time, Find a better expert to do the examination, so I will arrange Bob's examination. Yes, sir. Carlson hesitated and asked. Austin appeared on the streets of Portland. Do you need me to find him? Fury took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, reopened the surveillance video, and watched Li Feng, who was wearing a casual suit and had a small belly, suddenly walked out of a dead end. Fury was very sure that Li Feng suddenly appeared in the dead end, because even if he rewound the surveillance video 48 hours, he didn't see Li Feng walking into the alley, unless Li Feng was bored to the point of being in a daze in this dead end, and was in a daze for more than 48 hours, but this was impossible. While Fury was secretly complaining about how much trouble Li Feng's ability to run around the world had caused him, he said quietly, Austin seems to have the ability to open a wormhole. How do you want to find him? And that guy doesn't even have a mobile phone, so we can't even use satellite positioning. I almost doubt whether he came from a primitive tribe. Carlson frowned, and just as he was about to ask something, he heard Fury sigh and say, Carlson, do you know how much money it will cost to find a guy who can appear in your house or my bedroom at any time? Before Carlson could answer, there was a knock on Fury's office door. Fury looked at the door and said to Carlson, take Bob back to the base as soon as possible. After that, Fury put down the phone and said to the door, come in. Mariah Hill, as Fury's right-hand man, pushed open the office door expressionlessly, handed a document to Fury, and said, we are in trouble. Tony Stark is missing. Fury was stunned. Considering Stark's well-known status as a playboy, he would often hook up with women for a spontaneous sex trip. It was normal for him to disappear. After all, no one wanted to be surrounded by people watching when they were having a great time. Fury couldn't help but tease, well, which woman did our weapons expert Mr. Stark disappear with this time? Hill pointed to the information and said, I'm afraid it's not what you think this time. He disappeared when he was returning in a jeep after demonstrating new weapons in Afghanistan. When the military arrived at the scene, they only found the wreckage of soldiers and vehicles, but no trace of Stark. Although it is temporarily impossible to determine what force attacked the military, this group of people is obviously going after Stark. Afghanistan? Fury squinted his eyes, opened the information and quickly browsed it while asking, from your tone, Stark's chance of survival is still quite high. Who else knows about Stark? Hill tilted his head and said with a little helplessness on his face, this matter is quite a big deal. The military can't block the news. It is estimated that the headline of tomorrow's newspaper will be about Stark's disappearance. This is in line with Stark's character. He always makes the headlines of newspapers. Fury scratched his forehead a little irritably, put down the information in his hand and ordered, find the troubled Stark as soon as possible. After that, Fury picked up the phone and waited for Carlson to answer the call before saying, emergency mission. On the other side, Li Feng, who returned to the RV and enjoyed the food, dove into various magic books. Most of these books were looted by Li Feng from Harry's world, but there were a lot of them. Even today, after several years, Li Feng still hasn't finished reading half of them. Of course, this is also related to Li Feng's habit of digesting the knowledge in the book before reading the next book. After all, these are all magic knowledge. Any slight mistake in understanding will have unimaginable consequences. Li Feng doesn't want to die or become disabled inexplicably. However, Li Feng, who was studying hard this time, had an unexpected gain. He found a weakened version of the magic amplification potion formula in the book. Although this formula is only 1/10 of the original one, and there are side effects such as dizziness after use and inability to use it multiple times in a row, the medicinal materials in the formula belong to the common category. The most important thing is that potions can improve strength faster than simple hard work. Holding the formula looted from some unlucky guy, Li Feng rushed into the herb garden with excitement and handed the formula to Creature, asking, Creature, do we have the herbs on the formula? Creature glanced at the formula, then looked at the herbs that had been processed, but piled up in the corner to mold, and said, Boss, except for the ordinary herbs used as auxiliary herbs, the remaining extraordinary herbs are all available. Li Feng scratched his head and looked at the ordinary ingredients on the formula. Fortunately, the auxiliary herbs on the formula can be bought on the market. Li Feng resisted the urge to grin wildly, stretched out his hand to open the portal to Portland, and ordered, "Creature, prepare the herbs according to the formula." In fact, there was no need for Li Feng to order. Creature, who was familiar with Li Feng's character, had already consciously selected the herbs on the formula, so that Li Feng, who had bought the herbs, could start brewing the potion at any time when he returned to the RV. In the next 3 months, Li Feng, who was devoted to brewing the potion, finally wasted many herbs and made the first weakened version of the magic amplification potion. Looking at the charming azure potion in the test tube, Li Feng thought for a moment, raised his head, and took a small sip. After all, he didn't know how to brew the potion, so in case of any accidents, Li Feng thought it would be better to try it in small sips. After a while, Li Feng, who felt a little drowsy, realized that this was the weakened version of the potion taking effect. While shaking his dizzy head, he asked Creature to hold up a parasol in the desert so that he could lie on a beach chair in the sun to digest the potion. After a while, Creature came to Li Feng with a fruit platter, looked at the figure in the distance with confusion, and said, "Boss, there are customers coming towards us." Chapter 97 The beginning of Iron Man. Stark felt that he should check the almanac carefully and choose an auspicious day before going out. He was so unlucky. He just came to Afghanistan to show the military his latest weapons and show off his talents. Why was he attacked by a group of terrorists for no reason? It was nothing to die on the spot due to the attack, and it was nothing to be saved by a doctor. But what about the need to put a magnet on the chest to save his life? Stark said that the doctor's skills were not good, which seriously affected his efficiency in picking up girls. This is too ugly. This is not the end. I don't know what these terrorists are thinking. They actually asked him to build weapons in a dark cave, and asked him to use hand tools such as hammers and wrenches to knock out the weapons. Stark said on the spot that he didn't have missiles, but he did have nonsense, so he asked the terrorists if they wanted it. As a result, Stark, who didn't recognize the reality, was taught a lesson by the terrorists. He realized that his life was in the hands of others, and Stark had no choice. What could he do? He could only use his hands to knock out the energy hanging on his chest, which was both beautiful and life-saving, and then busy himself with the weapons the terrorists wanted. It was just that the weapon Stark wanted to knock out was slightly different from what the terrorists wanted. The terrorists wanted missiles, but what Stark wanted to knock out was steel armor for escape. Fortunately, the cultural level of this group of terrorists was so low that they could not tell the difference between missiles and armor, which gave Stark the opportunity to knock out the armor. Now, Stark finally drove the armor he had worked so hard to knock out, killed countless terrorists, and escaped from the cave, where he had been imprisoned for 3 months. However, Stark, who had escaped from the cave, found that not only did he not see the terrorists who were scared to death by his armor outside the cave, but he saw the terrorists greet him with more intense guns and cannons, which made Stark unhappy. He immediately said that he was outnumbered, or that he would not worry about having no firewood if he had a chance to survive. He ignited the ammunition stored in the open air and then retreated strategically. Fortunately, Stark designed a flight mode when he used a hammer to knock on the armor, so that the terrorists who could only run on the ground could not track him for a while. However, this armor was handmade after all, and both the flying speed and energy were limited. After a while, Stark was forced to return to the ground and continue to escape on the hot sand. Stark, thirsty and tired, ran for most of the day, and suddenly saw a motorhome in the distance ahead. Stark was stunned. If he saw a motorhome in a beautiful environment, he would understand that people were on vacation, but in the deep desert, let alone how the motorhome avoided the quicksand and drove into the deep desert. Let's just say who would drive a motorhome into the desert for vacation? There was nothing to see except sand. Mirage. It must be a mirage. He thought so, but since the motorhome appeared in front of him, in the same direction as he had set before, Stark still ran towards the motorhome, praying that it was a real motorhome. After a while, Stark was sure that what he saw was indeed an illusion. Otherwise, how to explain the mirror image in the distance? Under a huge parasol, someone was lying on a beach chair eating something, and there was a servant next to him who was suspected to be either a child or a dwarf. Li Feng was stunned when he heard creature say that someone was walking towards him in the distance. His RV had a muggle repelling charm. Except for special people with energy in their bodies, ordinary people could not see his existence. Li Feng looked curiously in the direction creature pointed. Although his drowsy brain had been relieved a lot as the potion was absorbed, the figure in the distance was still a bit blurry. It was not until Stark kept approaching the RV that Li Feng realized that this was Tony Stark by the iconic headlights on his chest. At the same time, Li Feng also understood why this guy could see the RV. The headlights on his chest were not just to save his life. In Avengers 1, Loki wanted to control Stark's thoughts with the mind gem, but it was all blocked by this headlight. That was the mind gem. Did it not want to save face, or felt that it could not withstand Stark's protagonist plug-in and let Stark ignore it? It can be seen how powerful this headlight is. Now, Stark just ignored the muggle repelling charm. Li Feng said that he understood, but Li Feng watched Stark approach the RV step by step, and then inexplicably watched the other party hit his face against the RV. Li Feng scratched his head, looked at creature, and then looked at Stark, who was rubbing his nose and looking confused, with a look like a mentally retarded person, and asked, "Mr. Stark, didn't you see the RV?" Stark's head hurt now, not because of hitting the RV, but when he saw that creature was obviously not a human, and judged that the other party was not a simulated robot, he guessed that he had been detained by terrorists for too long, causing too much mental pressure and hallucinations. If Stark simply imagined the RV, he said that he could bear it. After all, he really wanted to rest now, and the RV was a good choice. But what he couldn't bear was that he, a playboy, actually imagined a man. Is he no longer interested in women? Originally, this was nothing, just a small hallucination. After returning home, he could find a good doctor with his financial resources to treat it. But not to mention the RV, that he thought was an illusion. What was the situation when Li Feng spoke? His ears and eyes clearly told him that everything he saw was not an illusion. This is really terrible. Stark rubbed his nose and looked at creature blankly. He had an illusion that he was not imprisoned for 3 months, but for hundreds of years. Otherwise, when did a creature like creature appear on Earth? It must be hundreds of years later that humans rushed out of the Earth and captured aliens, which made him see aliens serving the Earthlings in front of him like servants. Stark asked with a bit of confusion, "Who are you? Where is this? What time is it?" Li Feng rubbed his dizzy head and didn't understand at all that Stark actually wanted to ask what year it was. He just motioned creature to go back to the RV and hand the electronic clock to Stark so that he could see it himself. After all, Li Feng didn't know what time it was now, and there was still some time before dinner. Li Feng looked Stark up and down, frowned and asked, "Did you just escape from the terrorists? Who are you?" Stark hadn't had time to inform others about the terrorists. It can be said that no one except the terrorists knew his whereabouts. How did the person in front of him know? Unless he was also a member of the terrorists. Thinking of this, Stark first glanced at Li Feng, and after confirming that the other party had no guns, he scanned the surroundings to find some suitable weapons to prevent the drug-taking guy in front of him from suddenly attacking. Li Feng pointed at himself and said, "Me. You can call me Austin, a wizard." Stark frowned. He found that he had made a wrong judgment. The person in front of him was not a terrorist, but a psychopath. Come to think of it, who else but a psychopath would go to the depths of the desert to bask in the sun? How much sunscreen would he have to apply? Or was this psychopath too broad-minded and prepared to support a sunscreen factory by himself? Li Feng could tell from Stark's deep contempt that he obviously didn't believe what he said. After thinking for a while, Li Feng lightly snapped his fingers and released the healing spell to Stark. Just when Stark felt inexplicably warm all over his body and saw his skin injuries healing quickly, he heard Li Feng laugh and said, "This is a healing spell, but it can only heal your injuries." Li Feng pointed to Stark's palladium metal reactor, shrugged and said, "I can't heal this thing all at once. Just like injuries like fractures can only be treated with healing spells after the bones are straightened." Stark, who experienced the healing spell himself, shook his head to make sure if he was still immersed in the world of illusion. Even if Stark shook his brain out of his skull, Li Feng was still standing in front of him. After Stark's injuries were all healed by Li Feng, Stark said in an uncertain tone. Mage. Then he turned around and looked at creature who came down from the RV with an electronic clock. After confirming that he had not traveled through time and other doubts, he said, "What is this little guy? Your magic servant? Magic is just an unknown science. You don't know how many things you haven't seen." Li Feng explained casually. As for why Li Feng didn't want to explain clearly what magic is, he remembered that, after he explained the principle of magic to a certain scientist, the other party directly put on a posture of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it, and Li Feng felt like countless flies were buzzing in his ears. In addition to Stark's talent and the heart that wanted to prepare for everything, it is estimated that when Li Feng explained clearly what magic is that day, this guy will create the anti-Li Feng armor the next day. After giving Stark a look of disbelief, Li Feng extended his hand to invite Stark into the RV and said, "As for creature, he is my house elf, and it is also correct to say that he is my magic servant." Stark thought about it and intuitively felt that the probability of Li Feng being a terrorist was not high. Even if Li Feng was a terrorist, Stark would not be afraid. At most, he could subdue the other party and then drive the RV to escape. I believe that with the help of the RV, the chance of leaving the desert would be greater than using his legs. As for the identity of the mage, the stubborn and arrogant Stark would not believe it easily. Stark, who walked towards the door of the RV, seemed to remember something and said, "Then Mr. Mage with a small belly, what would you do when facing a terrorist with a heavy machine gun?" Before Stark finished speaking, Li Feng looked at Stark with a smile and showed a funny expression, as if he had seen a ghost, then turned around and got off the car to look at the car. When Stark returned to the RV with an expression of disbelief, the space was obviously oversized, and he asked in confusion, "Is this space expansion technology?" "Whatever you say is what it is." Li Feng shrugged, picked up the long stick in the corner, and said while stroking, "Let's talk about where the terrorists are. My little pets have been thirsty for a long time." Stark rubbed his forehead. He felt a headache since he saw Li Feng. "Let's not talk about healing and space technology. After all, science can do it. But what is the other party doing when he is ready to use a broken stick to cause trouble to the armed terrorists? Does he really think of himself as a wizard? This is fucking sick." Before Stark could answer, Creature, who was about to pour water for Stark, suddenly pricked up his ears and turned his head to look in one direction, saying, "Boss, I heard the sound of a car approaching." Li Feng grinned and walked down the RV with a wooden stick. Stark looked at Li Feng speechlessly, then looked at the driver's seat, thinking in confusion, should I wait until this lunatic is beaten into a pulp and then drive the RV away, or should I drive the RV and start running now? Chapter 98 Let's Eat. Stark ultimately failed to drive the RV away after Li Feng got off the car. It was not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. First, there was no key in the RV. Although Stark believed that he could start the RV without the key, it would take time. By the time he started the car, the terrorists would have boarded the RV with guns. Secondly, no matter how Stark looked at it, he felt that the RV could not outrun the military jeep in the hands of the terrorists. It was estimated that he would be beaten up again after being caught up by the terrorists. Stark, who didn't want to be tortured by the terrorists, watched through the car window with regret how Li Feng was shot to death and prepared himself to die in despair. However, the subsequent development was completely different from what Stark thought. Stark stared at the hundreds of black shadows floating out of the long stick in Li Feng's hand, and the muzzle of the terrorists' guns was still aimed at Li Feng, as if they didn't notice the group of black shadows. The drop in temperature caused by the appearance of the dementors made Stark feel a little absurd. He didn't understand when the desert would become cold in the daytime. Stark subconsciously rubbed his arms to keep warm and asked Creature, who was also lying on the car window, "Little guy, what are those black shadows? Why do I feel like I will never laugh again in this life?" Creature looked at the flying dementors and Li Feng's tall back with admiration and fear, and said, "Those are dementors, a group of the most evil creatures in the world. They suck happiness. You feel cold because of them." After releasing the dementors, Li Feng smiled at the terrorists and ordered the dementors in the dead language to hold back the desire to eat and simply surround the terrorists. All along, Li Feng was either in the RV or casting magic on the sand, resulting in some spells that he had never practiced properly, such as legitimate psychic or transfiguration used on living people. Now that he encountered a group of terrorists who didn't know whether to live or die, Feng certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity to test the power of the spell. Feng, who held up the shield, ignored the suspected warning words in the terrorists' mouths and cast transfiguration directly on a terrorist he didn't like. When this human turned into a skunk in an instant, the terrorists around him were no longer scary at all. Instead, they cried and screamed in fear, shouting words like wizard and devil. They desperately pulled the trigger hoping to kill Feng while fleeing in panic. How could Feng let go of the test subject that was finally delivered to his door so easily? He turned into black mist and used apparition to catch up with the fleeing terrorists, testing them one by one with spells such as legitimate psychic and avada kedavra. After a long time, Feng, who had gained some experience in using apparition while casting spells, felt that if he continued to test, the terrorists would be killed by him. He could only stop regretfully and shouted in the necromancer language to the air, "1K, it's time to eat." When the hungry dementors heard it's time to eat, they floated to the terrorists and took a big gulp of happiness. In the RV, Stark, who learned about dementors from Creature, was curious about how dementors sucked happiness. He saw the terrorists first all looked sad, as if their boss had died, then they lay on the ground one by one, and finally, the green light shot from Feng's long stick ended the lives of these people. Stark, who watched a battle between a wizard and a terrorist, felt that his mind was a little confused and needed to sort out his worldview. Compared to believing that Feng was a wizard, Stark believed that Feng was an alien with superpowers. After all, neither the space expansion technology nor the unknown species of creature in front of him were possessed by the Earth. When Feng stood at the door of the RV carrying a long stick, Stark couldn't wait to ask, "Are you sure you are from Earth?" "Nonsense." Feng rolled his eyes, pointed to his ordinary face, and said, "Have you ever seen such a handsome alien?" Stark looked at Feng's belly, shook his head, and said, "I haven't seen a pregnant male Earthling either." Feng, "Fuck, there's nothing I can do with this piece of fat meat." Putting the long stick aside, Feng looked out the window and asked, "You only attracted such a few terrorists? My pet's teeth are not even full." Stark spread his hands speechlessly and said, "I don't even have a weapon for self-defense. How can you let me help you attract monsters? Considering that I brought dry food for your pet, can you lend me your phone?" "Phone." Feng sat in the driver's seat and snapped his fingers to start the RV and joked, "What is that? What's the use? Can it be eaten, or can it help you kill terrorists?" In fact, when the RV started, Stark had blocked out Feng's jokes and stared blankly through the window at the ground, getting farther and farther away from him. "Is this a plane?" Stark subconsciously opened the window with a confused expression. He wanted to see if there was some projection on the window that gave him the illusion that the RV could fly. After opening the ordinary transparent window, Stark, a technology expert, immediately concluded that the buzzing sound in his ears was the sound of a car engine, not the engine of an airplane as he had thought before. Seeing this, Stark shrugged, walked behind Feng, looked at the car dashboard speechlessly, and said, "Okay, I understand that you are a wizard and can cast spells, but what does it mean that the RV, which is obviously a product of technology, can fly? Also, can you please tell me what you mean by using the car steering wheel to control the plane? Where is your airplane joystick?" Feng turned his head to look at Stark, blinked and said, "I only have a car driver's license, so I drive a car. Is it appropriate to install an airplane joystick on an RV? What if the police stop me and ask for my airplane license? As for why the RV, which is obviously a car, can fly, maybe the RV has a heart that lets itself go." Stark was stunned at first, then he understood the purpose of Feng's joke with him, rolled his eyes, and smiled. "Car driver's license? Are you going to lay off airplane instructors? In the future, you can become a pilot with a car driver's license? But I like your idea. Do you need sponsorship? Let's get rich together." Hearing Stark joking with him, Feng smiled and said, "It seems that you have taken a small step out of the shadow of the terrorists. How about my skills as a psychotherapist?" Stark looked down at the external injuries on his body, curled his lips and said, the treatment of external injuries seems reliable. As for the psychological aspect, I think it is the result of my own inner strength. It has nothing to do with you making me happy. By the way, do you really not have a phone? I really don't have a phone. Feng spread his hands to express his helplessness and said, I have no friends and no family. I hide in the desert, just to practice magic quietly alone. Why do I need a phone? Stark glanced at the car, tilted his head and asked, don't you have space expansion technology? Can't you rent a house in the city and renovate it so that you have enough space to practice magic? What do you eat and drink when you hide in the desert? Don't tell me you are a wizard and you can fabricate these daily necessities out of thin air. Feng scratched his forehead thoughtfully, snapped his fingers and let the RV drive automatically. He got up and took Stark to the 4-door locker, motioning Stark to open it and have a look. Stark looked at the steering wheel of the autopilot with twitching eyes. Well, this is magic. Then, Stark opened the cabinets puzzledly, stared blankly at the lockers with chickens, ducks, and cows running all over the floor, then poked his head to look at the lockers that looked normal in size, and said speechlessly, I think I need to say a few words to you. Did the flight instructor offend you? Let go of this business. Let's study how to enter the real estate industry. Why does it sound to me like the real estate developers have offended you? Feng joked, but then again, you and them are really not the same kind of people. They build buildings, and you, a weapons manufacturer, destroy buildings. You are born to be incompatible. Stark smiled fakely, exhaled slowly, and said, no, in the future, the title of weapons dealer will no longer apply to me in my life label. After that, Stark seemed not to want to continue the topic of weapons, and said, is there anything to eat? I feel more and more hungry seeing these vegetables. Feng pointed at the tomatoes in the 4-door storage cabinet, motioning Stark to pick a few to fill his stomach, then turned around and shouted, Creature, prepare dinner, our guests are hungry. Yes, boss, Creature will prepare it right away. Stark picked a few tomatoes casually, not caring whether they were clean or not, and started biting them. While eating, he looked at Feng's farm curiously and said with an expression of deep interest in magic, what's in the cabinet door next to it? What? There are a lot of things. Feng shrugged and said, the kind that can smash your worldview to the ground and you can't put it back together. Feng's words aroused Stark's curiosity, and he asked, can I take a look? Of course. Feng opened the door of the collection room casually and said, welcome to visit my magical world. After a while, Stark, who walked into the collection room, said that he was amazed. However, compared to the magic props on the shelves, Stark was more curious about the time converter with an independent collection shelf, and asked, what is this? Is it precious? Feng suppressed the urge to laugh wildly, and explained the function of the time converter to Stark calmly, especially emphasizing the relationship between time and the quantum field. He wanted to tell Stark about how Stark used quantum energy to travel through time in Avengers 4. At this point, we have to mention Feng's purpose. If it was just to send Stark home, Feng said it was just a trivial matter, but he did not send him home immediately. Instead, he tried to make Stark happy. All this was because Feng wanted to establish a relationship with Stark. As long as he could become friends with Stark, Feng couldn't help fantasizing in his heart, I believe the time converter will arouse your interest. Once you set foot in the quantum field, you must give me some information. But it's not enough to have you alone. I also have to find an opportunity to show off my magic in front of Dr. Pym and let him help me understand quantum energy so that I don't have to know anything about the time travel portal. Chapter 99 Return to New York. Just when Stark was confused and suspected that Feng had some misunderstanding about the quantum field and the magic field, Feng untied the layers of magic on the collection shelf, picked up the time converter and said, want to try traveling through time? Before Stark could say anything, Creature knocked on the cabinet door and said, boss, Creature has prepared dinner for you. Feng casually hung the time converter around his neck and said, okay, I'll take you to experience the feeling of traveling through time later, and by the way, I'll take the opportunity of eating to tell you the rules you need to follow when traveling through time. I don't want to disrupt time, because you don't know the rules, and end up being hunted down by a group of wizards. The world is big, and eating is the biggest. In addition, Feng said so. Stark immediately threw the doubts in his mind behind his mind. After all, his mind was already confused enough today, and he needed a good rest. On the dining table, Creature prepared 4 dishes and a soup according to Feng's previous taste. The only difference between today and the past was that there was an extra pair of chopsticks. As for whether Stark could use chopsticks, this was not within Creature's consideration. It is not known whether Stark was really starving or Creature's cooking skills were just too good. While eating the delicious food, Stark gave Creature a thumbs up and said, "Creature, do you want to change to a more promising job? As long as you be my personal chef, I can give you 10 times the salary." Creature, who was cleaning the kitchen, immediately turned hostile when he heard Stark's words. He lowered his head and cursed, "Damn mudblood, you actually insulted Creature. Damn it, damn it." Creature, Feng saw that Creature's old problem had recurred, so he had to say loudly, "Go and see the medicine garden." Stark looked at Creature, who looked angry, then looked at Feng, and asked in confusion, "What did I say wrong?" Although I don't know what mudblood means, this term is obviously not a compliment to me. Until he saw Creature cursing and walking into the 4-door cupboard, Feng explained true and falsely. House elves are the wizard's special servants. They are proud to serve wizards without receiving any pay. You mentioned wages just now, which is an insult to Creature. Stark scratched his forehead, shrugged and said, "The more you say that, the more I want to find a house elf to serve me. After all, after listening to your theory about quantum and time, I feel that magic is an unknown energy, and energy can be controlled by science. Unfortunately, I have the financial resources and ability to produce and control energy, which means that I'm also a wizard, right?" Feng curled his lips and raised his glass to toast Stark. Magicians are indeed good at controlling energy. In his heart, Feng silently added, "Controlling energy is only one of the means of mages. Mages are not short-lived. This is the difference between mages and scientists." After eating and drinking, Stark looked at the RV flying at the speed that a car should have, and said disdainfully, "Your RV has entered the field of flying. Can't it fly at the speed of an airplane? At the speed of your broken car, I don't have to wait for me to return home. I guess I will hear the news of the bankruptcy of Stark Group as soon as I walk out of the desert. Are you in a hurry? Just say it earlier." Feng pretended to be enlightened, stood up and said, "Where are you going?" Stark thought the RV could really speed up, and said happily, "America. Even a nearby airport is fine. I'll call my private plane to pick me up and take me back to the company and let you see what the speed of a plane should be." Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and grinned. "In the time it took you to call, we've already arrived in New York." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Stark found himself above New York. After passing through the orange-yellow halo, Stark took a deep breath with a slightly surprised expression, raised his hands in surrender, and said, "Okay, magic, I understand, but one day I will use technology to prove that this is just the application of wormhole theory. In addition, I have to remind you that there are no flying RVs over New York, and I don't want to be chased by missiles. That requires them to be able to see it." Feng patted the car, pointed to the metal palladium reactor on Stark's chest, and said, "The repulsion spell on the RV can make ordinary people ignore the existence of the RV, unless the other party is a person with energy like you. But once I turn on the invisibility spell on the RV, even an energetic person like you can't see the RV." Stark pointed in the direction he was going, motioned to Feng to let the RV fly in the direction of the company, and looked down at the reactor thoughtfully. After a while, he said, "Your invisibility is only optical invisibility, right? You can only avoid satellite scans, but those sitting in front of thermal imaging and radar can still find the RV." Feng shrugged helplessly and said, "Yes, this can be considered a disadvantage, but I'm not afraid of being discovered. After all, I paid great attention to defense when I modified the RV. Even missiles can't scratch my RV for a while." Stark touched his chin and said with a smile, "If there are too many missiles, can you still escape with the magic just now? By the way, what magic allowed you to get from Afghanistan to New York just now?" Portal. Li Feng saw what Stark was curious about, spread his hands, and made a helpless expression, and said, "Without the permission of the temple wizard, I will not introduce the portal to you in detail." Stark said thoughtfully, "So you are not the only wizard on Earth, but a group of them? I'm very curious, where are they usually? Why don't you come out to see me? I can provide them with activity funds. By the way, are mages really the same as in novels? Is doing an experiment no different from burning money?" Li Feng knew what Stark was thinking, and said with a smile, "They are busy silently protecting this world from being invaded by magical creatures from other worlds. As for the funds, let's put it this way, even if your net worth increases tenfold, you are still a poor beggar in front of them." This is not Li Feng's nonsense, but Li Feng saw with his own eyes how rich the Ancient One is. Not to mention how old the building he lives in is. Even the teacups he usually drinks tea from are antiques. How can you compare with him? After a while, the RV landed steadily on the rooftop of Stark building. Li Feng just opened the door and followed Stark out of the RV and suddenly realized that someone seemed to be talking around him. Stark looked in the direction of Li Feng's site and saw nothing on the empty top floor except for a few scattered satellite receivers. What's wrong? Nothing. Li Feng shook his head in confusion and said, "Let's go. Let me see what fun things are in your rich man's office." When Stark walked into the company wearing ragged clothes like a refugee, the commotion can be imagined, which made Stark couldn't help but complain, "Can't you lend me a few clothes? Even a coat will do." Li Feng shrugged. He didn't want to lend clothes to Stark. Li Feng's wardrobe didn't have ordinary clothes. All of them were magical clothes that could change styles. With Stark's strong curiosity, Li Feng could guess with his toes that he had just lent his clothes to Stark, and this guy immediately sent his clothes for various inspections until he understood the magic clothes and made a mark model that could restrain Li Feng's ability. When Pepper Potts heard that her boss had appeared in the company inexplicably, she hurried to the opposite side of Stark with a look of astonishment on her face. Obviously, Pepper Potts had a lot to say, but for some reason she couldn't say it. She just looked at Stark with red eyes and bit her lips. Stark raised his eyebrows and looked at Potts, whose eyes were slightly red, and he was about to hold back his tears, and said, "Your eyes are red. Are you thinking about your boss?" Potts smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just happy that I don't have to look for a job. I hate looking for a job." "Okay, your vacation is over." Stark pointed at Li Feng and said, "Please help me entertain this guest and arrange a press conference." Potts looked at Li Feng puzzledly and said, "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital first? How did you suddenly appear in the company? By plane?" Hearing Potts mention the plane, Stark seemed to think of something, pointed to the ceiling and said, "No one is allowed to go to the rooftop. Believe me, that thing is much scarier than an airplane. It will ruin your worldview." Potts was stunned. He didn't understand what Stark meant by ruining your worldview, but seeing that Stark did not show any signs of external injuries, he could only helplessly pick up the phone to arrange the press conference. Stark took advantage of the time before the press conference and took Li Feng into his office. He opened his arms, made a welcoming gesture, and said, "How is it? It's wider than your car and your house, right?" Li Feng sat on the sofa and said contemptuously, "It's not even as big as my locker. Why are you so proud?" Stark's eyes twitched. How could he refute this? He had visited Li Feng's locker with his own eyes. Not to mention that his office couldn't compare to it. Even the home he thought was big enough couldn't compare to someone else's locker. With a bit of dissatisfaction, Stark said dimly, "One day I will crack your space expansion technology and make a teacup bigger than your locker." After a while, Potts walked to the office door with a new set of clothes, knocked on the door and said, "The press conference is ready. You can start after you change your clothes." Stark took the clothes, regardless of whether anyone at the scene wanted to see his figure, and said while changing his clothes, "Austin, are you in the office or coming downstairs with me? As long as I mention at the press conference that it was you who saved me, I don't mind your name appearing on the front page tomorrow." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark and said, "Forget it. Do I need your help to get on the front page? You know I wish no one in the world knew me, otherwise why would I run to the desert? Do you really think I like sand? As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and Buddha relies on gold clothes." Stark, who changed into new clothes, waved to Li Feng in high spirits and said, "Okay, after the press conference, you can show me the little thing on your neck." Li Feng shrugged indifferently and said, "As long as you follow the rules, it's okay even if you bring your wife, Miss Potts, with you to see it." After 3 months of living in the cave, Stark now understands the position of Potts in his heart, but he has not confessed his feelings to Potts. After hearing Li Feng's ridicule, Stark glanced at Potts and hurried to the press conference. Potts looked at Li Feng with a little embarrassment on her face and hurriedly followed Stark. Chapter 100, Traveling Through Time. On the way to the press conference, Stark leaned close to Potts' ear and whispered, "Help me look up Austin's information." Potts was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looked back at Stark's office, and whispered, "Didn't you say he saved you?" Stark nodded slightly and said, "But he was a little too nice to me. I always felt that he had other requests, and..." Stark shrugged and said, "Well, thinking about why Li Feng didn't take him back to New York as soon as possible, but insisted on arousing his interest in magic, and I've only known him for less than half a day, and I'm not even sure if his real name is Austin." Potts nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you are the boss. You have the final say. I'll help you when we are busy with the press conference." "No." Stark shook his head and interrupted Potts. "Go now. I want to get all the information about Austin by the end of the press conference." After that, Stark quickened his pace and walked towards the press conference, while Potts took a deep breath and turned into a room, took out his mobile phone to contact Stark's personal butler Jarvis and asked him to help investigate Li Feng's information. After all, manual data collection is not as fast as artificial intelligence. After the call, Potts hurried to the press conference, hoping to see Stark handsomely talking in front of reporters, and at the same time praying that Stark would not cause any trouble. Although Stark's return press conference was notified a little hastily, the protagonist is the famous Stark anyway, so there are many reporters coming. In addition, there are also many people who come to satisfy their curiosity, including Carlson, who is mixed in with reporters. In fact, Carlson was quite confused when he received the news that Stark had returned to the country and appeared in the company to prepare for a press conference. He wondered, how did Stark, who was missing in Afghanistan, bypass the airport station and other surveillance and appear in the company? Could it be that Stark flew here on a missile he built? Or has Stark actually been imprisoned in New York? So they ate sand in the desert for 3 months and got nothing? When Stark announced in front of the reporters that he was going to close the weapons manufacturing department, Potts, who had rushed over, opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Stark in disbelief. Her only thought was that her boss should be sent to the hospital for a brain check. A company that produces high-end weapons closed its weapons manufacturing department? If this is not a brain seizure, what is it? Carlson, who saw Potts appear, also looked at Stark in surprise. However, now is not the time to solve the problem of why Stark closed the weapons manufacturing department. Carlson walked quickly to Potts, handed a business card of S.H.I.E.L.D. to Potts, and said, "Ms. Potts, I'm Agent Carlson from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. I want to know about Stark's disappearance." Potts was stunned when she heard the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. She now wanted to see the business card Carlson handed to her. With such a long department name, is a small business card enough to print? I know about this. Many departments of the Department of Defense and the CIA have come to me for help, but Mr. Stark suddenly showed up in the company half an hour ago, and as soon as he came back he stayed in the office with an Asian youth, so I don't know the details. Asian? Carlson frowned and asked, "Can you tell me what this Asian youth looks like?" Potts glanced at Carlson, thinking that Carlson was from a State Department after all, and might have information about Li Feng. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I only know his name is Austin. Do you have information about him?" When Carlson heard Li Feng's name coming out of Potts' mouth, his first reaction was to ask Stark to go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base to undergo a psychiatric examination to see if Stark's closure of the weapons manufacturing department was caused by Li Feng's hypnosis. "If you mean Austin, the Asian with a small belly, I think we have his information. He is very dangerous," Carlson said as he took out his cell phone and dialed the number, saying, "Sir, Austin has appeared and has contacted Stark. I suspect that Stark has been hypnotized by Austin. I need a team of experts to go to the press conference. Coulson turned his head to look at Potts and asked, is Austin still in the office? Potts was a little terrified and overwhelmed when he heard that Stark was hypnotized and couldn't help but want to drag his boss into the hospital for examination. Hearing Coulson's question, Potts covered his mouth and whispered, yes, he is still in Stark's office. Coulson nodded and asked on the phone, sir, do you need me to contact Austin? On the other end of the phone, Fury recalled that he had suspected that Li Feng was a commercial spy, and he didn't know where he stole the technology to resurrect corpses. If Li Feng was really a commercial spy, he was now in a weapons manufacturing company. Who knows if Li Feng would steal weapons information? Fury ordered without thinking, find Austin as soon as possible. I want to know his purpose of approaching Stark. Also, let Stark check whether the information in the building was stolen by Austin. After thinking for a while, Fury continued, the team searching for Stark in Afghanistan will continue, but the target will be changed. After hanging up the phone, Coulson touched the gun on his waist and said, Miss Potts, can you take me to see Austin? Potts hesitated for a few seconds. Since her boss returned to the company, Potts knew that Stark regarded Li Feng as a friend. Even if she did not trust this friend now, it would not be appropriate to let an agent from an unknown department take away Stark's friend. Coulson seemed to see Potts' hesitation and said, I won't take Austin away. I just want to ask a few questions in person. Of course. Coulson turned his head and looked at Stark and said, you can tell your boss that you're taking me to see Austin. Potts thought for a moment and said, I'll ask the company's security department to send someone to follow you. Coulson nodded slightly and smiled, no problem. When Potts led several security guards and Coulson to the office, Li Feng was sitting at Stark's desk playing computer games out of boredom. He was playing the card game that came with the computer. Due to the design of the office, Li Feng, who was sitting in front of the computer, was facing the office door. Because of this, Coulson, who pushed the door open and entered, subconsciously felt that Li Feng was stealing information such as weapon design drawings in the computer. After all, he couldn't see what was displayed on the computer screen. He drew his gun and aimed at Coulson, who was doing it in one go, and shouted, Mr. Austin, being a thief is not a real profession. Li Feng glanced at Coulson and then looked at the half-played card on the computer screen. What did I steal? Steal the cards in the computer? How do you steal this thing? Come and teach me. Coulson? I remember this is your name. Isn't Luden too efficient? You found me when I just returned to New York. Potts heard something from the conversation between Coulson and Austin. He quickly walked to Li Feng and looked at the computer. He saw that there was nothing on the computer interface except a standalone card game. Potts felt that he had been deceived. He looked at Coulson with a slightly unhappy expression and said, Mr. Agent, please put down your gun, or I will ask the security to ask you to leave. Coulson could feel that Potts was not joking, so he could only put down his gun and said, Miss Potts, let me remind you that Mr. Austin is a master of hypnosis, and he can hypnotize you with just a snap of his fingers. Before Coulson finished speaking, he heard Stark's teasing voice behind him. You actually need to snap your fingers to hypnotize people. Stark glanced at Coulson and stretched out his hand to signal the security guard to take the irrelevant people out of the office. This is his office, and it is not time for a party yet. Wouldn't it be crowded in his office with so many people? After Coulson was taken out of the office, Stark closed the door, walked up to Li Feng and said, I always thought you could hypnotize people with just a look. After all, that's how wizards are described in novels and movies, right, Mr. Li Feng? Li Feng smiled, stood up and said, it seems you have found out all my secrets. What did you find? Potts was a little confused. Stark didn't seem to be joking when he talked about the magician. He even used novels and movies to affirm Li Feng's profession. Obviously, Potts felt that the Asian youth in front of him might be the same as a legendary magician in some abilities. At least now she believed what Coulson said about Li Feng being able to hypnotize people easily. Stark shrugged. How could he find out all the information about Li Feng in such a short time? Impossible. So Stark did not answer Li Feng's question. but asked, "When will you take me to see your little toy?" Feng scratched his head. He couldn't guess what Stark was thinking, but who cares? Feng took the time converter from his neck, looked at Potts and smiled. "Anytime is fine. Do you need to bring Potts with you? This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it if you pass by." Stark touched the tip of his nose and seemed a little hesitant. "Is it dangerous?" Knowing what Stark was worried about, Feng shrugged and said, "You may be hit by a car for no reason when walking on the road, but as long as you follow the rules, I guarantee that this is safer than walking on the road, and it will be an unforgettable trip." Stark raised his eyebrows and said, "This metaphor is really accurate, so I like to drive on the street to make sure that no car will hit me." After thinking about it, perhaps Stark said that he would not take Potts with him this time travel for safety reasons, or he was confident that he could build a time machine in the future, and when Potts wanted to travel through time in the future, he could use technological means to take Potts through time travel. Thinking of this, Stark stretched out his hand to signal Feng to start the performance. On the side, Potts, who was confused by what they were saying, didn't understand what they were saying at all. She just wanted to know if Stark was hypnotized. Potts said in a firm tone, "I want you to go to the hospital now." Before Potts finished speaking, she looked at Feng inexplicably as he took out something from his shoulder bag and put it on Stark, and then put the converter chain around Stark's neck. Just when Potts felt a little confused and wanted to ask what was going on, she saw Feng gently turn the time converter, and then she looked at Stark, who had just returned to the company, in horror and disappeared in front of her eyes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.